Don't panic ch1. A whole new world, the adventure begins. A whole new world, the adventure begins. Harry Potter stood in the dimly lit Department of Mysteries, surrounded by towering shelves filled with dusty, leather-bound tomes. His heart pounded in his chest as he replayed the words that Hermione had whispered to him mere hours before. "It's a trap, Harry," she had said urgently. "They're planning to betray you, take your magic, and turn the wizarding world against you. You must leave now." As he stood there, his mind raced, struggling to accept the betrayal that seemed all but imminent. But he knew Hermione would never lie to him, and so he had taken her warning to heart. With a great sense of urgency, Harry began to gather his things, preparing for a journey into the unknown. This was honestly no surprise, but it still shocked him that the time had come. Harry had been preparing, and was pleased that he'd managed to gather just over 150 house elves for this venture, rescuing them from the oppressive bonds they were held under through subterfuge and sometimes even direct threats. He also had one of his closest friends, Dobby, along for the ride, wearing more hats than was healthy, and lifting spirits with his endless enthusiasm. Harry smiled lightly before concentrating. A large, enchanted trunk lay open on the floor. This powerful artifact held a fully self-contained life support system, and was large enough for various farms to be maintained, and even some small forests to be grown. Inside were all the elves, along with all his storage trunks, filled to the brim with clothing, food, and magical supplies amongst other things. Living beings couldn't travel in the trunk for long periods without the magic of a ley line feeding it, but he'd be able to sustain it for a few weeks with his own magic if necessary. Harry was pretty sure Hermione had copied every library, Muggle and magical, she could get her hands on, and included it in the trunk. He had just nodded along when she reasoned he couldn't know what kind of knowledge he'd need on the other side. Really though, he thought, surely even his questionable luck couldn't justify a book on how to build a rudimentary flushing toilet, or the secrets of soap in the Middle Ages. As he worked, doing last checks and building up his motivation to take the leap, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that his whole life was about to change, hopefully for the better. It seemed like only yesterday that he had been a downtrodden young boy, living with the Dursleys, completely unaware of his magical heritage. Now, he was faced with the prospect of leaving everything he knew behind. Yet, if he was honest with himself, all he could feel was excitement, and a whole lot of adrenaline. Few in the magical or Muggle worlds had ever been good to him. He wanted freedom, and this seemed like the best way to get it. His only sadness was in leaving his best friend Hermione, but he reassured himself that he'd try to find a way to contact her again someday, and they'd both agreed there was no other choice for him. Nowhere on Earth was safe if the entire wizarding world turned against him. With one last glance around the Department of Mysteries, Harry patted the pocket that now contained a, possibly stolen, gold pocket watch that may or may not allow for short spurts of time travel. Harry was still mind-blown at times with the power of the magical artifacts just laying around in this department. He was equally mind-blown with the irresponsibility of the magical world for not having them under better security. Oh well, more fun for him. He didn't expect to need it, but who would turn down a time-turner just in case? Harry checked no one was coming, checked his trunk one last time, closed the lid, and shrunk it to the size of a thumbnail. Now came the hard part. Neither Harry or Hermione could confirm that anything more than his body would make it through the veil. Other objects might burn up or be otherwise lost, or land in a separate destination. With that in mind, Harry cast a light cutting curse at his forearm, and levitated the trunk inside the wound, wincing as he pushed it further in, then relieving the pain with a simple numbing charm and quietly wondering why he hadn't done that first. Harry finished with an episky, and closed the wound over, safely storing the trunk and its precious cargo with him. Harry's gaze paused for a moment on the small tattoo sitting just a bit further up on his forearm. A small circle sat inside a triangle, bisected by a line. The sign of the Deathly Hallows. Boy, had it been a surprise the day after defeating Voldemort when he woke up and reached over to retrieve his wand, only to discover it missing. Adrenaline had shot through him as he realized he had misplaced the most powerful wand in the world, the one he had only just won from Voldemort the night before. He'd jumped up without a thought, and immediately run around levitating everything in sight hoping to find it, before the realization crashed into him that he was performing magic without any wand in sight. He smiled softly at the thought of the frenzy of research Hermione dived into on discovering he had merged with the Hallows. They never did discover what being the Master of Death actually meant, other than the boost he had received to his magic and the ability to cast without a wand. Though they did more recently observe that he appeared to have stopped aging. What that meant was beyond them. Was he now immortal? Harry had never been game enough to find out. Gathering himself from his thoughts, Harry shook his head and focused on the veil in front of him. Hermione had long ago regaled him with her theory that the veil was a portal to another world. To her, it was an interesting piece of magic, but Harry had immediately seen it as something else. An opportunity to escape and start anew. Taking just one more deep breath, he stepped forward and crossed the veil that he hoped separated the wizarding world from a land unknown. As Harry stepped through the veil, he felt an inexplicable sensation envelop him, like he was being drawn into an infinite abyss of darkness. Time seemed to lose all meaning, and his very essence felt as if it was being stretched thin, on the verge of being torn apart. There was an otherworldly hum resonating around him, filling his ears and his soul with an eerie melody that he couldn't quite place. He felt something like a cold hand touch his forearm in the place where the tattoo of the Deathly Hallows sat. Then he was flung faster in another direction and, as suddenly as the experience had begun, it ended. The darkness dissipated, and Harry found himself sprawled in a drift of soft snow in a completely foreign environment. The cold air hit him like a wave, sending shivers down his spine as his eyes adjusted to the stark contrast of the snowy landscape. The world he had arrived in felt both surreal and tangible at the same time. Towering trees with snow-laden branches surrounded him, and the ground was blanketed in a thick layer of untouched snow. The silence was almost deafening, broken only by the whisper of the wind rustling through the trees and the distant howling of what sounded like a lone wolf. As he took in his surroundings, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that he was in a very different world. The land was untouched, and something about the place felt ancient. The strange feel of air thick with magic seemed to vibrate around him. The magic seemed much more prevalent than he was used to, but equally wilder. Despite the surreal nature of his journey through the veil, Harry's tension seemed to bleed away in place of relief and a large dose of excitement. A quick air quality spell proved the place had safe, breathable air, and the surroundings seemed to be safe, at least for now. Pulling himself from the snowdrift, Harry immediately sought to release the elves. He cast a low-powered cutting curse at his forearm, and summoned the shrunken farm trunk out, wincing as he yet again forgot the numbing charm. Thankfully, everything he was wearing arrived in one piece, but he now wished he hadn't insisted on storing the trunk inside his own arm. Of course, hindsight is 20/20. Grumbling, Harry healed the cut with a quick episky, placed the trunk on the ground, and unshrunk it, making sure to feed it more magic to keep the life systems running in the absence of a ley line. As the elves climbed unsteadily out of the trunk, somewhat spaced out and looking a mite travel sick, Harry began to pay attention to his surroundings. The cold was starting to hit him like a fist. That would be annoying, they'd need to set up the shelter quickly. He sincerely hoped the whole world wasn't some ice-covered wasteland. With his luck it would be just him against a horde of strange ice zombies. He chuckled to himself, what a ridiculous concept, his luck couldn't possibly be that bad. Before setting up camp, Harry pulled out his firebolt to get a better view of where they'd landed. Mounting the broom, he soared into the sky, the cold wind whipping at his face as he climbed higher and higher. From his elevated perspective above the canopy, Harry could see for miles, the vast snow-covered landscape stretching out before him, seemingly endless. Harry found a vast snow-covered forest tracking to the horizon in one direction, and in the other a snow-covered expanse that stretched as far as the eye could see. Tall mountains loomed in the distance, and a biting wind whipped through the air, sending chills down his spine. "Where are we?" Harry murmured to himself, his breath visible in the frigid air. He was a little disappointed to see no immediate signs of civilization, but that was just wishful thinking. Upon landing, the house elves huddled around him, their tiny bodies shivering in the cold. "Master Harry, Dobby is thinking we set up the tent. Is we safe here?" Dobby queried, his teeth chattering. Nodding in agreement, Harry reassured, "The world seems livable, Dobby, that's about as much as I can say for now." Dobby summoned the expanded camping tent from one of the storage trunks the elves had retrieved. And with a flick of his wrist, Harry triggered the self-setup function of the tent, before lifting the flap to reveal the much-appreciated warm interior. In, everyone in, Harry ushered the house elves inside, listening to their chatter as he made sure they were settled. Before entering the tent himself, Harry couldn't help but marvel at the magic that made it possible. The exterior appeared as a simple, two-person waxed canvas tent, In fact, it was built to be camouflaged in any world, so it looked deceptively shaky, held up seemingly by sticks that could have easily been foraged from the forest floor. But within its canvas walls lay a comfortable apartment-sized living space for all of them. Harry double-checked the wards and magic charge on the tent, ensuring that the enchantments remained strong and functional, and stepped into the tent, immediately feeling the difference in temperature. "Gotta love magic," he mumbled to himself in relief. The interior of Harry's expanded tent was nothing short of astonishing. It was the most expensive one he could buy, and an impressive feat of magical engineering, with various rooms that easily defied the laws of physics. The tent was obviously designed to cater to the utmost comfort for its inhabitants. Upon entering the tent, one would find themselves in a cozy living area, complete with plush sofas and armchairs that surrounded a warm, crackling fireplace. Harry observed one of the younger elves stoking the fire as he strolled into the room. The walls were adorned with moving portraits pulled from his family vaults, some of which were already asking the elves what all the excitement was about. Others turned up their nose at the idea of talking to an elf, but you could see the curiosity in their eyes. A wireless wizarding radio sat on a side table, though it was unlikely to be very entertaining. An elf was already frowning as they fiddled with the dial, trying to find any sign of a live frequency, either muggle or magical, in this new world. To the right of the living area, a fully equipped kitchen provided all the necessary tools and ingredients for Harry and the house elves to prepare their meals. An enchanted stove cooked food to perfection, while a runic icebox kept perishables fresh and crisp. There was even a small pantry that used protean and switching enchantments to replenish supplies automatically from one of their food stasis trunks. Adjacent to the kitchen, a spacious dining area featured a long, wooden table that could comfortably seat a dozen people. The room was illuminated by never-melt floating candles that filled the space with a warm, golden glow, making it the perfect setting for shared meals and conversations. At the moment it seemed some of the older elves were setting up some knitting work on the table, already getting back to work despite the uncertainty of their trip. On the opposite side of the living area, a door led to the library, stocked with the books Hermione had gathered, covering a wide range of subjects, from potions and charms to engineering, history and agriculture. In the far corner was Harry's favorite comfortable reading nook, complete with a soft armchair and a small stand for his tea set. Harry had found himself to be quite the reader once his life settled down. With less Death Eaters after him, his pace of learning skyrocketed. Though Hermione also theorized that the Deathly Hallows might have had some influence on this behavior. Either way, this nook invited hours of quiet contemplation and study. The tent also boasted several bedrooms, each furnished with soft beds, warm blankets, and enchanted wardrobes that cleaned and pressed any deposited clothing. Each bathroom offered a magical shower that provided an instant source of hot water, and a large bathtub perfect for soaking after a long day's exploration. Unfortunately, they couldn't use the farm trunk for any extended period without either straining Harry's magic, or the use of a ley line to feed it magic, so they'd all be living in the tent for now. It would be cramped with so many elves, but Harry had thought ahead and prepared for this scenario. He'd paid a master of charms and ancient runes to expand 4 of the bedrooms to far greater proportions, resembling a barracks in shape and content, each with a large bathroom facility. It wouldn't necessarily be comfortable, but all 150 elves could fit, which mattered more than comfort. The tight fit would give Harry and the elves plenty of motivation to find civilization. Though given the apparent wild nature of this land, Harry was certainly thankful for the protection it would provide from the elements, and the opportunity to rest their weary bodies after what might be some long days of exploration ahead of them. Harry settled into an armchair as a few of the elves huddled in front of the fire for warmth. The daylight seemed to be waning in this forest, and the trip had been draining, so as the elves chattered together about their situation and threw out increasingly outrageous theories about this new world, Harry just rested. They knew they were far from the world they had known, but had no idea where they were or even whether other humans or magical creatures shared this world with them. They'd set off in the morning to explore this new land and try to find some form of civilization. As Harry drifted off, he chuckled quietly at a few of the theories he picked up from the elves. He'd admit dragons could be a thing here, but yep, he seemed sure there would be a civilization of dragon riders. What a fanciful idea, he thought as he fell asleep. As the group sat around the crackling fire in the living room, eating a hearty morning meal, it was time to devise a plan. With shelter sorted, and easily movable, their most pressing need was now to understand their surroundings, and that would require exploration. Harry unfurled a large specialized map parchment, which he'd created and cleverly charmed to update with the information they gathered during their travels. Harry equated the charm he'd created to something between the original Marauders map and a slowly revealing map in a video game. Thus, in honor of the now useless original, he would carry on calling this the Marauders map. In fact, he was quite proud of how clever this set of charms was. To his knowledge, this was an entirely new invention. To finish the setup, he just had to cast a customized site-based protean charm on himself and all his companions and link it with the map. From this point forward, all the lands and possible towns they covered in their explorations would be drawn up as accurate topographical details on this parchment. As the map grew, information would be stored, and with the flick of a wand or wrist, the map could scroll or zoom, allowing anything from the full map down to a specific building to be seen. Of course, for all he knew, there might not be any buildings, as there was no sign of civilization yet. The map could also show people, but would require buried ward stones in the vicinity to capture such information, or proximity to one of the linked observers. At this time it showed only a "You are here" type dot, some vague trees and some snow piles in their immediate vicinity. The rest was blank. Alright, everyone, we need to be organized about this. There are a lot of us, and we can cover a lot of ground, but we need to stay safe and unseen, Harry declared, his eyes scanning the eager faces of the house elf friends. We should also gather food and supplies as we go. Our pack supplies are plentiful but not infinite. We'll need to become familiar with subsisting on this land. For all we know, we could be alone in this world. A few of the elves winced at the idea of being completely alone, whilst others seemed unconcerned. The farm trunk will be viable when we find a ley line to settle over, so keep an eye out for any subtle directional flows pulling on your magic, Harry finished, feeling strangely like some sort of battle commander giving orders to his troops. Dobby stepped forward, his ears twitching with excitement. Dobby be suggesting we split into teams, Master Harry. One team can spread out to explore and gather information. Dobby paused to think. Another team can investigate the wildlifes and foods, and the elders can try to sense for a ley line. That's a great idea, Dobby. Harry nodded, impressed with Dobby's suggestion. But remember, we must remain invisible while we're out and about, at least until we know more about the potential people and civilizations we could be dealing with. Winky raised her hand timidly. Winky can help with magical concealment, Master Harry. Winky is well versed in casting invisibility spells on old Master Barty, elf versions of your disillusionment charm. Winky nodded to herself, proud of her own skill. Ice can also be teaching the others to cast spells to hide our tracks and mask our presence. Excellent, Winky. That will be incredibly helpful, Harry replied, somewhat relieved that the elves seemed to be getting a sense of independence. He was a little afraid all 150 beings would rely solely on him for direction in all things. This, however, was a good sign that he had help on this journey, and not just Hangerson. We'll be sure to use those spells when we're out exploring or foraging. Over the next hour, Harry and the house elves prepared for their tasks, and took a mass lesson in spells for hiding tracks from Winky. Harry's first lesson from a house elf wasn't so productive, as he wasn't yet sure he could use house elf magic. That would need to be investigated later, but he gave it a shot anyway. With a purpose and a plan, the group broke up to spread across the snowy landscape. This, Harry thought to himself, is already looking like an interesting adventure. Story notes. The story begins in 256 AC, 25 years before Robert's rebellion, giving plenty of time for our long-lived Harry and Sirius to settle in before things get messy. Unlike most crossovers that start with Harry being born into a ruling house of Westeros, I want Harry to build his little kingdom from the ground up as a complete outsider and a wizard from the modern world. Author greeting. Thanks for reading. There will be more to come. Much more. You may notice I'm new to web novel. I've only just discovered that web novel accepts fanfics thanks to a commenter on my story elsewhere. With that great news, I thought I'd share the love to those who prefer this platform, and hunt down some new fics to read now that I'm aware of this site's fanfic archive. Disclaimer. That part of this world and those characters you've seen before belong to their creators, JKR, or GRR. Martin. 5 comments 0 vote. Don't panic CH2, Wilderness Wandering Walkabout. That evening, after a day of freezing himself trying to scout by broom, Harry sunk back into his armchair and took a moment to watch the crackling fire. Finding a bit more energy after some rest and a cup of good British tea, he turned to Dobby, who was also splayed across an armchair looking pretty exhausted. Dobby, I think it's time we start properly testing our magic in this world, both wizard magic and elf magic. We need to know what we can rely on and what might be different. Dobby nodded, not quite ready to get up yet, but interested nonetheless. Dobby is ready, Harry Potter, sir, he said, not really looking ready at all. What spells should we start with? Let's begin with some of the basic ones, Lumos, Stupefy, and Protega, Harry suggested as he stood up. He began by casting a simple Lumos, his hand immediately lit up with a bright, steady light. He couldn't help but notice that the light seemed more vibrant, as if the magic in the air was amplifying its intensity. Next, he tried a Stupefy, aiming the red spell at a nearby rock one of the elves had inexplicably dragged inside from their explorations. The spell struck the rock with a powerful force, leaving a small dent in its surface. Harry's jaw dropped at that. He'd never seen a Stupefy have a physical effect before, it only pushed people back if it was overpowered. To chip away at a rock suggested even greater power by an order of magnitude. Encouraged by these initial successes and now feeling somewhat more excited and energetic, he proceeded to cast a Protega. A shimmering, translucent shield appeared before him. At a glance the shield seemed thicker, and more opaque than usual, as though it was denser. It also covered him in a complete dome, where it should have simply formed a half-body shield in front of him. Harry was speechless for a moment, before breaking out of his stupor and smiling like a loon. There's definitely something to this thicker feeling of magic in the air, fun. He declared to no one in particular. Harry looked to Dobby with a mixture of surprise and excitement. My magic seems to be doing more than just working, it's practically thriving here, he stammered, but there's something different about it, too. It feels raw and unrefined, like the spells themselves are less polished. Dobby tilted his head, deep in thought. Perhaps the magic here has a wilder nature, Harry Potter, sir. I's be hearing once that magic be more refined in our time than Merlin's, Dobby reflected, making a surprisingly poignant observation, refined by all the seasoned magic users and magical peoples on Earth. Harry nodded, contemplating Dobby's words. You might be right, let's try some more advanced spells and see how we fare. Harry decided to test the Wizarding Disillusionment charm, having already used it earlier in the day, but not having taken much note of how its effect might have differed from the norm. Harry cast the spell on himself and felt the familiar sensation of an egg cracking on his head and trickling down as he began to blend into the background. How do I look, Dobby? Can you see me? He asked. The house elf easily pointed him out, chucking a small cushion at the human-shaped camouflaged Harry moving about the tent for added emphasis. It seems the disillusionment charm isn't any more or less effective here, it still works, and we'll still be able to use it to keep hidden, Harry reflected, but despite the greater amount of magic in the air, the charm doesn't seem very different. Though the magic feels less refined when it's cast, much more primal and natural, and it seems to take a bit more willpower to form into the desired effect. Harry mused after a bit more testing, a hint of disappointment in his voice. And the silencing charm seems to be more of a sound dampener rather than completely silencing, though with a bit more power it seems to work properly. It's like the magic is happy to do what I want, but the path it usually takes is a bit more rugged, and less well-trodden, I just need to push a bit more to get there. I'm not ready to test apparition yet, but I have a feeling it might be affected as well, and will require great care. Harry had no interest in splinching himself in a world with no street Mungos. The two continued their experimentation, discovering that transfiguration was largely unaffected and even slightly more potent in this world. Harry was relieved with that discovery, as this branch of magic could be invaluable in building sturdy shelters and temporary tools when needed. Dobby, too, found that his house elf magic was mostly unaffected and even seemed to be stronger. He excitedly reported to Harry that he felt a welcoming sensation when casting spells, as if the magic in this land was embracing the elves specifically. As the night wore on, Harry and Dobby continued their magical exploration, sharing their findings and discussing the implications for their adventures. It was pleasing to know their magic would remain a powerful ally in this new world. They eventually found some rest, despite Harry still being on a bit of a high from discovering just how much more powerful his magic would be in this world. Harry and the elves continued their exploration the next day, packing away the tent and heading out to seek either civilization or some context as to where they are. The day wore on as they trudged through the snow, laying down hardening and grip spells on the snow ahead of them so they could walk along it like a rough road, and avoid sinking into the deep windswept snow hills. The elves coming up behind would diligently cancel the spells and clean any evidence that they'd passed the area. It was tedious work. Harry did try using his trusty firebolt again, but honestly found the extremity of the cold winds too much to stomach for any extended period. It was too much for both the broom, and for his own warming spells when moving at any speed. It did however give him the ability to scout the area from a higher vantage point, and give some sense of where they should go. Harry had them heading towards some mountains in the distance where he hoped to find running rivers, and by extension, hopefully people. Of course, even without the wind shear, Harry's broom wouldn't hold more than 3 people at a squeeze. Alas, asking the elves to get into a storage trunk for transportation in his pocket sounded tempting, but most were keen to join the exploration, so here they were, trudging onwards together. Through his tedium Harry's thoughts turned to the various other methods of magical transportation available to them. Or possibly available, they had yet to properly test any of them, and Harry was a tad nervous to try. Apparition, a common form of travel in the wizarding world, was one of the most useful, but had its own set of limitations. Honestly, Harry was still shocked at the power of apparition. Even after all these years, the idea of instant teleportation was difficult to comprehend for a muggle raised. Apparition could be massively useful in any number of situations. With Harry's luck, he'd had to use it regularly, as an escape route both from angry purebloods, or from fanatical fans. It was unbeatable, except under anti-apparition wards. As a form of travel it was uncomfortable but massively cut down on travel time. And as a method of sneaking around it would also be immeasurably useful. However, apparition was not without its dangers and restrictions. One of the most significant limitations was that a witch or wizard could usually only apparate to a location they had previously visited and had a good mental image of. This was to ensure a safe and accurate arrival, as attempting to apparate to an unknown location could result in severe consequences, the worst of which was definitely being splinched. Harry shuddered at the thought. Splinching was a painful and dangerous side effect of unsuccessful apparition, where a witch or wizard would leave a part of their body behind at their starting point, or become fused with an object at their destination. To avoid such risks, a clear and detailed mental image of the destination was essential. This mental image was a core part of the 3 Ds of apparition: destination, determination, and deliberation. Destination in this case was the most important missing factor for Harry and the elves. Harry needed a target when attempting to apparate, and at this time, he had none. Of course, Harry was thankful for his occlumency studies that allowed him to retain enough detail to apparate to places he'd been even for only short periods, but even that wouldn't help him now. Harry could sideline apparate to cover great distances quickly, even in areas he didn't know. Worst case scenario, he could even target the air above his destination to avoid apparating into a wall or tree. But to do so for any great distance would be tiring both physically and magically. Harry had deep reserves, and in an emergency he would certainly push through the exhaustion, but for now it seemed unnecessary. For longer trips portkeys were also an option, as they significantly reduced the power requirement, and only required the creator to know the destination. But that still wouldn't help him until he knew the location. Harry also had a bit of a love-hate relationship with portkeys. They were convenient, but his inability to land a portkey was still a sore point. For now, Harry would continue hiking along with the elves, but maybe a bit of experimentation with line-of-sight hopping would be in order if boredom took over. Over the next few weeks, Harry and the house elves ventured further into the frozen wilderness. They encountered various wild animals, from elk, and what shockingly might be a variant of woolly mammoths, to enormous wolves that seemed almost like the extinct dire wolves of Earth's wizarding history. The elves, in particular, found the untouched nature of the land enchanting, feeling a strong connection to the earth and its magical energies. Harry was now theorizing that he had either traveled in time or possibly found himself in the distant past of a new dimension. Though, the presence of some unique creatures had him leaning towards the idea that he was not merely displaced in time but had indeed stumbled upon an entirely different realm. He was at least pleased that during his few reconnaissance flights, when he could motivate himself to brave the cold on his firebolt, he had discovered primitive humans. He spotted herds of animals moving across the plains and small hunter-gatherer tribe that followed them from a distance. Harry chose to remain invisible, simply observing the tribes from a safe distance, partly because he hoped to find a more permanent settlement first, but also because these people seemed less than welcoming to outsiders. He also noticed that the thick magic in the air seemed to be concentrated in specific areas, forming a web of magical energy that crisscrossed the landscape. This almost seemed like ley lines, which he was pleased to find, but the concentrations seemed to center around some red-leafed trees. The group was also keenly aware of the dangers of this land. No mundane creature would prove a threat, but the dire wolves suggested there might be hostile magical creature around. For all they knew, this land might have Noondoos to contend with, or with Harry's luck, there'd be dragons. He had a mixed relationship with dragons ever since the first task in 4th year. But this was a new world, he reminded himself. There'd surely be no dragons, and even if there were, they could be small, fluffy and friendly for all he knew. Harry was pleased to be traveling with a large contingent of elves. Their food supplies were a godsend in this place, though the elves also enjoyed a good hunt. He was sure the elves could cook anything anywhere with their specialized magics. A few of the elves were also trained in herbology and potions, having previously worked in greenhouses or for apothecaries. They chose to while away the hike looking for any interesting new or known plant life. Anything that could possibly prove useful in potion creation. Where possible, they'd take the whole plant, root and stem, to put it in stasis for future growth in special cold sections of the farm trunk. Thankfully, one of the older elves had knowledge of antifrostbite salves, which proved useful, especially after his flights, as warming charms weren't perfect. As they gathered around the fire after an exhausting day of hiking, Harry turned to Dobby and shared a thought he'd repeated a few times on their hike so far. "I can't help but feel that we've been thrown into an entirely new world, Dobby," he sighed, while rubbing his sore feet. "These creatures, the magic in the air, it's all so different from what we've known." Dobby nodded thoughtfully. "Yes, Master Harry, it's strange. But in some ways the magic here feels like it's telling us we're finally home." Harry nodded, having heard this from a few of the elves. "Dobby thinks we can live well in this place, but Dobby wants to feel the sun, please." Harry chuckled, very much in agreement with that sentiment. Harry smiled at Dobby. You're right, this place feels like the magic is welcoming us, but the landscape certainly isn't welcoming." Throughout this time, Harry often found himself reflecting on what he would do if he were the only properly civilized person in this world. The responsibility of guiding hunter-gatherer tribes toward building a society weighed on his mind. He could do it, but it was a big ask. The possibility of having to start from scratch and share his knowledge to create a new world was daunting. This was a responsibility he definitely did not want now that he had his first taste of freedom. He wanted that freedom to last at least a year or two at least, before settling down somewhere. That ultimately seemed like a good rough plan to be moving forward with. Though he knew his saving people thing would kick in sooner or later, it was inevitable, darn his Potter luck. As they continued their journey, the group discovered occasional ancient-looking ruins scattered throughout the landscape. They deduced that there must have once been a more advanced, possibly medieval-type civilization in the region, but it had long since vanished, leaving only traces of its existence behind. Harry and the elves had been exploring the vast, frozen landscape for weeks, and their spirits were starting to wane. As they approached the latest forest, however, they noticed a change in the air, almost like they'd crossed a weak but ancient ward line. The biting cold seemed to lessen, and the scent of wood smoke and cooking food wafted through the trees. Cautiously, Harry led the elves deeper into the forest, and they soon came upon a series of well-worn dirt paths. Curiosity piqued, they followed the paths until they could spot the outskirts of a small, bustling village, surrounded by a wood palisade wall. It was evident that this was the home of a more civilized society than the wandering tribes. The ward line also suggested they might be magical. Before revealing themselves, Harry decided to observe these people invisibly for a while, to better understand their culture and gauge whether they were friendly enough to approach. Harry cast a blanket disillusionment charm on himself and the elves, effectively rendering them nearly invisible to the naked eye, proving even more effective the white snow-covered landscape. Over the next day, Harry and the elves quietly observed the villagers as they went about their daily lives. They observed an apparently well-organized village society, likely somewhere in the Bronze Age of development based on the occasional basic bronze weapons and tools they saw. The villagers worked together, tending to crops, crafting tools and weapons, and caring for their children. Harry was particularly impressed by their ingenuity in using the natural resources in such a cold but somehow habitable land. As the sun set on their day of observation, Harry and the elves gathered in their hidden tent to discuss their findings. These villagers, Harry started once everyone had quietened down, they look like a people we can trust. They seem like a good first foothold into civilization in this world, Harry said, somewhat relieved with their findings. This was much better than having to uplift a hunter-gatherer tribe. Master Harry, they seem friendly enough, Dobby agreed. Dobby thinks it might be safe to approach them. I'm also keen to learn more of these wards we felt. I haven't seen any magic from them yet, but they must have some sort of magic, Harry continued. At the very least I think this village may be sitting atop a strong ley line, powering the wards. A few of the elves nodded at this, having sensed the same. If they're amenable to us, we might be able to finally set up the farm trunk in a stable location. The elves' eyes brightened at Harry's suggestion. Yappy Bee's keen to get back to work in the farm trunk if possible, Master Harry sir, one of the younger elves declared. Harry knew many were eager to end their long hike and get some normality back in their days. Harry chuckled at that. He wasn't done with his newfound freedom and adventure by any stretch, but he could understand their need for normality. We've been walking for too long, with little actual work to do, Winky said sagely, it not be being good for an elf to have no work. Many were agreeing and chittering away now. They might be able to pause their searching for a temporary place to settle, at least for a short while, Harry concluded. Harry raised his hand for quiet. It's agreed. At sunrise we'll carefully introduce ourselves to the villagers, and look into some of you temporarily settling here if they're agreeable. At that the gathering broke up. Harry and Dobby agreed to approach alone to avoid overwhelming any welcoming party. Harry would also be cautious about discreetly using magic, to avoid alarming these potential new allies, though he wondered if they'd be familiar with house elves. That might freak them out regardless. In preparation for their meeting, Harry asked Dobby and the elves to hunt for some suitable kills to offer to one of the village hunting parties, as both a peace offering to the elders, and a good justification for the hunting party to cut their hunt short and guide them into the village. Harry should have known his elven friends were occasionally a little too enthusiastic, he should have given them more detailed instructions, he should not have been surprised to find them returning with a massive floating mammoth. Harry palmed his face, and sighed in amused exasperation. What was he going to do with them, he thought fondly. Nonetheless, the plan would go forward, and they'd have a particularly welcome offering to show for it, he thought as he thanked Merlin for the levitation charm. As Harry and Dobby approached the hunting party, they could see a few dropped jaws, and some nervous twitching of swords and axes. Though despite the possible nervous hostility the surprise on their faces was definitely worth it. Then again, who wouldn't be surprised by a lone man seemingly strolling atop the snow with a dead mammoth floating behind? Harry's plan to hide magic wasn't going too well. Peace, peace, Harry called, with his empty hands raised, we come in peace. Harry flicked his wrist to cast a temporary translation spell and repeated his last statement, hoping it would work with the likely unknown language of this land. My name is Hadrian Black Peverell, and this is my companion Dobby. Harry had long since decided his more formal first name, Hadrian, would be better received here, not knowing how well the word, Harry, would translate. He also wasn't sure if it was best to be known as a potter, in a medieval world, where pottery was probably still a major profession. He'd never made a pot in his life after all, and thought it would be best to avoid the confusion, just in case someone ever actually asked him to make a pot. So reverting back to the lesser-known, original name of the Potter clan seemed like a good idea. We bring this small gift as a token of our goodwill, Harry said, while noting a few skeptical looks and raised eyebrows at his description of a mammoth as a small gift. With a wave of his hand, Harry levitated the mammoth over his head to land between the two parties. Much to the amazement of the hunting party. The leader of the hunting party, a tall, muscular young man, stared at the levitating mammoth, seemingly trying to figure out if he was still sleeping. I am Torvald, he said slowly, finally pulling his eyes from the mammoth to the magic man. My father is Chief Sigvald. We shall take you to him. Your magic is incredible. Oops, so much for subtle, Harry thought as he looked over to his obvious house elf friend who had started levitating the mammoth again. He privately admitted to himself that he might have to pay a little more attention to the art of subtlety in future, but nobody's perfect. He also admitted that magic had become such second nature that hiding it would require real effort. He'd have to work on that in future too. Chapter 3 Teaser. That creature seems, a little loopy. Dareg muttered. He and Sveg cast a few side-eye glances at the one called Dobby. The creature was standing atop the inexplicably floating woolly mammoth like some conquering hero. It was difficult to gauge Dobby's sanity with just a glance, but Sveg couldn't help but notice the not one, but 4 hats he wore, and they were both pretty sure the creature had an array of colored socks pinned to his outfit. 1 comments 0 vote. Don't panic ch3. Then there were 2 notes. Keep in mind that this is building into a nice, long, meandering story and plot. Enjoy the journey. This chapter. The Thens meet a wizard, but they're familiar with magic because they've already got a wizard on staff, so to speak. Harry discovers an unexpected ancestral connection. The elves might discover their origin. And our little band of magical tourists go on a bit of a fix-it spree to spruce up the village, with magic of course. Last time, we bring this small gift as a token of our goodwill, Harry said, while noting a few skeptical looks and raised eyebrows at his description of a mammoth as a small gift. With a wave of his hand, Harry levitated the mammoth over his head to land between the two parties. Much to the amazement of the hunting party. The leader of the hunting party, a tall, muscular young man, stared at the levitating mammoth, seemingly trying to figure out if he was still sleeping. I am Torvald, he said slowly, finally pulling his eyes from the mammoth to the magic man. My father is Chief Sigvald. We shall take you to him. Your magic is incredible. Oops, so much for subtle, Harry thought as he looked over to his obvious house elf friend who had started levitating the mammoth again. He privately admitted to himself that he might have to pay a little more attention to the art of subtlety in future, but nobody's perfect. Chapter 3. Then there were 2. As the hunting party returned through the snowy landscape, they each made their own observations of their strange guests, suspiciously eyeing them, and quietly muttering to each other when it seemed they'd not be heard. Sveg was known to be the gossip of the group, and suspicious of everything, so he was naturally the first to comment to his peers. Look at that one, he said, gesturing towards Harry. His clothing is completely unsuited for this cold weather. It's a wonder he's not frozen solid. Dareg nodded. True, but I'm more concerned that no one seems bothered by the fact that his friend looks just like those creatures from the elders' stories of old. He scratched his head, as no one else bothered by that. That's a literal child of the forest, and we're saying nothing. He finished, almost a little desperate in his incredulous whispered observations. Some of the other stragglers listening in looked over at Dobby, then back at Dareg and shrugged. I just thought his friend was short and ugly, seemed rude to comment, Sveg replied, now watching a little more closely. At the very least, that creature seems, a little loopy. Dareg muttered. He and Sveg cast a few side-eye glances at the one called Dobby. The creature was standing atop the inexplicably floating woolly mammoth like some conquering hero. It was difficult to gauge Dobby's sanity with just a glance, but Sveg couldn't help but notice the not 1, but 4 hats he wore, and they were both pretty sure the creature had an array of colored socks pinned to his outfit. Sveg shook his head and replied, every clan has their occasional strange member, maybe Dobby was just a bit too strange to keep around the others. Dareg eyed Dobby speculatively, for all we know, he's the last of his kind. Maybe they were all a bit loopy. The legends do speak of them as powerful but somewhat overenthusiastic creatures. They did carve faces into every weirwood tree after all. Can't expect a sane person to do that. They all nodded sagely at Dareg's observation. Sveg piped in, well, those things are for the elders to sort out. I'm just a simple man, Dareg. All I want is a warm hearth and a warm meal. As long as they're not a threat to us, I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. Dareg chuckled, still eyeing the peculiar duo. You're right, Sveg, it's not our place to question. Let the elders figure this out. Besides, there's mammoth on the menu, so you'll not find me complaining. With that, the party continued to follow their feet back to their home, mainly arguing over the best way to cook a mammoth. As Harry entered the main wood hall of the village, he couldn't help but be reminded of the Viking longhouses he'd seen in history books. The hall was vast, with a high, pitched roof supported by large wooden beams. Long wooden tables spanned the length of the hall, accompanied by benches on either side, where the villagers would presumably gather to eat. At the center of the hall stood a great fire pit stove structure, notable in that it was clearly large enough to roast an entire mammoth. The fire filled the space with warmth and the satisfying scent of wood smoke. Towards the end of the hall, Harry noticed a group of elders gathered around a smaller fire pit. The flames cast dancing shadows upon their weathered faces, highlighting the lines and creases that spoke of age. Some looked welcoming, whilst others were clearly cautious or concerned. Nonetheless, all were watching Harry and Dobby with interest as they approached. It was evident that one of the hunters had run ahead to brief the elders on Harry's arrival. He imagined they'd been given the longer walk through the village to give the elders some time to gather. Despite looking cautious, Harry was definitely picking up on a welcoming vibe from the lot of them. Upon reaching the elders, Torvald introduced Harry and Dobby to his father Sigvald, the Magnar or chief, who looked them up and down, and gave a diplomatic smile. Hadrian Black Peverell, Sigvald started, seeming to roll the name around in contemplation. The people of Then Valley welcome you and your friend. He glanced at Dobby, seeming a bit unsure on that point, but continued anyway. You bring us this mammoth as a gift, but what is it you seek? We rarely receive visitors. Harry hesitated for a moment before answering. We seek refuge and respite in exchange for this mammoth, Magnar Sigvald. We've traveled far, from another land, and know not where we are. Sigvald's eyes narrowed. We don't know you, and we don't know your people. You've yet to even tell us of your tribe or its size. He paused. We welcome visitors, he added, in a more friendly tone, but refuge is a lot more to ask. You'll have to tell us more. What brings you so far from home? A few of the other elders nodded and grumbled in agreement. With a nod, Harry began his tale, keeping it short. I fought in a war to protect my people. But after the war ended, I was betrayed by those I once fought to save. In search of a new life, I found myself here through magical means, accompanied by my loyal friends, the elves, who chose to follow me. Harry gestured at Dobby, getting some strange looks at his mention of elves. Your village is the first sign of civilization we've encountered in this cold land. After a moment of silence and apparent contemplation, Sigvald spoke. Your tale is an honorable one, and we'll hear more of it later. We will consider your refuge request. Sigvald looked around, getting mostly nods or grunts from the other elders. But there might be more to this than you thought. Your Peverell name is of great interest to us. Our founding ancestors millennia ago were led by a powerful shaman Magnar, the great Ignotus Peverell. He appeared from a far-off land, much as you have. With his knowledge and magic he led us through a great war we call the Long Night. He led us and our other first men allies to fight the White Walkers in the Battle for Dawn. Much of the context of this apparent ancient war was going over Harry's head, but he was shocked to hear the connection with these people and his own direct ancestor Ignotus Peverell. Sigvald continued, after the Great Battle, we Thens chose to maintain our independence in the true north. He gestured widely, that is where you find yourself, a cold land, but a free land. We continued trade with our southern allies for a time. But, over the centuries, they forgot our relationship, and the Battle for Dawn became a distant memory. We have little contact with the Southerners now, as our only harbor, Hardhome, was destroyed long ago, and those who live below the wall view all above as savages. So much of this was going over Harry's head, but he nodded along, appreciating the brief history lesson, and still wrapping his head around his ancestor having made his way to this land. Likely through the veil. Harry would also have to ask later about this wall, which seemed to carry some meaning beyond being a simple wall. Sigvald paused before adding, you may still have distant kin in this world. Ignotus Peverell's only daughter married a southern Magnar, Brandon the Builder, who took the name Stark. The Starks still rule the lands just below the wall. But we can speak more on this later, Sigvald finished, clearly wishing to get on to the next topic of interest. At this the then elders turned their questioning gazes towards Dobby. It seemed they'd been patiently waiting to address the one Harry had called an elf, but many suspected to be a child of the forest. And to our other friend here, Sigvald started, Dobby, it is an honor to meet one of our old allies again. It does my heart good to know that these old friends of our people yet live. Dobby glanced at Harry, looking confused and a little unaccustomed to being addressed directly. Another elder chimed in, asking Harry, how did you come to be traveling with a child of the forest? We thought our old allies had vanished from this world centuries ago. Harry furrowed his brow, puzzled. Who are the children of the forest? The elders looked at Harry, then to Dobby, and back to Harry with a deadpan look. Sigvald raised an eyebrow and gestured to Dobby. One of the oldest amongst the elders chimed in, Dobby, we know not how you've lost your history, but you are, as far as we can tell, a creature of this land. Your people were the original inhabitants in fact. Sigvald nodded. Despite initial conflicts with our first men ancestors, the eventual alliance between ourselves and your people was crucial in our war with the White Walkers. Another elder chimed in, "We've not seen one of your kind in living memory, but the alliance stands." The other elders nodded along. Harry listened intently, absorbing all this surprising information. He'd intended to introduce himself to the first civilized people he'd encountered. Instead, he was being introduced to apparent ancient allies of both his ancestor and Dobby's. What a weird day. Harry thought on this. I can't say for certain that they're the same beings, but it seems sensible to conclude that this world might be the true origin of house elves. Harry looked to Dobby for confirmation. No one in my world knew where they came from. A few theories were clicking into place as he thought on this. The elves had expressed a satisfaction with the magic of this world. If they were truly from here, Harry could see how creatures that were used to this thick magic might find the sparser magic of his old world untenable. Harry could imagine the children, lost in the wizarding world, might have needed to bind themselves to the magic of witches and wizards to keep their powers. Harry would definitely be investigating whether the elves could gain true freedom from dependence on the bond magic in this new world. He could see Dobby was thinking much the same thing. If what you say is true, we might be able to resolve a great injustice done to the elves. In my lands, Harry shared, they live off my magic through a bond, but with this possibly being their native land, there is sure to be a way to free them from that bond. The then elders exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a mixture of curiosity, mainly in relation to the casual references to magic Harry kept making. The Sigvald nodded thoughtfully. If there is a way to help the children, or elves, regain their independence and reconnect with their true nature, we would owe it to our alliance to try. We would gladly support such an endeavor. Dobby had been silent for most of this, letting Harry lead, but spoke up as the leader of his people in this matter, not really knowing if this was true, but willing to take the chance. Dobby is pleased to renew the alliance, he stated, with a puffed-up chest. Dobby's people is already free enough under friend Harry's bond. He looked at Harry with admiration, then looked back to the elders with determination. But Dobby's people are strong, and will experiment without a bond to see if it be possible, he declared. At this Harry clapped his hands once, to bring it all back to the ground. Well, it seems we're welcome, and an alliance already exists, so if you'll allow us, we'll get settled in. Can we be shown to a village plot to build on? With a few more platitudes the gathering of elders broke up, leaving Magnar Sigvald and his son to lead Harry and Dobby to an open space to settle, asking a few more questions as they strolled. Harry was definitely happy with this result. He may not wish to stay too long, but a place to settle the elves while he traveled would be a welcome outcome. Standing in front of an empty plot between two village huts, Harry realized he hadn't introduced Sigvald or any of the other elders to the rest of the elves. I should mention that I've actually been traveling with an entire tribe of house elves, approximately 150 in total, he told Sigvald and the assembled group of hangers-on. Sigvald raised an eyebrow, quizzically. I'd gathered you had a small tribe with you, but I assumed they'd mostly be human. Looking around to emphasize the lack of any unknown elves or children of the forest in the vicinity, Sigvald continued, I assume you've left them at your campsite. Shall we send a team to greet them? Harry rubbed the back of his head. No, that won't be necessary, I have them here. He pulled the shrunken trunk from his belt, placed it carefully on the ground, and unshrunk it. This definitely dropped a few jaws, with some jumping back at the sudden resizing, and others reaching for weapons on instinct. Sigvald gathered his wits first and glanced from the now normal-sized trunk to Harry, with a raised eyebrow. Dobby astonished the gathering even further by opening the lid and stepping physically into the trunk as if walking down a staircase, disappearing entirely. Moments later, pops began to sound as more and more children of the forest, or elves, as they now appeared to be called, appeared all around the group, while some walked out of the trunk itself. A trunk that definitely shouldn't fit so many sentient beings. Sveg, who had been observing from the sidelines, leaned into his favorite group of town gossips. Did anyone check if Marge put hallucinogens in our morning broth again? He asked in all seriousness. Harry, who'd heard this faint query from Sveg, had to chuckle at that particular theory. Though he also made a note to determine who Marge was and double-check any broth she served. The elves shuffled in tightly around Harry, looking nervously at the surrounding strangers. At this display of nerves, Sigvald stepped up, putting on his most open and friendly face for clearly anxious potential allies. To the surprise of his people, Sigvald bowed deeply, followed by his advisors and the other observers after some slight hesitation. What a great honor it is to know our allies once more, and to see that your kind survive. Sigvald declared, speaking as a leader to trusted allies. Be welcome here in our home. What is ours is yours. This is a bright day for the people of then. Harry was delighted to find a people who respected his friends. After looking to Harry, who nodded at him, Dobby stepped forward, bowing back to Sigvald. Dobby speaks for the elves, he declared, again puffing up his chest again, though unused to so much respect. We's be accepting your welcome and offer of renewed alliance with my peoples. Having concluded the slightly awkward semi-formal portion of the greeting, Dobby looked around at his still nervous brethren. If it pleases all, the elves would like to return to their work for now. At the nods of approval from those around, the elves bowed and popped away, disappearing back into the trunk. The Thens exchanged astonished and pleased glances. They were largely alone amongst the people of the true north, being the only proper settlement and civilized nation. It was definitely pleasing to have friendly supporters and allies. They'd all witnessed the casual use of magic to pop in and out of the area, and felt safe in the knowledge that such powerful beings were to be friends as opposed to enemies. At this point Sigvald decided to break up the impromptu gathering to collect his thoughts. For now, get yourselves settled, feel free to erect a tent or structure here. He vaguely pointed at the empty plot. We'll prepare a feast for this evening to welcome you all properly. With the Thens having accepted Harry and the house elves in full knowledge of their magic, Harry felt a load fall off his shoulders. No matter what happened, it seemed the elves had a friendly home for the near future. Apparently their surprise shared histories and previously unknown pre-existing alliances was a huge help. He also had no doubt that in a harsh environment like this, there would be no shortage of work for them to pick up alongside the villagers. Harry was mostly pleased to have found some minor level of civilization. Sure, they appeared to be a large Bronze Age village or minor city-state by the loosest of definitions, but it was a much better start than he'd expected after encountering all those underwhelming nomadic tribes. That they were both friendly and distantly connected with his family was a boon he put down to the better part of his Potter luck. The feast that night in the Long Hall was a cozy and lively affair, with villagers of all ages gathered to celebrate the arrival of their unexpected guests. Musicians played drums and simple whistles, filling the air with tunes reminiscent of old Irish folk music. Harry could feel the sense of warmth and camaraderie that permeated the air, binding these people together in the face of the harsh environment that surrounded them. Harry and Dobby were seated at a high table, in places of honor next to Sigvald and his family, while the elves had scattered themselves amongst the villagers, mostly overcoming their initial nervousness. Harry had cast a blanket translation charm over everyone for the night. Though they'd need to figure out the new language in due course, as such charms are imperfect. He also chuckled at the few elves who had insisted on joining the cooking crew and servers for the night. It took a bit of convincing, especially with some of the pots being larger than the elves. But they were nothing if not persistent. The bemused servers were left to watch as the many shared platters flew around the room to their designated tables. The villagers ultimately treated Harry and the elves with respect and curiosity, sharing their stories and eagerly asking questions about their magics and the wizarding world. As the feast went on, the Sigvald mentioned in passing that another man, much like Harry, had arrived in their village a few solar cycles ago. This immediately caught Harry's attention. He's also a wizard, but doesn't possess as much magic as you. He requires a wand. Sigvald shared, contemplatively, but he has been a great addition to our people. He's proven himself to be a skilled fighter and a wise advisor. He's out on a hunt, but should return in 2 to 3 days, the chieftain said, his voice warm with affection for the relative newcomer. Intrigued, Harry asked for the man's name, wondering if it was another magical refugee like himself. Our new friend goes by the name Sirius, though he's rarely serious about anything. Sigvald chuckled to himself on that last comment, using one of their friend's own inane jokes. We don't use family names here as we're all family in a way, but from recollection he's a black. He concluded. Harry choked on his mead, his eyes widening in shock and disbelief. Dobby took to smacking him on the back to relieve the coughing fit. Sirius, he choked out, in a state of shock. His lost godfather, the closest thing he had to a father figure. The man he'd practically killed through his stupid misadventure in 5th year. Sirius, who was surely dead after falling through the veil. Of course, he whispered, the veil. The veil brought me here, why wouldn't it bring Sirius? The thought that Sirius could be both alive and living in this remote village that he'd stumbled upon by chance was beyond belief. But with Potter luck in play, he could just about see it happening. Harry took a moment to calm his emotions, taking a deep breath to release the mix of elation and trepidation. He was already convinced this had to be real. Who else would have the name Sirius? In fact, he was desperate for it to be real. Sigvald was watching him with some concern. Harry straightened himself up and continued the conversation following his coughing fit. I think I know him, he stammered. He's been here for years, you say? Or I think you call them cycles? Harry asked, still finding it hard to believe that his Sirius could have been among these people for so long. Yes, indeed, the chieftain replied with a smile. He's become a valued member of the then. He introduced basic wards to help with the preservation of our food, which has been a great boon during this last harsh winter. He also recharged our ancient wards, that stood since the time of Ignotus. We knew little of these things, Sigvald admitted. These wards help hold back the worst of the cold and blizzards, providing our village with a measure of security and comfort. He paused, for a moment, looking over his happy people. We had not realized how weak the wards had become. It's more comfortable now than it's been in living memory. We've even managed to grow a few small crops this winter. Sigvald went on to explain how Sirius had spent many moons searching for a way home, a quest that had taken him far and wide across the true north. That was the reason he still joined the hunts. Of course, even with his magic, Sirius is one of the worst hunters we have ever seen. Sigvald admitted with a fine smile. Nonetheless, we allow him to join the hunts for the magical warmth he provides. Along with his uplifting spirit, he can certainly brighten even the worst day of hunting. When he first arrived, he was quite depressed, weighed down by grief, the Magnar continued. But over time, he seems to have accepted his fate here. He often grumbles about how this place is far better than his home, which he seems to suggest was Demon Tor Island, or some grim old place. I've never been able to get more details. He doesn't like to talk about it. Seeing he had Harry's rapt attention on the topic of Sirius, he concluded Harry truly did know the man. Sigvald clapped Harry on the back and suggested, "It seems a grand reunion is due. Sirius will return in just a few days. For now, perhaps you should seek rest and recover from your journey." At this comment Harry looked over the crowd, noting that many had already departed, with a few elves feverishly cleaning up, leaving the cooks watching on somewhat bemused again. "Harry, from your earlier comments, I gather you intended to settle the elves in, but I never got the impression you'd hang around too long. You seem restless," Sigvald observed. "There's nothing wrong with a little youthful adventure, but please, settle in for the next few days with your friends, and we will ensure that you meet with your Sirius in due course." Sigvald finished with a solid slap on the back and rose from the table. Harry nodded, as they parted, his head still somewhat of a mush from the shock. "You're an observant one, Sigvald," he said in parting, "but I definitely have no intention of venturing onward before linking up with Sirius. Good night, and thanks again for the warm welcome to your home." At this Harry made his way back to the tent some of the elves had set up on their designated plot, going over all the implications of having his godfather back. He was frankly giddy. Over the next 3 days Harry, Dobby, and the elves found themselves welcomed by the Thens with open arms. The Thens, led by his new friends Sigvald and Torvald, were eager to show Harry their way of life and proud to show him around their village. Harry had taken a great liking to the friendly, simple people of Then Valley, and was keen to contribute something in return. The most obvious contributions would naturally be of the magical kind, but he was also acutely aware of his modern knowledge that could somewhat uplift their way of life, or at least ease some of the more complex tasks. Harry didn't intend to make any major changes, for fear of damaging their finely balanced cooperative economy. In fact, he'd have to be cautious everywhere he went in this world, as any technology in the wrong hands, or too advanced, could be highly disruptive to the local economy and would counterintuitively damage the quality of life of the local inhabitants instead of improving it. That said, Harry could think of many improvements that would be incredibly helpful without being overly disruptive. And maybe in future he could help these people more, in a slower, more planned evolution of their tech. He was also very keen on figuring out some kind of magical solution for their toilets and waste handling. He wasn't sure how Sirius had overlooked that, but one whiff of the latrine area on the outskirts of the village was enough to put that towards the top of the list. First, though, he'd make observations, figure out where the biggest gaps were, and only then would he be comfortable making changes. He actually had Yappy follow him around with a clipboard taking notes on some of his ideas. Though he'd not forget anything in his mind palace, Yappy was so keen to help that he couldn't bear to turn him down. The village itself was protected by a sturdy wooden palisade, expertly crafted and tall enough to deter any potential threats. 2 large gates stood at opposite ends of the village, allowing for easy access and exit when necessary. A deep moat, filled with cold fresh water from the nearby river, surrounded the entire perimeter, providing both drinking water, fish, and an extra layer of defense against invaders. Inside the village, large family huts were scattered throughout, each made of wood and insulated with moss and animal hides. The roofs were covered with layers of thatch, expertly woven to keep out the harsh elements. Each hut housed an extended family, with shared sleeping quarters and communal areas for cooking and socializing. In the center of the village stood a large communal building, used for feasts, meetings, and various ceremonies. It was adorned with intricate carvings, depicting the history and legends of the then people. The food storage vaults were located near the river, allowing for easy access to fresh fish and to ice for preservation. Inside the vaults they had large wooden racks filled with smoked meats. Though, Harry observed that a supply of salt might help them extend the life of their meats even further, so he added it to the list. He could easily share a few years' worth of salt with the Thens, without dipping too far into his reserves. Baskets on other shelves contained an assortment of vegetables, roots, and berries. The Thens took great pride in their hunting and gathering skills, as well as their ability to preserve food for the long winter months, often with the use of plentiful ice. Villagers were shuffling in and out of the food storage vaults, preparing for the midday meal. Harry thought he also saw Marge, who he'd already had pointed out to him, pull some suspicious-looking herbs from underneath some sacks, while muttering something about the best soup they'll ever have. He resolved to stay away from the pumpkin soup at lunch. Various other structures could be found throughout the village, each serving a specific purpose. There was a blacksmith's forge, where skilled craftsmen fashioned everything from axes and swords to pots and pans, largely from bronze. A small tannery processed animal hides, transforming them into durable leather for clothing and insulation. A woodworking area, filled with shavings and the scent of fresh-cut wood, was where skilled carpenters crafted everything from furniture to the palisade walls themselves. They also spent their spare time carefully carving grand designs into wood, as a form of storytelling and record-keeping. Harry suspected they would be excellent at the careful art of carving runes if he could come up with some simple strings to share with them. During their stay, Magnar Sigvald and Torvald ensured that their guests were well taken care of, providing them with warm meals. Though they were all getting used to the elves taking up part of the cooking workload with gusto. None complained, it's not like there weren't other tasks to pick up. They were also offered more comfortable lodgings, after it was observed that Harry had only a simple tent. That conversation turned into a jaw-dropping demonstration when Harry led a line of curious villagers into his humble abode. The Thens were also fascinated by Harry's tales of his world and the magical creatures he had encountered. Some of these creatures were actually known to the Then, which Harry was pleased to hear, because he'd be able to share some simple potions with the Then as well. Harry wasn't sure if they'd have enough magic to make them, but the elves certainly would. One of the more surprising things Harry noticed was the importance put on education among the Thens. He'd rather ignorantly expected them to be people of action, as opposed to knowledge. While they didn't have much in the way of written record, he watched as the village elders taught the children an array of core life lessons, with a particular focus on essential survival skills. Upon further investigation, Harry was surprised to discover that the village healers, though lacking in more overt magical abilities, were in fact able to prepare and use basic potions. That answered one of his questions. They used a mixture of plants, roots, and berries to create poultices and tonics for the sick and injured. Harry reasoned that, with the heavy magic in this world, he wouldn't be surprised if the entire village was made up of squibs or weak magicals. He also recalled that magic featured in quite a few of the early histories of the Thens. With that in mind, Harry observed the healers at work, taking note of their methods and ingredients for future reference. He suspected he might be able to learn something new here, as opposed to simply sharing his own knowledge. He knew there were a few elves with a special interest in healing and potions that would be eager to connect with these village healers. Harry instructed Yappy to share with the right elves, and asked them to spend some of their time creating a written record of the village potions and methods, while he was out exploring this world. Frankly, there was so much activity in this village it was hard to get a sense of it all. Potters crafted earthenware vessels for storage and cooking, while weavers created clothing and blankets from the wool of the hardy local mountain goats. Harry even witnessed a talented local bard regaling the villagers with tales of ancient battles and heroes with the help of rudimentary props and puppets, clearly keeping the then's oral history alive and vivid in the minds of the listeners. Among the various roles and tasks in the village, Harry noticed a strong sense of unity and cooperation. Everyone worked together, their individual skills and talents combining to create a thriving community. They did have a rudimentary form of currency, though it served only occasional purpose in such a self-sufficient community. It was apparently helpful in managing trade with passing nomadic tribes, though even then, some insisted on barter-based trade instead. Feeling by the third day that he'd gathered enough information to make a difference here, Harry pushed up his sleeves and got to work on some of the more obvious improvements he could make for the villagers, alongside Dobby and the elves. First, Harry focused on repairing the village walls and huts. The harsh climate had taken its toll on the wooden structures, leaving them in need of maintenance. And while they had the skills to fix all this, they couldn't easily collect the materials in winter, and even in summer they were far too busy subsisting, especially growing and gathering food for the next winter. Thanks to the versatility of the Reparo spell and a few other more specialized construction spells, it just took a few flicks of Harry's wrist to complete many of the repairs needed around the village. The walls and huts were soon quickly repaired and reinforced, much to the astonishment and gratitude of the villagers. Much of the village hadn't been in this condition since the last long summer. Harry also added a few beams and struts wherever he felt they'd benefit the various structures. Knowing that moving these sorts of heavy wooden beams would usually take teams of villagers to perform manually. Something that would usually be too much effort for such small structures, and would be overlooked in normal circumstances. He was making sure they'd have sturdy, well-protected homes for years to come. After completing the repairs, Harry turned his attention to the village's medical facilities. As he had already observed the healers at work, he offered to share some basic potion recipes that could be made using ingredients readily available in the area. He also asked the elves to stock the village with potions they made from the magical creatures and plant life in his trunk farm. If they were going to stay, there was no reason to be stingy with renewable materials like that. The head healer eagerly gathered all the village healers, who listened intently as Harry lectured on various brewing procedures, the purpose of certain ingredients, and the use of various specialist brewing tools which were also supplied from his trunk. They'd obviously never seen or felt the need to create anything like a crystal cauldron, or silver stirrers, but each had their purpose for some of the more complex healing potions, and Harry was happy enough to part with some of his spares, knowing he could make more if needed. Under Harry's guidance, the healers learned the wizarding version of the all-purpose healing salve for cuts and bruises. He taught them to brew a fever-reducing tonic, and he had Winky share a remedy for common colds, which required some of the trunk ingredients. By far the most popular potion he shared with the villagers though, was a simple warming potion, usually taught in first year at Hogwarts. It was so simple that it wasn't technically classed as a potion by the wizards and witches of his old world, more as a simple remedy. It was simple enough, and the ingredients plentiful enough, that hunting parties could easily make a batch each night while on the move. All it needed was some ground cinnamon bark, something he found out they had plenty of in the surrounding forest. In addition to fireweed petals, which were plentiful in mountainous regions like this. When boiled in a pot with a sliver of obsidian, and stirred by a magical or a squib, it produced a powerful warming potion which could ward off even the deepest chill. He found out that obsidian was known as dragonglass here, and was found easily all through the foothills. On finding out that the forest had plenty of cinnamon trees, Harry also took the time to teach the cooks how to strip the bark and dry it to prepare cinnamon spice. Something he was sure they could trade easily with passing tribes, in addition to using in their own cooking. Harry also made sure to point out some of the creatures they could find in their own backyard that were seemingly overlooked in their pre-existing village recipes. He even pointed out the possible uses of direwolves that he'd read in the more ancient journals from his library. Though he wasn't sure whether they'd bother with that route, given how obviously dangerous it would be to try domesticating or hunting them. The healers, hunters and cooks were deeply grateful for all this knowledge, and Harry could see the difference it would make in the lives of the villagers. Harry also gained the favor of absolutely everyone in the village when he placed a permanent switching rune on the latrines. He'd just vanish the stuff, but he recognized the inherent value of manure on crops, as horrible as that sounded. So he created a distant pit far from the village walls, that the sewage would be switched to. He followed that up by placing a minor gas ward around the latrine, to neutralize all smells. He was practically hero-worshipped for this, with some of the craftsmen promising, jokingly, to place a wood carving of Harry, watching over the latrines in remembrance of this great undertaking. Harry took the light ribbing in the humor it was meant. At least, he hoped they meant it as a joke. Chapter 4 Teaser. Sirius took a moment to calm himself, then smiled. "We're going to have so much fun, Harry. Have you met the village yet?" he asked, putting an arm over Harry's shoulder and dragging him back to the gates. "Of course you have, what am I saying?" he corrected himself. "Better question, have you had any of Marge's excellent soup yet?" He sprouted a broad grin at that. He'd been helping Marge get her herbs into all sorts of food since joining the den. He may be lousy at hunting, but he liked to think that the Sirius-Marge partnership in hallucinogenic mayhem at least lifted the spirits at mealtime. 0 comments 0 vote. Don't panic ch4, a Sirius reunion. Notes. Hopefully you're all enjoying the story, please do let me know your thoughts and suggestions. I'm especially interested in suggestions for Dobby's well-meaning but utterly chaotic antics. The poor Westerosi won't know what hit them. This chapter. Our two powerful and allegedly sane wizards finally reconnect. It's heartwarming. We get some backstory on Sirius's experience. We learn why Sirius didn't ward the stinking latrines. Sirius is stunned by the frankly impossibly large farm trunk. Harry learns the old tongue. And Dobby helps a friendly then herbologist with her special project. Last time, Sigvald went on to explain how Sirius had spent many moons searching for a way home, a quest that had taken him far and wide across the true north. That was the reason he still joined the hunts. Of course, even with his magic, Sirius is one of the worst hunters we have ever seen. Sigvald admitted with a fond smile. Nonetheless, we allow him to join the hunts for the magical warmth he provides, along with his uplifting spirit, he can certainly brighten even the worst day of hunting. ... Sigvald clapped Harry on the back and suggested, "It seems a grand reunion is due. Sirius will return in just a few days. For now, perhaps you should seek rest and recover from your journey." Chapter 4. A Sirius Reunion. The morning of their fourth day in the village dawned crisp and clear, the first rays of the rising sun casting a soft golden light across the village. Sirius was due back today and Harry could hardly contain his excitement, pacing back and forth in front of the main gate as he waited for any sign of his long-lost godfather. Dobby stood atop the wall, resplendent in his best socks as he also kept a lookout for Harry's godfather, his large eyes taking in the curious villagers who were beginning to go about their daily tasks. A short while later, that felt like an eternity to Harry, the hunting party finally emerged from the tree line. There, amongst the men, was Sirius, trotting along unencumbered alongside the more successful hunters, lugging slain deer and rabbit carcasses. He had an upbeat air about him, despite the fact that he had utterly failed to catch anything. As the group approached the gatehouse, Harry couldn't hold it in, with a quick sonorous on his throat he called out to his godfather. "Sirius, Sirius." He waved both arms, his voice full of emotion. Sirius's head snapped up at the sound of his name, and he did a double-take as a black-haired rocket sprinted across the clearing and slammed into him. He stumbled back a step in shock, his mind racing as he tried to comprehend what he was seeing. It couldn't be, how could it possibly be, it was his godson. And was that a house elf standing on the wall? "Harry," Sirius breathed, his voice barely more than a whisper. "Is it really you?" "It's really me, Sirius. I solemnly swear it," Harry replied, voice thick with emotion as he clung to his godfather. Tears welled up in both their eyes as they held each other tightly, the years of separation and the pain of loss not quite fading away even as they stood there, both clearly alive, in the warmth of their embrace. Sirius pulled back slightly, looking Harry up and down with a mixture of wonder and disbelief. "What happened, Harry? How did you get here?" he asked, his voice cracking. That opened the floodgates, as Harry sputtered out a 10-mile-a-minute summary of the intervening time since they were last together. "I won the war, Sirius. We won, but after all that, I still lost. They never changed, Sirius, and they wanted to blame all their failures on me. I had to run. I escaped through the veil. Hermione had a theory, well, anyway, it worked, and I found this new place. It's cold and wet but the people are nice. And now you're here." He stopped to breath, having explained practically nothing, yet somehow summarized everything quite well. Sirius was a bit muddled, having tried to follow it all, but figured it was okay, he'd get a better explanation later. I caught the gist of that, Harry, and I'm sorry the wizarding world treated you so poorly, but I have to admit, he paused for effect and held Harry out in front of him to get a better look, I'm so glad you're here. I missed you. Losing you was my greatest regret. I tried so hard to get back. He paused again, still feeling a bit scarred by the grief of being stuck here, not being able to reach Harry, to protect him, despite his actual goal being right there in front of him. Sirius took a moment to calm himself, then smiled. We're going to have so much fun, Harry. Have you met the village yet? He asked, putting an arm over Harry's shoulder and dragging him back to the gates. Of course you have, what am I saying? He corrected himself. Better question, have you had any of Marge's excellent soup yet? He sprouted a broad grin at that. He'd been helping Marge get her herbs into all sorts of food since joining the den. He may be lousy at hunting, but he liked to think that the Sirius-Marge partnership in hallucinogenic mayhem at least lifted the spirits at mealtime. Meanwhile, the villagers watched the emotional roller coaster of a reunion with a mix of curiosity and pleasure. They'd all grown close to Sirius, and Harry was such a nice young man, it felt right that they had each other again. They clearly had a deep bond, and Sirius had always been a bit down about his lot in life, despite his otherwise boisterous presence. It looks like this is exactly what Sirius needed. And who knows, maybe Harry could convince Sirius to stop helping Marge put her herbs in the food. As Harry led Sirius through the gate and towards the tent, Sirius reached out and ruffled his godson's hair affectionately. I can't believe you're really here, Harry, he said, his voice thick with emotion. I've missed you so much. I've missed you too, Harry replied, blinking back tears. More than you can possibly imagine. Now show me your tent, and please tell me you have a proper shower in there. Sirius added, lifting the mood a bit. Though he was quite serious about the wish for working plumbing. He'd also be thankful for a working toilet. He couldn't for the life of him remember the ward to prevent gases or smells, which made using the village latrine a horrifying ordeal. The villagers smiled warmly at the sight before getting back to their tasks for the day. Frankly, everything was a lot easier these last few days, thanks to the 150 children of the forest puttering around town, or elves as they were now calling themselves. They seemed so strangely keen to help with all the daily chores. There was so much more time left in the day for hobbies or relaxation. Dobby had even mentioned something about deck chairs, margaritas, whatever that was, and a temporary sunshine spell that had a few of them quite excited. Harry and Sirius settled into the cozy living area of the tent, the magical flames providing warmth and comfort. Eager to catch up on each other's lives, they began to exchange stories. So, tell me everything, Sirius. How have you been spending your time here? Harry asked. Sirius sighed. Well, it's been an adventure, to say the least, a small smile playing on his lips. When I first arrived, I was pretty disoriented, and my wand was damaged. Sirius pulled a cracked and singed wand from his inner pocket, tossing it to Harry. I've been able to use it for weak spells, but it sparks and burns when I try anything above a first-year spell. I doubt it'll hold out much longer, he sighed. With a barely working wand, and absolutely no sign of civilization, I was stuck in this wilderness. I did try apparating home, but obviously that got me nowhere. The magic won't take hold if your destination doesn't exist. I tried to charm a portkey with no success, and even the point me spell just spun the wand. Sirius looked a bit exhausted just relating all this. With no obvious way home, and no sign of where on earth I was, survival became the first priority. At this, Sirius looked a bit sheepish. It turns out I'm not much of a survivalist. Your dad would have been fine, and Remus was used to living rough. But growing up as a black, I'll admit I had a lot of dependence on the family elves. I was lost for several days before this lot stumbled upon me. I think they could tell I wasn't local. Probably by my lack of furs. Or the fact I didn't even speak their language. Sirius paused for a bit to sip from the fire whiskey an elf had set beside him. But the Thens are good people. They took me in and fed me. Merlin, am I glad they had food and shelter. I was starving. A faulty wand definitely puts us wizards on the back foot. Thank Merlin for the Thens, Harry said with a small smile, raising his glass slightly in a toast to their new friends, though, from what Sigvald told me, it sounds like you've made a real difference here, even with limited magic. Sirius chuckled. I've tried, Harry. I've been teaching them about better sanitation, helping them preserve their food with rune-based wards, and generally trying to improve their quality of life. You know, it's not all bad being stuck here. The Thens are a strong, resilient people, and they've taught me a lot about survival and community, especially after how poorly the wizarding community treated me. Harry winced in agreement. Neither had been treated well in the wizarding world. Though, without a properly functioning wand, it took a while to learn their language to even communicate effectively. You've learned their language, then? Harry inquired. Yes, I have, Sirius replied with a hint of pride, and I can share it with you and the elves using an old black family spell if you want. Well, I can if you're happy to lend me your wand to perform the spell, he finished with a frown. To this Harry gave a sly smile, lifted his empty hands, and flicked his wrist, causing a bluebell flame to sit comfortably atop his palm. I'm not sure I can share my wand, Sirius, he added smugly and laughed at Sirius's dropped jaw. What, Harry, is that wandless? Since when? How? Sirius sputtered. Ah, yes, the how is a longer story, we can discuss it some other time, Harry replied, not really wanting to dive into the Deathly Hallows saga just yet. But in short, it's less like fully practiced wandless magic, more like I've absorbed a wand, or become a human wand. Thinking for a moment he expanded, the difference being that I didn't have to practice this, and it's not harder or more power intensive. I had been practicing some wandless magic before the change, and I just barely got the summoning spell down. But now, he levitated Sirius's burnt-out wand back to him, it comes as easily as if I was holding a wand at all times, he finished. Only you, Harry, only you, Sirius laughed, I'm a bit jealous though, I could have used that skill, he grumbled good-naturedly. You'll definitely be telling me more about this later, but please tell me you have at least one spare wand I could borrow. Sirius asked, with a combination of desperation and puppy dog eyes. Harry's face lit up with a knowing smile. Don't worry, Sirius, it seems you're in luck. I brought a whole collection of spare wands with me just in case. I did prepare for any eventuality after all. Or at least the elves prepared. Harry bounced up from his cushioned armchair and gestured towards the farm trunk sitting innocuously in the corner. Let's find one that suits you. At that, Sirius also jumped out of his chair and hurried to follow Harry, almost shaking with excitement. Merlin, Harry. Just, thank Merlin you're here. I was going spare without a working wand. Sirius prattled on as he followed Harry into the trunk, before coming to a sudden stop, his eyes wide with shock as he took in the sheer size of the space contained inside. This isn't a normal storage trunk, Harry. I don't think prepared even begins to cover it. Just how much did those elves of yours fit in here? Sirius shook himself from his shock and hurried off after his godson, who was laughing softly as he made his way to a small group of storage building a short walk from the entrance. Harry chuckled at his godfather's shocked expression as he made his way to the building he knew contained an astonishingly large collection of wands. His elves had liberated these wands from the Room of Requirement and all the second-hand stores they could find in Diagon Alley, when they knew Harry was leaving to a new world. It was always worth being prepared. I told you I came prepared, didn't I? Harry said as they arrived. Swinging the doors open with a flourish, Harry relished the look on his godfather's face as he gazed at the racks and racks of wands. It almost looked like his eyes were actually twinkling with glee. As Sirius tried wand after wand, searching for a match, Harry shared more of his own time since they were last together. It was not a pretty story, recounting the end of the war, the betrayal he faced and his decision to flee in more detail. Sirius's expression softened, filled with understanding and sympathy. I'm sorry you had to go through that, Harry. But I'm so glad we've found each other again, you're the only reason I tried to find a way back, and I really did try. Ask the Thens, I've joined almost every hunting expedition to explore this land for another veil, I tried runic constructs, I even tried divination, nothing worked. Sirius picked up yet another wand and waved it, before frowning and going for the next. As he did this he looked to Harry. I can tell you knew this was a one-way trip by your preparation, he vaguely gestured to the storage room they stood in, inside the farm trunk, so let's put the past behind us. Draw a line under it and make the best of this new start. He grabbed Harry's shoulder reassuringly. Sirius, I've honestly never felt so free in my life. Harry declared, really meaning it. I've been a slave, a savior and a pariah, in all of that time, I've never really been free, I've never really had a chance to live. He looked to the fields outside where the elves were pottering around. We've had a pretty shit time of it these last few years, so I'm with you all the way. Let's draw that line under it all, try to forget it, and start actually living." Harry concluded, smiled, then laughed as Sirius' latest wand attempt left his hair a stunning shade of pink. Finally waving a wand that spurted golden sparks, Sirius also smiled. "I don't know if you've learned much about this world yet, but as two fairly powerful wizards from a more modern world, I can't see this going wrong." That seemed a little too overconfident to Harry, especially given his questionable Potter luck, but he was willing to accept the sentiment regardless. Now with a suitable wand, they returned to the living room in the tent. Sirius sat cross-legged on the floor, closed his eyes and took a few moments to meditate before initiating the spell to share the language. Gesturing for Harry to join him on the floor, Sirius touched the tip of the wand to his own temple before drawing it to Harry's, as if passing a memory strand, but one that shimmered more gold than silver and seemed somehow more substantial. Harry felt an unusual discomfort, which quickly grew into a splitting headache as his grasp on the previously foreign language forcibly established itself within his mind. Even with occlumency and a well-formed mind palace to help, Harry barely managed to remain conscious. Having spent a moment to groan in self-pity, grabbing his now throbbing head, Harry gathered himself and stumbled back to the armchair, collapsing into it and gratefully snatching the pain relief potion from one of the elves, who thankfully always seemed to know just when they were needed. Sirius had requested a pot of tea from one of the other elves and took time to relax in the warmth while Harry dealt with the pain. Sirius greedily sipped his tea, having missed it almost as much as fire whiskey, and showed an equal appreciation for the scones with jam and cream that appeared on the side edible. After getting themselves settled and taking in their tea for a moment, Harry rejoined the world of the living, somewhat. Or at least his head was throbbing a little less. "So, did you have any plans, Harry? What's next?" Sirius queried. "I've managed to get on with the Thens, but I've got no obligations. We can do what we want, go where we want, it's really up to you. Obviously, whatever you do, I'm coming along," he added. Harry took a deep breath before he began to explain his thoughts. "You know, Sirius, I've spent my whole life living up to the expectations of others. I've always been forced to fight battles for people who never really appreciated what I did for them. I want something different now. I want to travel, I want a holiday, I want to experience life without any responsibilities or expectations." Sirius nodded, understanding Harry's desire. "And what of the house elves? They've joined you on this adventure, presumably thanks to Hermione's efforts and your saving people thing. Will they travel with us?" Harry smiled warmly. "Yes, I still have that saving people thing Hermione always talks about. I owe it to the elves to make sure they're taken care of. They've put their trust in me on this journey, and they're my friends first and foremost, so I'm not completely free of obligations." Harry paused. "With that said, enough of them have expressed an interest in staying here, at least temporarily, that I feel fairly confident leaving them with the Thens while we travel. We can find a new place to settle once we've had time to properly explore a bit." Harry looked at Winky, happily sewing at a table in the corner with some of the elder elves. "I also want them to feel their own freedom, and I don't think carrying them around a foreign land in a trunk will be to anyone's liking." Sirius contemplated Harry's words for a moment. "We'll speak to Sigvald, but I think they'll get on well here with the Thens." Sirius paused again to think. "In fact, I think we can kill two birds with one stone. If you want to go exploring the world, we may be able to help beyond pure travel for travel's sake." This seemed to get Harry's attention, so Sirius continued, "The Thens are doing well enough here, but they live a subsistence lifestyle. They could have a much better life in warmer lands. We could help them grow as a people if we can help them farm, mine and build a permanent base for trade." Sirius took a sip from his tea, savoring it as he thought. Torvald and some of the others have spoken of the tribe's hunt for safer lands, and especially warmer lands, but they have some sort of trouble with a wall, and the people further south. Maybe we can find a place suitable for all of us to settle. Ourselves, the Thens, and the elves, Sirius concluded, quite pleased with this emerging idea. Harry hummed, "I see no problem with that. I definitely owe it to the elves, and we really should do something for the Thens, given everything they've done for the both of us. They basically saved your life when you first arrived after all." He called for Dobby and Winky, quickly sharing this high-level plan to get their input. Dobby spoke up first, his eyes wide with excitement. "Dobby thinks this is a wonderful idea, Harry Potter, sir. But Dobby will join you and Master Sirius on your travels. Dobby cast a glance at Sirius before continuing. Dobby is being told by the Thens that Sirius be banned from kitchens. Dobby doesn't want Harry to starve. Harry raised his eyebrow questioningly at Sirius. What? I didn't have a wand. I tried to make a warming potion instead. How was I supposed to know they'd mistake it for the lunch menu? Their fur disappeared after just a few days anyway. He finished unconvincingly. Winky ignored Sirius' antics and looked thoughtful for a moment before she spoke. Winky agrees with Dobby. Harry Potter, sir. But Winky and the other elves will stay with the Thens. There's plenty of work here for the elves, and we can always come to your call if needed. She nodded decisively, flapping her big ears in the process. With that agreement, and a vague plan to travel, Harry nodded in agreement, relaxed and chatted a bit with Sirius on the various changes he'd made to the village. They'd speak with the elders later in the day, and maybe they'd get some maps as well, so they could start planning their trip. Harry was a bit excited now with plans mulling about in his head. This was his first proper holiday, and he'd have both Sirius and Dobby along with him for the ride. A smile grew slowly on his face as he thought of all the fun, and probably chaos they might encounter in this new world. As the son of a marauder, he liked to think he was fairly good with a bit of chaos. Dobby was having a great time. There was just so much to do, and Harry had given them permission to just get on with whatever they wanted. He'd already offered his help to the nice people in the village laundry and sorted all the socks by number of holes. Harry was always on at him about matching socks, so he was sure everyone would be very pleased with his efforts. Right now, however, Dobby was showing the farm trunk greenhouses to an unusually eager then herbologist. She'd approached him just an hour ago, making some passing comment that she knew he'd be a like-minded sort of fellow given his bite sock collection and multiple hats. Dobby was highly pleased to get such a compliment on his outfit. He'd spent the last hour sharing all the medicinal properties and effects of the greenhouse plants with the villager, and he'd even allowed her to take a few cuttings to grow her own. Dobby didn't think Harry would mind him sharing some of the more special plants, given they had already outed their magics to the Thens, and had formed at least a tentative alliance. Dobby's new friend had been especially interested in the Alahatsi tree, which Dobby knew was used in pick-me-up potions, and in raw form would cause uncontrollable laughter. Given her choice, Dobby also dug out a spare bag of billywigs, thinking they might also be helpful for whatever potion the lovely lady was making. He did use gloves, because Winky had warned him that billywig stings would cause giddiness followed by levitation. Dobby loved being helpful, and Marge seemed ever so grateful for all the help. She even promised that tonight's dinner would be especially uplifting. Dobby wondered what was on the menu. Dropping the thought, he went in hunt of the next person he could help. Chapter 5 Teaser. Both Harry and Sirius were shocked to learn that these dragons had human riders. That was certainly unheard of in the wizarding world. Harry commented, "It has been tried for sure, but it usually resulted in a crispy wizard. No one has ever truly tamed a dragon. In fact, I was among the rare few known to have survived even attempting to ride a dragon, and that was purely by accident." Harry noted in an offhand manner, wincing slightly at the memory. Sirius joined the elders in throwing Harry an incredulous and somewhat concerned look at that comment. He'd have to get that story from Harry later. Just how does one, accidentally, ride a dragon anyway? 1 comments 0 vote. Don't panic ch5. Westeros history, the Thenish perspective. Chapter notes. We're finishing the setup in this chapter and sending them off to explore Westeros. Much later in the story they'll settle down, not telling you where just yet, but for now, enjoy their meandering journey and adventures. Suggestions for Dobby-related antics are always welcome. Chapter synopsis. Our intrepid duo gets a history lesson. Harry's not surprised to learn there's a clearly magical enemy he'll have to deal with down the road. The duo also gets tasked with a crucial quest for the Thens. Possibly even the basis upon which Harry will start his new kingdom, but you didn't hear it from me. Ultimately, they finish fixing the village, set the elves up, and head off towards the wall. Last time. If you want to go exploring the world, we may be able to help beyond pure travel for travel's sake. Torvald and some of the others have spoken of the tribe's hunt for safer lands, and especially warmer lands, but they have some sort of trouble with a wall, and the people further south. Maybe we can find a place suitable for all of us to settle. Ourselves, the Thens, and the elves. Chapter 5. Westeros history, the Thenish perspective. Later in the day, upon receiving an invitation from a messenger, Harry and Sirius made their way through the village to meet with the then elders. Harry had asked for some time to share their plans, but more importantly, to get a deeper understanding of the history of this world, hoping it would help in planning their travel. Harry and Sirius were guided into the main wooden hall of the village. Harry marveled at the craftsmanship of the hall, noting that in the daylight he could see every surface was carved with intricate patterns and reliefs. As had been the case when Harry first arrived, the elders were gathered around a small fire pit at the end of the hall. The low flames cast a comfortable warmth in the area, something both Harry and the wizened-looking elders seemed to appreciate. Sigvald and Torvald, the Magnar and his son sat among the elders as well, distinct in their more youthful warrior physiques compared to the elders around them, though all shared similarly friendly expressions. "Please come, join us," Sigvald gestured to an open place for them to sit at the fire. "I hear you've come to share your plans with us, and maybe hear some of our histories. We, of course, are always happy to share the history of our people." "Thank you, Magnar," Harry said as he took a seat. "I am also interested in understanding why the Thens are on the hunt for a new place to settle, assuming Sirius has actually understood your intentions correctly." Harry wasn't necessarily surprised they would be looking for somewhere new. After all, the land here was definitely cold, and not the easiest place to live. However, the settlement itself sat within a slightly warmer valley, nicely sheltered from the harsh winds, and helped immensely by the ancient wards. He wouldn't be surprised if there was more to their desire to leave. The answer came pretty quickly, and left Harry a bit shocked. "White Walkers, and the long night." Harry sighed. He wasn't surprised this fit comfortably in his usual pattern of finding new and unlikely foes around every corner. But it would have been nice to land in a completely peaceful place instead. The elders spoke of the long night, an ancient winter that had once enveloped the world in darkness. The White Walkers had nearly wiped out all life before a great alliance of the first men and the children of the forest managed to drive them back. Harry could imagine the children of the forest would have been powerful allies if they were truly the same as his elves. It may have happened thousands of cycles ago, but the White Walkers are not just a legend, an elder warned, his voice grave, seemingly thinking Harry wouldn't believe such an old tale to be real. Harry didn't need to be convinced though. A horde of Inferi seemed pretty par for the course in his experience of evil wizards. The ice affinity seemed unusual, but he'd seen stranger. They are a dormant evil, waiting for the right moment to return and unleash their icy wrath upon us once more. Another elder spoke up, his voice filled with the weight of years. "We have enemies to the south, but the White Walkers are the true threat. They will return, it is inevitable. We've noticed that each winter seems to be growing colder, and we believe it may be less than a dozen more winters before they make their move from the lands of always winter." Harry furrowed his brow as he considered this. The strange cycle of long winters and long summers seemed unnatural to him. They weren't just insanely long, but of inconsistent length. It made no sense if you understood how a planet's rotation affected seasons. Harry strongly suspected it was all connected to whatever magic was going on to raise these Inferi. Harry and Sirius exchanged glances. This seemed like the sort of disaster a wizard should deal with, not Bronze Age warriors. Harry sighed. "We can't ignore this, and we won't ignore it," Harry reassured the elders. "I'm honestly glad we're learning of this now and not later." Harry took a moment, then continued. "I'll not leave you to deal with this Inferi problem alone, but I do feel you're on the right track with the ideas to move anyway. Not only is it cold here, but you risk your people's lives by staying." Harry paused, then added gravely, "You'd be the first line of defense, and inevitably, the first people to fall in a battle and it doesn't sound like those to the south would care all that much." Sirius chimed in, his voice thoughtful. "It's likely there's some powerful magic at work here, Harry. These White Walkers remind me of some of the ancient necromantic catastrophes I studied in our magical history lessons. It might even be possible that a powerful necromancer was thrown through the veil and found themselves in this world at some point in the past." Harry slumped back. It seemed the problems of the wizarding world would follow him even here. "If this is a problem from our lands, then we have an even greater responsibility to deal with it," Harry sighed. "Though I'm glad it's not an immediate problem, if these White Walkers have been dormant for so long, I imagine we've got a fair chunk of time before we really have to take action." The elders nodded along to those conclusions, some of them contemplating this new set of theories on the origin of the problem. Some of them were fairly convinced the problem arose from a ritual gone wrong in the war between men and children of the forest, but it barely mattered, they'd take the help of 2 wizards regardless. The elders exchanged glances. Considering the implications of this additional support, many felt a bit of the weight lift off their shoulders. It is true, one of the elders mused, that our legends speak of a time when the White Walkers first appeared, emerging from the lands of always winter. If what you say is correct, then the veil could have been the means by which this great evil found its way to our world. Or it could have emerged for other reasons, but we welcome your help either way, the elder concluded sagely. It's said the White Walkers cannot be felled by mundane blades, and that they are as immortal as the winter found in the far north. Sirius, eyes widened. Liches, definitely liches, he whispered. Necromancers that have performed abominable acts to separate their soul from their body and store it in a golem. It's not impossible they chose a golem of ice. Silence followed his pronouncement and Sirius took the opportunity to continue. There's not much known about them, as liches have been gone from the world for millennia. They've not really been seen since the fall of the ancient Egyptian empire of magic. Sirius scratched his head, trying to recall his readings. Even the Black family library only held mentions. They were considered difficult to destroy because of their soul magic, and they would stay eternal until destruction found them. They can't be undefeatable though, because there certainly weren't any around in the modern era. I seem to recall they had fairly specific weaknesses to certain materials. I'll have to look into it. Harry's mind was reeling as he thought back to the difficulty they had destroying Horcruxes, which were undoubtedly a similar kind of soul magic. His mind drifted to the sword of Gryffindor now thankfully sitting in his trunk. Harry was extremely proficient with the sword, having received swordsmanship training from a goblin master as thanks for helping them restore Gringotts Bank after the defeat of Voldemort. The goblins had been very receptive after hearing the truth behind the Horcrux hidden in their vaults and the betrayal of Griphook, which they considered a stain on goblin honor. The goblins considered it only right to make Harry into a more deadly warrior worthy of wielding the Gryffindor's legendary goblin-forged blade. Harry was confident he would not come across any swordmasters in this world that could best him. Particularly after the application of a few charms and internal magic techniques he'd come across which enhanced his speed and endurance. He'd found internal body magic techniques written down in some of the journals in the Black Library. He doubted they'd been common knowledge even in medieval wizarding society, so he counted himself lucky to have stumbled across them. Though he imagined it was for the best. Battling a 1,000-year-old Lich or White Walker would likely require every advantage he could muster. Of course, the basilisk venom imbued in the blade was one hell of a trump card. Now Harry was convinced he should start carrying the sword so it would be close to hand if needed. Another elder chimed in, bringing Harry out of his thoughts. This all seems like solid theory, but in the end, it doesn't really matter. We don't have the numbers to fight, and if the winters keep getting worse, we won't be able to survive here anyway. Quote. The room fell silent at the weight of this observation. Harry saw the cold logic in what he was being told. If they couldn't grow crops, or hunt, they'd all starve. Longer, colder winters suddenly sounded like a greater risk than even the White Walkers. They'd all be dead before the enemy even arrived. We will help you find a new home, Harry declared to the slightly surprised elders, breaking the heavy silence. I obviously have no idea what we'll find on our travels, but Sirius and I can more freely explore with our magic to lean on. We might not immediately find anywhere to settle, but we will make it one of our highest priorities as we explore. Sirius nodded along. The elves will be able to keep in contact with us, and we will keep you posted on what we find. I'm just thankful you're not in a rush, this could take us years. The elders nodded, and many smiled, pleased with the young wizard's resolve, and even more pleased to finally have a possible solution to a nearly unsolvable problem. With that damn wall in the way, they had no way to flee south, and there was nowhere left to go in the true north, but with wizards on the case, it felt like they'd find a way eventually. Deciding to put aside discussion on the White Walkers and that emerging disaster for a bit, Harry brought up another question he'd been keen to ask the elders. Would you be able to share any insight on the other peoples in the true north, as you call it? Are there any other cities like the Then Valley that we might visit before we continue our journey further south? Or any other magical people? This led the elders to recount the tragic tale of Hardhome, their only port north of the Wall. Once a thriving harbor, it was destroyed by dragons and their riders in a single night of flames and terror, leaving behind a desolate and haunted landscape. leaving the Thens with no choice but to retreat further north, cut off from the rest of the world. Both Harry and Sirius were shocked to learn that these dragons had human riders. That was certainly unheard of in the wizarding world. Harry commented, "It has been tried for sure, but it usually resulted in a crispy wizard. No one has ever truly tamed a dragon. In fact, I was among the rare few known to have survived even attempting to ride a dragon, and that was purely by accident." Harry noted in an offhand manner, wincing slightly at the memory. Sirius joined the elders in throwing Harry an incredulous and somewhat concerned look at that comment. He'd have to get that story from Harry later. Just how does one, accidentally, ride a dragon anyway? The then elders continued with a detailed account of the people and cultures north of the wall. The free folk, one elder began, are a diverse group, but they have mostly forgotten their first men roots. They have developed their own customs and ways of life, which we Thens often find savage and distasteful. However, another elder interjected, not all free folk are hostile. Many simply wish to survive in this harsh land, but their lack of connection to their first men heritage sets them apart from us. We try to maintain our distance from them, lest we become entangled in their conflicts and disputes. They do, however, have wargs amongst some of their tribes. Sigvald added, "This is a magic allowing the melding of your mind with an animal, enabling control over the animal," he explained after noticing the confusion from the two wizards. "It is incredibly rare these days, but we come across them from time to time. You're unlikely to stumble upon any on your journey though, as they tend to keep their abilities to themselves. We can always gather some of the more amenable among them for you to meet when you eventually return." "That would be excellent," Harry agreed, quite interested in this completely foreign magic. "We'll send word through the elves before we return, so you can gather your contacts. I'm always happy to learn new magics." Sirius could see the gleam in Harry's eyes when hearing about this hitherto unknown field of magic. He felt sure this wouldn't be the last time Harry went in search of new magics to learn during their travels. Sirius was quietly pleased with Harry. He seemed to have really grown into the intelligence Sirius always suspected was hiding beneath the surface. Eventually, the then elders turned their attention to what the trio would need to know as they began their travels. So naturally they started with the crows, or the Night's Watch, their expressions growing more solemn as they spoke. "If you're to cross the wall, you'll inevitably encounter the Night's Watch." The others nodded gravely. "In the beginning," Sigvald continued, picking up the story, "the Night's Watch was established with a noble purpose. They were meant to be the shield that guards the realms of men, protecting the people from the White Walkers and other threats beyond the wall. But as the centuries passed," another elder continued, "the Night's Watch forgot its original mission. The men who serve now are often criminals or outcasts, sent to the wall as punishment rather than out of a sense of duty. They've become hostile to anyone from north of the wall, viewing us all as enemies rather than potential allies. We've seen their oppressive presence firsthand," the first elder explained. "They are quick to judge and condemn us, even though we, too, are descendants of the first men who fought alongside them in the battle for the dawn. They have lost sight of their true purpose, and it has driven a wedge between our people." Harry and Sirius listened intently as the Thens shared their experiences with the Night's Watch. They could sense the frustration and disappointment in their voices, and they couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the Thens' plight. "Approach the Night's Watch with caution," the elder warned. "Though some of their members may still believe in the original purpose of their order, many are quick to anger and slow to trust. It would be wise to tread carefully around them and avoid any unnecessary conflicts." Harry nodded. "We will definitely keep your words in mind. We'll be prepared to handle them with magic if necessary." Sigvald continued, "Beyond the wall to the south, you'll find the land of the Starks." He paused and gestured to Harry. "You mentioned earlier that you are a descendant of Ignotus Peverell," he said, looking at Harry. "That means you share a connection with the Stark family, as Ignotus's daughter married into their line." Harry nodded, having mulled over this piece of information since the first day in the village. "Yes, it's strange to think that I have distant relations here in this land." The elder smiled. "Indeed, it's a remarkable coincidence. The Starks, like us, are descendants of the first men. Despite intermingling with the Andals over time, they have managed to maintain some of their ancient customs and traditions. It is said that they might still possess some of the magical abilities passed down through their bloodline." Sirius chimed in, "It could be worth trying to make contact with them directly. They might be more open to helping us, and through us, you, given our shared heritage. The elder nodded, though his expression remained serious. It is possible, but you must approach the Starks with caution as well. Best not to mention your connection with us at the outset. They have faced many challenges from the nomadic free folk tribes over the years and will likely lump us in with them. Over the centuries, there have been several instances when a powerful leader, known as a king beyond the wall, has united the free folk. These kings have been a source of great tension between the people north of the wall and the lords of the north, especially the Starks. This tension, the elder continued, has unfortunately severed our previous ties with the Starks and other northern families. They have come to view us as no different from the free folk, even though we have retained much of our first men culture and traditions. We have been unfairly grouped together with our more wild counterparts. Harry and Sirius exchanged glances, having seen the behavior of some of the less developed nomadic tribes firsthand. Good to know. We'll keep that in mind, Harry assured him. We'll make the connection anyway. These Starks could be valuable allies, and I'm woefully short on family, no matter how ridiculously distant the connection. The Sigvald smiled again. We are glad you see the potential in forming such an alliance. May the wisdom of your ancestors guide you as you navigate these complicated relationships. Harry and Sirius took that as a bit of a dismissal. It seemed the elders had much to discuss among themselves. Later that evening, the village gathered for a feast, anticipating some important news from the elders. The atmosphere was buzzing with excitement as everyone speculated about the announcement. Gossip naturally moves at quite a pace in a village, especially one with Sveg in it. As the villagers enjoyed their meal, Magnar Sigvald stood and called for everyone's attention. My friends, he began, we have gathered here tonight because we have important news to share. Our new friends, Hadrian Peverell and Sirius Black, have made us a generous offer. He paused for effect. They have proposed to embark on a journey to find a new land for our people, where we can thrive and live in peace. A murmur of surprise and excitement rippled through the gathered crowd. Magnar Sigvald continued, we, the Elder Council, have discussed this offer at length and have decided to accept it. We believe that the ancestors have brought Harry and Sirius to us for a reason, and we trust that they will guide us to a better future. The villagers erupted into cheers and applause, their hope for a better future renewed. Some of the villagers were so happy they could have sworn they were levitating. But that must have been a trick of the light. There was definitely a lot of levity and laughter going around this evening. Marge seemed particularly joyous at the news. Some of them approached Harry and Sirius, offering their gratitude and well wishes for the journey ahead. As they celebrated and continued the feast, Harry and Sirius knew that they were embarking on a journey that would change not only their lives but the lives of the Thens as well. Over the following week, Harry and Sirius worked to prepare for their journey. They didn't need to do much packing of their own, but there was still much they could do to help the Thens. The current winter was thankfully coming to an end, which would make travel easier, but no one could say how long they would have until the next winter set in. With the worsening winters, they knew the Thens would be in an increasingly vulnerable position, so they set to work finishing what Harry started, fixing up the village and adding improvements where possible. With Sirius now wielding a replacement wand, the pair focused on reinforcing the wards around the village. They poured their combined magical energies into the ancient protections, strengthening them to keep out the worst of the cold and any potential threats, be they human or not. Next, they turned their attention to the village's food supply. The elves would be able to supply food directly from the farm trunk, which Harry intended to leave behind for the elves to use. Harry would take some lesser expanded trunks on their journey, still carrying a vast supply of food and other goods, but not requiring leyline connections. Just in case the elves had to leave for whatever reason, Harry and Sirius transfigured small glass houses for the Thens to grow their own crops in. Although the transfigurations wouldn't last forever, they hoped that the glass houses would remain stable for at least a few years, thanks to the supporting wards. With the Thens' food supply secured, Harry helped the elves properly connect the farm trunk to the local ley line, finally enabling them to get back to full operation. The elves were ecstatic to get back to the work they so loved, whatever that might be. Harry knew some of them were focused on growing their herds and collections of magical creatures, others were keenly taking care of the magical plant life. Whilst quite a few of them were tending to mundane crops and cattle. Some of the elves had even inserted themselves fully into roles within the village. The eldest among them was even invited to join the then council as an envoy of the elves. Harry even saw one elf happily standing guard at the main gate, dressed in full guard's uniform, dwarfed by his fellow guards. He looked ridiculous in an oversized helmet. Though Harry was pretty sure the elf did that to mess with people, because he knew they were entirely capable of shrinking the uniform. Harry hadn't really put much thought into the massive advantage the farm trunk was for the Thens. But he got the message when they marveled at the tropical fruits Winky supplied for breakfast one morning. Merlin, Harry loved the cheat that was magical self-contained and temperature-controlled environments. The Thens were certainly excited when given a tour of the trunk, and were equally curious about the magical creatures, some held in pens, others being held carefully in stasis in vast sheds within the farm trunk. Harry and Sirius also assisted the elves in constructing a comfortable and functional structure for them to call home next to the trunk and in a prime place in the village so that they could feel more a part of the village itself, and not just visiting guests. As the day of departure drew near, the village buzzed with anticipation and excitement. The Thens had grown to respect their powerful wizard allies, and many had connected well with Sirius over the years. They were sad to see them go, but understood both Harry's craving for travel and freedom, along with the opportunity they posed with the chance to find a new, safer home for the then. With their preparations complete, Harry and Sirius shared a heartfelt farewell with the elves, promising to keep in touch through the communication mirrors Harry had provided. Turning their feet south as they left the village, Harry, Sirius, and Dobby finally set off to explore this new world with a great deal of excitement for what they might find on their journey. Chapter 6 Teaser. The trio carefully stalked one of the Night's Watch deserters as he stepped away from the main settlement. Seeing their chance, Harry swiftly stunned the man and levitated him further out of sight for a hasty interrogation. A nearby rogue brother of the Watch scratched his head. He'd just come out from pissing behind a tree and he might be a tad drunk, but he could have sworn he'd seen John trip over on flat ground then float away into the forest. That didn't seem normal. He looked down at the mushrooms he'd been out gathering, but none of them looked like those spotty blue ones the others warned him about. 0 comments 0 vote. Don't panic ch6, towards the wall. Chapter synopsis. And we're off. Our happy trio finally set off on their adventure around Westeros. A much-needed and long-awaited vacation for Harry and Sirius that will also give them the chance to find a suitable place to settle down. How will they pass Dobby off to the curious Southerners? And where is the Merlin damned door for this giant wall? Last time, as the day of departure drew near, the village buzzed with anticipation and excitement. The Thens had grown to respect their powerful wizard allies, and many had connected well with Sirius over the years. They were sad to see them go, but understood both Harry's craving for travel and freedom, along with the opportunity they posed with the chance to find a new, safer home for the then. With their preparations complete, Harry and Sirius shared a heartfelt farewell with the elves, promising to keep in touch through the communication mirrors Harry had provided. Turning their feet south as they left the village, Harry, Sirius, and Dobby finally set off to explore this new world with a great deal of excitement for what they might find on their journey. Chapter 6. Towards the Wall. Harry, Sirius, and Dobby had been traveling through the true north for a week since leaving the then village. It was a long journey south towards the wall from the Valley of Then, but they weren't in a hurry, and they were enjoying the breathtakingly beautiful wilderness on the way. Towering ice-covered mountains, vast stretches of snow-blanketed forests, and the ever-present biting cold painted a landscape both harsh and serene. The extreme cold made it impossible for them to fly for more than a few hours a day, significantly lengthening their journey. Harry, Sirius, and Dobby had to rely on a combination of walking and flying, which made for slow progress by wizarding their standards, but certainly faster than it would have been for an average muggle. Harry thankfully had a compass to rely on for this journey, which he was incredibly grateful for, as the dense forests and lack of landmarks often made it difficult to maintain a sense of direction. The compass had become an invaluable tool as they trudged through the endless white landscape, and Harry couldn't help but thank Merlin for whichever elf had the forethought to pack one in the trunk before they left. Come to think of it, he wasn't even sure if a medieval world like this would have invented the compass. Harry made a mental note to investigate that once they reached civilization. During their journey, Harry had taken the opportunity to learn how to hunt and live off the land, something he thought could have come in helpful back in his jaunt around England looking for Horcruxes. The Thens had presented him with a bow and arrows before they departed, and Harry quite enjoyed taking the time to learn the knack of it. It was a way to pass the time after all, and he was on vacation. To Harry's complete surprise, he found the experience of catching his meals to be enjoyable and somewhat satisfying. It definitely made him feel comfortably self-sufficient. Harry found his finely honed reflexes and keen eye from Quidditch translated well to hunting with a bow and arrow. He was a natural. Much to the perpetual amusement of Harry and Dobby, however, they quickly discovered that Sirius was quite possibly the worst hunter they would ever encounter. Harry gained great enjoyment teasing Sirius after his latest hunting mishap. "Sirius, I never thought I'd see the day when a deer would outsmart you," Harry chuckled, having greatly enjoyed Cyrus' latest failed attempt to catch dinner. Harry had stifled his laughter as he watched a curious young deer sneak up on Sirius from behind and nibble on his belt for a bit before trotting off without a care in the world. All while Sirius watched and waited patiently for any potential prey, completely unaware of his unexpected nibbling companion. Sirius rolled his eyes, a playful grin crossing his face. "I may have my talents, Harry, but hunting clearly isn't one of them. I'll leave that to you and Dobby." Dobby, who had proven to be quite adept at hunting, looked up from the rabbit stew he was preparing. "Dobby is happy to help, Harry Potter and hopeless Master Sirius, sir," he said with a proud smile. Sirius grumbled, and waved his new wand in hand for emphasis. "I'm far more inclined to simply summon the nearest rabbit, or Dobby can just knock us up something more substantial in the tent kitchen using our vast supplies in stasis." The hunting wasn't entirely necessary, but Harry enjoyed it anyway. Harry laughed, feeling the warmth of friendship and camaraderie in his small found family, here by the fireside. A good bit of friendly ribbing never hurt anyone, and this whole experience, even here in the wilderness, felt freeing in a way the wizarding world never did. Despite the cold and snow, the experience of traveling through the true north with Sirius and Dobby was one he wouldn't trade for the world. After another day of tedious hiking and flying, Harry, Sirius, and Dobby stumbled upon a small settlement of roughly built huts. From their concealed vantage point, they observed the occupants and realized based on their rough look and monotone dress sense of all black, that they were either a ranging party or more likely rogue brothers of Night's Watch. Oathbreakers who had abandoned their posts. It was equally clear that these men were made up of the sorts of low-life criminals the Thens had warned them were now commonly sent to the wall. The trio had very little interest in interacting with the group, but they did see this as an opportunity to gather intel on how to reach the wall, and how to cross it by normal means. Based on the descriptions from the Thens, Harry was not confident his firebolt could carry all three of them over the wall. It wasn't the height of the wall that worried him, but the magic woven into it. After all, a 700-foot wall of ice doesn't stay up by itself for thousands of years through all seasons without some heavy magic. Whatever wards might be in place were sure to prevent something as simple as flying over the wall. At least he hoped they'd thought of that. Since neither Harry, Dobby nor Sirius spoke the common tongue, this was also a great opportunity to learn the language of the people south of the wall. They would simply use the language-sharing spell from the Black Library that Sirius had already used to teach Harry the Old Tongue. It wasn't any harder to use the spell on an unwilling participant, it just knocked them out and gave them a shocker of a headache when they woke up. The trio carefully stalked one of the Night's Watch deserters as he stepped away from the main settlement. Seeing their chance, Harry swiftly stunned the man and levitated him further out of sight for a hasty interrogation. A nearby rogue brother of the Watch scratched his head. He'd just come out from pissing behind a tree and he might be a tad drunk, but he could have sworn he'd seen John trip over on flat ground then float away into the forest. That didn't seem normal. He looked down at the mushrooms he'd been out gathering, but none of them looked like those spotty blue ones the others warned him about. Looking down at the relatively flat snow-covered ground and back at where John had tripped over on the seemingly nothing, before floating away, he demurred for a moment. Thinking it was best to be safe, he called out to the others, "Watch, step around here brothers, can be treacherous footing." That should do it. He'd never liked John much anyway, too good at cards. John came groggily, wondering what he had to drink last night, because it sure knocked him out like a light. Trying to stretch his arms and legs, he found he couldn't budge. Suddenly he was far less groggy and filled with adrenaline, realizing he was very tightly tied down to a chair. He must have been caught by the Watch. His eyes flying open, he was immediately confused again. He was tied to a strangely sturdy chair in a forest clearing. Who has a chair in a forest north of the wall? Craning around, he couldn't see anyone around. This must be a joke. Some kind of hazing by the rest of the gang for cheating at cards the other night. Real funny fellas, he shouted in a huff. "Come on out, you can untie me now." "Ah, we weren't planning to untie you yet," came a smooth voice from behind him. Not a voice he knew. Well, 7 take him, this was not turning out to be his day, he'd been kidnapped by wildlings. Who are you? What do you want? 2 well-dressed men came into his view, inexplicably wearing tailored clothes better fit for a lordly feast in the south than for travel through the wilderness north of the wall. How weren't they frozen already? Coming from the south himself and only having recently joined the watch, which he promptly deserted, Jon readily admitted to himself that he wasn't all that familiar with the wildling clans north of the wall. Though he could have sworn they were supposed to look more savage maybe. Where did they even find tailors out here anyway? Oh, don't worry yourself so much. We're just 2 travelers out for a bit of a walk and we're looking for directions. In a manner of speaking. Aha, he responded skeptically, travelers, north of the wall, and you lugged a chair along with you. He paused, testing for any give in the chair or the ropes, a very heavy, solid oak chair by the feel of it, he finished. Yep, the man replied, popping the pea and looking as casual as anything. Looking around again he could see they clearly didn't have any pack animals, so he could only assume these 2 ridiculous men had carried the chair here. What kind of crazy well-dressed wildlings carried a solid oak chair out into the forest to kidnap Jon? Well then let's get this over with, what are you looking for? Jon quickly thought back to everything he'd learned on the geography of the north, hoping he'd have the answers they wanted. He wasn't the smartest tool in the shed, and he was worried what they would do if he couldn't answer their questions. He'd heard horror stories about cannibal wildlings. The wall, that brought Jon up short. Ah, the big ice wall directly south of here. He asked looking over his left shoulder where, yep, he could clearly see the wall above the treeline on the distant horizon. Looking back at his captors, now more worried that he'd been kidnapped by probably the dumbest wildlings in Westeros, he continued, that one. Well, yes, but more specifically we're looking for the door. Right, that made a bit more sense, at least Jon knew this one, you'll be wanting Castle Black then. 3 days walk directly southeast from here. All the other tunnels have been sealed up. Perfect, never had Jon been happier to have deserted the Night's Watch. He'd just direct these crazy wildlings there and the Night's Watch brothers could deal with them. Maybe a bit of encouragement would speed things along. I'm sure the brothers of the Night's Watch would be happy to help some fine upstanding gentlemen like yourselves. Just walk up to the first ranging party you see, and they'll take you right to where you need to go, Jon declared confidently, thinking they'd take these 2 dumbasses right to the dungeons. The well-dressed wildlings looked happy at that response. Right then, Sirius, take his common tongue, the shorter wildling said, altogether too happily, motioning his companion toward Jon. What, take his tongue? Jon panicked and struggled, trying to get free of his bindings. He just knew these wildlings would turn out to be cannibals. It was just his luck. The taller man stepped forward quickly and tapped him on the head with a tiny, thin stick of wood, of all things. It certainly wasn't big enough to knock a man out if that was what he was going for. Maybe better for a bit of light poking, or eye gouging at worst. Suddenly a long rope of shining gold light flowed from between his eyes and into his captor's head. That's it, he was blaming this on those blue hallucinogenic mushrooms the other rogue brothers kept cooking into the broth. That had to be it. There really was no other explanation, Jon thought as he passed into unconsciousness again. Well, that was easy, Harry said happily, as they packed up, leaving their sleeping captive on the ground, where he would wake up later with a headache but otherwise no worse for wear. As a small gesture of goodwill, Harry cast a warming charm on the man to ensure he wouldn't succumb to the cold before waking up, and dropped a package of fresh fruits under a preservation spell next to him. They felt it was a fair trade for his less than willing guidance. The fellow didn't seem like the sharpest tool in the shed, but at least he knew where we needed to go. I didn't feel like walking halfway across the continent trying to find the way through this Merlin-damned ice wall. Certainly, the simplest way to learn the language, Sirius replied happily, after downing a pain relief potion to deal with the headache. He then took a moment to share the new language he'd learned with Dobby, before moving over to do the same with Harry. I wasn't looking forward to trying to talk our way through the wall without knowing the language in advance. The translation spell isn't infallible. Who knows what kind of trouble we could have landed ourselves in with a simple miscommunication. Good to think ahead. With new information in hand and a direction to head in, Harry, Sirius, and Dobby continued their journey through the north. Following their feet, and the handy compass, to Castle Black. That evening, as they warmed up in front of the large fireplace in the tent's living room, Harry thought it was time to address an issue he'd been pondering more and more as they got closer to the wall. "We need to talk about Dobby," Harry said into the comfortable silence, gaining mildly confused looks from his two companions. "Huh, what about Dobby?" Sirius questioned, giving the elf an inquisitive look as he tried to puzzle out what his godson was on about. "Sirius, we can't just go walking up to Castle Black in the company of what the locals will likely think is one of the children of the forest, from their legends. The then very clearly told us the children haven't been seen in thousands of years. Dobby's appearance will attract all sorts of unwanted attention from the Watch and any other people we encounter south of the wall." "Ah, right, that could be a problem," Sirius agreed, now on the same page as Harry. "Dobby doesn't mind attention," the house elf chimed in, happy to be part of the conversation, as long as it doesn't interfere with Dobby's work. "Not this kind of attention, Dobby," Sirius said with a frown, as he reached out and patted the house elf on his tiny shoulder. "This is the pitchfork-wielding villager, burn it at the stake, sort of attention. It'll be a right nuisance, I assure you." "Any ideas how to deal with this?" Sirius asked as he turned back towards Harry. Hoping his godson already had something worked out. "I might have something we could use," Harry nodded, "we'd have to test it though. I'm not sure if it will work for house elves. Back when I was dodging reporters from the Daily Prophet, I did some research into illusions and disguises that could be woven into enchantments. I don't think I'll ever willingly taste Polyjuice Potion again, and simple glamours were too easy to see through. It took a bit of effort, but I finally found a solution in the Black Family Library," Harry explained. "Here," he pulled a small golden amulet out of his pocket and floated it across to Sirius. The amulet glinted in the light of the fire, showing intricate silver runes carved across the surface in neat lines. "I found a rune sequence in the library that could be carved into an amulet to essentially give the user abilities similar to those of a metamorph." Dobby and Sirius eyed the amulet closely, trying to read the small runes, while Harry sauntered over and picked an old tome off one of the shelves that lined the living space. "The sequences are outlined in this old black journal. It was apparently designed by a black ancestor who wanted to emulate the metamorph abilities of his children so he could help train them. The amulet doesn't have quite the same level of control, but you can preform several identities through transfiguration and lock them into the amulet for future use. With just a twist of the amulet, similar to a time turner, you can switch between your natural look and up to 3 others, Harry finished, holding out the book open to the relevant pages for Sirius to read, while Dobby continued to turn over the amulet. Sirius was kicking himself as he flicked through the pages, considering all the pranking opportunities he clearly missed by not researching illusions in his family library. "That's a brilliant idea," Sirius said happily, as he finished reading the relevant section. "It says here the effect is physical, as opposed to just an illusion." "That's perfect. As long as it doesn't hinder Dobby's elf magic, it'll be exactly what we need," he concluded, putting the parchment down and looking to Dobby for his thoughts. Dobby, who had been listening, finally spoke up. "Dobby trusts Master Harry. If it helps us on our journey, Dobby is willing to wear the amulet. Dobby also wouldn't mind being taller for once," he said, standing as tall as he could and puffing out his chest. "This one is attuned to my magic signature," Harry said, as he took back his original amulet, "so we'll have to make a new one for you to use, Dobby. It will also give you a chance to choose your own looks." "Dobby can choose?" Dobby asked, seeming to almost shake with excitement at the prospect of choosing his own look. "Of course you can," Harry said with a smile. "Come on then. We'll head to the workshop and try out the sequence on some wooden amulets first to see how it works for house elves." The trio spent the next few hours poring over the journal, alongside a number of large runic reference manuals Harry had used in his original research. The runic scheme required a few tweaks to work for an elf, but it turned out not to be too complex. A bit of trial and error got them to a working solution in the end. Though Harry found it interesting that it was the addition of a small, nature-attuning rune that got the best result. Having agreed on the preferred approach, Harry set about making a permanent version for Dobby. He started by melting some of their gold galleons, and forcing the molten gold into the appropriate shape with a small application of magic. With the experience from making his own, Harry was able to form the amulet quickly. The gold took on a shape much like a time turner, but with a blank gold disc in the middle to spin, as opposed to an hourglass. He then began the slow work of carefully etching runes onto the center gold disc, inlaying each with sliver so it would retain its magic over multiple uses. Finally, he charged the runes directly, pumping it with enough energy to last for years, though it barely put a dent in his large magical reserves. In fact, the amulet would likely have enough energy to start attracting more from the ambient raw magics in the environment, and would probably never require another charge. In that sense, he'd crafted the roughest type of self-sustaining magical artifact. That should do it, Harry huffed, as he held the completed amulet up to the light, admiring the delicate work. Trotting out to the living room, Harry tossed the amulet to Dobby, who was sprawled in the armchair conducting the dishes to wash themselves from a distance. Harry felt Dobby might be picking up some of Sirius' lazier habits. "Here you go, Dobby, your very own metamorph amulet," Harry said with a smile. Grabbing it out of the air with little difficulty, Dobby looked over the amulet, sensing some of the magic imbued, but not really having enough familiarity to disentangle what each strand did. He trusted Harry to get it right anyway. He doubted there'd be much danger of the device breaking or hurting him. Lost for words, Dobby reverently placed the amulet around his neck, admiring its beauty. "All right, Dobby, now Sirius and I just have to transfigure you into a new look so the magic can set. Have you considered what you want to look like?" Snapping his attention back to Harry, Dobby didn't waste a second in replying with excitement, "Dobby is a Potter elf. Dobby would like to look like his family." Smiling, Harry nodded at the exited elf. "I'd be happy for us to look like family, Dobby. Let's get started then." Harry and Sirius set about carefully transfiguring Dobby into the form of a young man, similar in looks to Harry but a bit younger. This process was noticeably uncomfortable for the elf, but would only need to be done once to lock in the identity. Subsequent transitions would be near instant and painless. They also set up a second identity at Dobby's request, transforming the diminutive elf into the hulking form of a muscled soldier, with a menacing sneer, a scar across his face, and a bald head. Harry and Sirius had a bit of fun making this character. It never hurt to walk around with tough-looking protection. They went all out making Dobby look as unapproachable as possible with that in mind. Finally they released the transfigurations and stopped for tea. After resting from their exertions, Dobby tested the amulet, twisting it on and off several times with great success. His appearance changed near instantly, with a morphing process like water flowing over his skin, and he now looked like a fit young man with black unkempt hair, green eyes, and a slightly too innocent and adorable face. Harry suspected Dobby would be using that innocent face to get out of all sorts of trouble, but just chuckled at the chaos they'd create together. Despite the dramatic transformation, there were still enough recognizable characteristics that both Harry and Sirius could pick him out of a crowd with no trouble. And Dobby's eyes still held the same spark of loyalty, determination and utter cheek that Harry and Sirius knew so well. "Well, I'll be," Sirius said with a grin, looking at the transformed Dobby. "That worked even better than I thought it would. You're quite the dashing fellow now, Dobby." Dobby blushed at the compliment and glanced at Harry. "Thank you, Master Harry, Master Sirius. Dobby is enjoying being taller and stronger." Dobby spun the disc to take on his menacing form. "Dobby is going to have so much fun," he declared with an excited attitude not at all matching his suddenly deep and growling voice. With Dobby's new disguise in place, the trio felt more confident in their ability to navigate the lands south of the wall without drawing too much attention. Though Harry committed to encouraging Dobby to adjust his speech patterns a bit. Dobby had already made much progress on this front, but he still slipped up now and then. Many of Harry's selves had taken it upon themselves to start shedding the old speech patterns the wizarding world had forced on them. Harry was just happy that the elves were doing this for themselves, and he always tried to help whenever he could. After another day of flying and hiking, the trio finally spotted a patrolling group of Night's Watch Rangers from the air. They landed quietly, some small distance further along the group's apparent hiking trail to ensure an encounter. The trio had already spent much of their day preparing a loose backstory to justify their unusual presence here beyond the wall. Though if all else failed, a little magic could go a long way, so Harry wasn't too worried that their story might have a few holes. All they had to do now was wait. As the ranger patrol of Black Brothers approached, they made a little extra noise, stumbling through the woods and out onto the trail, appearing slightly disheveled and exhausted. Esser Jorek, the patrol leader, a gruff man with a bushy beard, eyed them warily. Taking in their high-quality clothes and glancing pointedly at the valuable jeweled sword on Harry's hip. clearly wondering what these apparent lordlings or wealthy merchants were doing north of the wall. "Halt," Sir Jorah demanded. "You there, who are you and what are you doing here?" Harry stepped forward, trying to appear as desperate and disoriented as possible. "We're just 3 tired travelers, my friend. We had booked passage on a ship from Bravos to White Harbor, and were headed on to Winterfell but had a slight disagreement with the captain. Now we're not entirely sure where he dropped us off." Harry had learnt the names of those 2 ports from the descriptions of the southern realms shared by the then, and could only hope they still existed. The other members of the patrol exchanged glances, clearly skeptical. Bale, a tall, thin man with a scar across his cheek, narrowed his eyes. "And how did ye manage to make it all the way here from the coast on foot without running into any trouble?" Quote. Sirius chimed in, his voice full of desperation. "We managed to overpower a few ruffians who stumbled on us the first night, and we've been on the run ever since, trying to find our way back to civilization." He was quite happy with his performance. He'd learned to act in his years as a marauder and prankster alongside Harry's dad, though he never imagined he'd use the skill in such a scenario. Dobby, in his disguise of a small, thinner version of Harry, nodded vigorously in agreement, his green eyes wide with imagined fear. "It's true, sirs. We've been hiding and traveling for days, just trying to survive." Sir Jorah studied the trio for a moment before sighing. "Very well, we'll take you back to Castle Black. You can rest there, and we'll figure out what to do with you." He gave them one last long look before turning away. The men were all in their own way, wondering what kind of outrageous disagreement would lead a captain to dump these poor fools on the wild shoreline north of the wall. Many of them also wondered how these idiots had not noticed the added week to their voyage as they tracked all the way up the coast. Not the brightest bunch, they concluded. A younger member of the patrol, a fresh-faced boy, looked at the trio with honest concern and dug out some dried meat to share with the probably starved men. "I'm glad you managed to find us, it's dangerous out here. We'll make sure you're safe now." As they walked back toward Castle Black with the Night's Watch patrol, the trio exchanged relieved glances. Their false backstory had worked, at least for now. They just needed to tread carefully and keep their story straight until they made it through the wall. After that, it should be easy to give these muggles the slip. Harry had already confirmed that the wall was impassable by any form of magical transportation. All 3 of them could sense the waves of power emanating from the ancient wards anchored along the enormous structure. Harry had no doubt that men of great power and skill built this wall, but based on what he'd learned from the Thens, none with such power remained today. In fact, Harry wondered if these Night's Watchmen even knew this was a magical structure. Surely they should know you can't stack ice like that and have it remain unmelted through the summer without a bit of magic help. Chapter 7 Teaser. Lord Commander Corgyle huffed, his gaze shifting to the trio. He wasn't convinced by their story, and he was unsure as to whether they fell into the category of enemies, victims, or the increasingly more likely bucket of utter fools. "You 3 will be held in the cells of Castle Black," he informed them coldly. "You will be provided with a basic meal and will keep quiet and stay out of trouble until we sort this out. My commanders and I will decide what to do with you." Corgyle was inwardly miffed that the trio seemed just as openly curious and unruffled being led to the cells, as anyone would be taking a tour of a flower garden. Harry was quite pleased with how things were going. 0 comments 0 vote. Don't panic ch7, guests of Castle Black. Chapter Synopsis. Our intrepid trio find their way through the wall, but their backstory is as full of holes as Swiss cheese. What are the chances they find themselves in the dungeons? Yep, about 100% chance. But locked doors never seemed to stop Harry before, they're not likely to stop him now. Last time. Sir Jorah, the patrol leader, a gruff man with a bushy beard, eyed them warily. Taking in their high-quality clothes and glancing pointedly at the valuable jeweled sword on Harry's hip. Clearly wondering what these apparent lordlings or wealthy merchants were doing north of the wall. "Halt," Sir Jorah demanded. "You there, who are you and what are you doing here?" Harry stepped forward, trying to appear as desperate and disoriented as possible. "We're just 3 tired travelers, my friend. We had booked passage on a ship from Bravos to White Harbor, and were headed on to Winterfell but had a slight disagreement with the captain. Now we're not entirely sure where he dropped us off." Sir Jorah studied the trio for a moment before sighing. "Very well, we'll take you back to Castle Black. You can rest there, and we'll figure out what to do with you." He gave them one last long look before turning away. Chapter 7. guests of Castle Black. As Harry, Sirius, and Dobby followed the brothers of the Night's Watch on what they had been informed would be a two-day patrol, the impatience to finally cross the dam wall grew. They hadn't really considered how much slower it would be to travel with muggles and forego their occasional stints in the air, cramped together upon Harry's firebolt. They walked directly south until they emerged in a clearing between the wall and the forest. Harry figured the area was clear of trees simply because nothing could possibly grow in the hard, frigid shadow of the wall. At least this clearing made their progress somewhat easier. From that point, they simply followed the wall east, moving faster without trees, but still excruciatingly slow for Harry's standards. Harry sighed as the landscape stretched before them, vast and frozen. That being said, there was one point of interest on this hike, and that was the wall itself. Harry couldn't help but be awestruck by the sheer scale of the ancient structure looming over them. He'd been told it stood from coast to coast across the whole continent, cleanly separating the southern kingdoms from the wild lands of the true north, as the then friends would call it. Harry wondered what methods were used in its construction. Either Ignotus or one of his allies was clearly a genius, because Harry couldn't figure it out. Had they somehow grown the ice over time, compacting the snow whenever it fell, and holding the ice under a stasis ward, or did they actually construct it, with massive blocks of ice? Torvald of the then had mumbled something about giants when Harry had asked. Which Harry had noted, and would have to investigate at some point, in case they still existed. Certainly, if giants were around at the time, they could have helped build the foundations, and possibly helped move the massive ward stone anchors he could sense underneath the wall. But the sheer height would leave even a giant in awe. This might need to remain a mystery as he couldn't even begin to fathom how to unravel the technique without a lot more research. After a final half-day of marching, they finally approached a great gate in the wall, its black iron and dark wood standing out against the endless white. One of the accompanying Black brothers stepped forward and blew on a horn, the sound echoing throughout the frozen expanse. Moments later, a return hornblow reverberated from above, signaling that their arrival had been acknowledged. A great grinding noise filled the air as the ice-covered gate began to rise slowly, allowing the group to make their way into a vast tunnel. As they entered the tunnel, Harry felt a powerful sensation wash over him. They had clearly crossed the invisible ward barrier, and Harry let out a breath of relief. He had been quietly concerned that the ward might reject him due to his slight magical affinity for death magics. Something that had wormed its way into his magical core when he merged with the Deathly Hallows. He'd been worried that a poorly built ward would read it as necromantic energy instead. Then again, on reflection, Ignatius likely built the wards, so he'd have considered such things, having been an original owner of the Hallows, and likely having had the same magical affinity in his own core. Upon reaching the other end of the tunnel, the trio were held back as the guards spoke, and eventually the final gate ground upwards, allowing them passage out into what appeared to a rough-looking, muddy castle courtyard. Despite the drab black everywhere, the bustle of activity in the inner courtyard of this fort or castle was a nice contrast to the frozen wilderness they left behind. They were held near the gate by some of the guards, and Harry suspected they'd be in for a bit of a grilling now. Looking around, Harry could feel a rising tension and suspicion in the air. The Lord Commander, Julian Corgyle, was pointed out by Esser Jorek, and Harry watched the man make his way over to them, while directing a few of his men one way or another on various tasks. Clearly a busy man. Corgyle had a stern expression on his face. He seemed mightily displeased with the entry of strangers into his keep, and he did not hesitate to voice his disapproval. "You brought unknown outsiders from beyond the wall into my castle, Esser Jorek." Lord Commander Corgyle ground out in clear disapproval after receiving an initial briefing of the apparent circumstances. His eyes narrowed with anger. Esser Jorek bowed his head. "Aye, Lord Commander. We thought it best to bring them here. They seemed in dire need of help." Leaning in, he continued a bit more quietly, "and they definitely seemed too daft to be left to their own devices beyond the wall." He glanced at the horribly lost strangers who were smiling and looking around curiously, seemingly oblivious. "They told us they were heading to Winterfell. I'm not sure what Maester taught these lordlings, but I don't think they even knew what side of the wall they were on," he suggested, still a bit miffed by the whole thing. Lord Commander Corgyle huffed, his gaze shifting to the trio. He'd led the watch for more than a decade and had never heard such a story. He could imagine it being possible, but incredibly unlikely. He wasn't convinced by their story, and he was unsure as to whether they fell into the category of enemies, victims, or the increasingly more likely bucket of utter fools. In lack of a better solution, and given the winter was only just ending, it would seem he'd need to keep them here for now. The Lord Commander made a decision. "You three will be held in the cells of Castle Black," he informed them coldly. "You will be provided with a basic meal and will keep quiet and stay out of trouble until we sort this out. My commanders and I will decide what to do with you." Corgyle was inwardly miffed that the trio seemed just as openly curious and unruffled being led to the cells, as anyone would be taking a tour of a flower garden. Harry was quite pleased with how things were going. The questioning so far had been somewhat cordial if a bit short and cold, but the trio knew it could get worse if they kicked up a fuss. With that in mind, they'd just gone with the flow, following their captors, and curiously examining the first real castle they'd encountered in this new world. The trio were ultimately led to a large cell by a couple of the brothers, where they were locked inside and left to their devices. Checking the coast was clear, Harry casually whispered to Sirius and Dobby. "That went pretty much exactly as we expected." Harry looked around. "Thankfully it looks like the wards of the wall don't extend to the castle itself. We're in a completely muggle enclosure," he concluded, tapping the iron bars. A simple first-year Alohomora would open the cell door. Sirius nodded but held a hand to pause Harry. "We don't want to draw more suspicion to ourselves. Let's see how this plays out first. They might have information we could use. We're still in need of a map after all." Dobby, still disguised as a small man, nodded while quietly cleaning everything in sight. "Dobby agrees, we should be patient. We're not exactly in a rush," he said while polishing the bars surreptitiously. The floor was already much cleaner than when they'd entered. Harry couldn't really argue with that. What rush could they possibly have, and a map would be useful. He huffed and cast a cushioning charm on the stone floor. "Well, I'll be napping then. Either until we get a visitor, or until night falls. If this is the castle of an ancient institution, I'm sure they'll have a library and records. We can go hunting for a map when most of them are asleep." He relaxed on the soft stone floor, tossing a few warming charms around the cell, and nodded off. Ultimately they didn't do much more than laze about for the rest of the day. All three of them were actually quite pleased to get a bit of a rest day after so much hiking the Muggle Way. They'd even been stuck camping the Muggle Way with the Rangers. It was unpleasant. A rest day, despite involving a dungeon cell, was much appreciated. By the time they felt midnight had passed, the castle was eerily quiet. The cold was more apparent now, seeping through the cracks in the stone walls. The only sound being that of the wind buffeting against the towers of the keep. Harry cast some quick disillusionment and sound-dampening charms on Sirius and Dobby, before doing the same for himself, being the most adept at these spells from his time on the run. Harry cast a silent Alohomora to unlock the cell door and quietly pushed it open to take a look into the long, dark hall beyond. Thankfully, it seemed there were no obvious guards in the area. They were either more short-staffed at Castle Black than even the Thens had thought, or the Brothers of the Watch didn't think the trio were enough of a threat to warrant guards. Either way, Harry wasn't complaining. Any guard would have had a hard time spotting the trio in the dark with the concealment spells in place, but it was helpful there'd be no need to knock anyone out. With any luck, their escape would go unnoticed until morning. "All right, the coast is clear," Harry whispered to his companions. "Remember, we want to find maps of the region if we can. Any books you see could also prove useful, but I won't hold my breath on finding anything substantial in a place like this." Dobby saw an old man carrying documents up to the West Tower when we came in this morning, the house elf offered helpfully. Dobby only noticed because he was the only clean man in the courtyard. "Well, that seems like as good a place to look as any. Good work, Dobby, let's head that way first." With Harry taking the lead, they moved cautiously through the dimly lit corridors of Castle Black, trying to avoid any patrolling Black brothers. The castle was dark and cold, with the flagstone floor caked in mud, and the faint smell of dampness permeating the air. "It can't be very pleasant living here day in day out." "This might explain how grumpy Lord Commander Corgyle seemed," Sirius observed, not noticing Dobby silently casting cleaning charms on everything they passed, leaving a pristine hallway in their wake. Shadows danced on the walls as they navigated the maze-like structure, their breath actually visible in the frigid air. All except Harry's, whose connection with the cloak hallow made his invisibility spells absolutely perfect. Taking the first set of stairs they found up to the second floor, into what looked like a better maintained, drier section of the castle, they silently moved around towards the tower on the western corner of the castle. Eventually, coming to the tower entrance, Harry cast another Alohomora to unlock the heavy wooden door, and pushed it open slowly, cringing as it creaked with the motion. Taking a peek into the room and seeing it was empty of Night's Watchmen, he quickly led the trio inside. "Jackpot!" Sirius exclaimed slightly too loudly, looking around at what was clearly a small library, illuminated moonlight streaming through the windows. "No idea why they would need a library in this godforsaken place, but I'm not going to complain. I can't imagine it was a recent addition, not with the state this castle is in. It must have been a holdover from when the Night's Watch was still an honorable pursuit. Some of these books look ancient," Harry noted with a smile playing on his face as he took in the surprisingly well-stocked library. The room was small, but the walls were lined with rows of ancient, leather-bound books and scrolls, many of which seemed to have been untouched for centuries. Cobwebs adorned the corners of the ceiling, and a thick layer of dust coated many of the shelves. It looked like the whichever scholar or bookkeeper maintained the library had piled the oldest, most deteriorated tomes and scrolls together on a shelf towards the back, likely for future hand copying. Though it seemed they'd been waiting on that shelf for a while, he imagined the man must have been too busy to work on copying and restoration. Luckily, a quick reparo would do the job just as well, so Harry resolved to copy as many of those books as he could, before repairing the copy and storing it in his pouch for later sorting. He hoped to at least to avoid the inevitable loss of knowledge through simple deterioration. Running a hand over some of the precious tomes, Harry read out some of the titles, getting more and more excited as he did so. Myths and Legends of the True North, Magics of the Forest, The History of Hardhome. This is brilliant. We can get a bit of a better feel for the history of the people in this region, and even better, maybe a head start on learning some of their magics. Sirius snorted at the look of sheer glee on Harry's face, having learnt recently how much of a magic scholar his godson had become before going through the veil. "Right, well, while you engage in the grand old black tradition of stealing ancient magic tomes, Dobby and I will start looking for some maps." Failing to receive any sort of response from his godson other than a distracted wave of his hand, Sirius decided he'd better get to his own task. Looking around, he realized that he had also lost the attention of the excitable little elf, who was now on the other side of the room, frantically cleaning dust off rows of old manuscripts. Rolling his eyes at the antics of the other two, Sirius set about scanning the library for any relevant maps or texts on the geography of the region. In the end, this proved rather easy, as he found all the relevant maps and texts stored conveniently together on a shelf near the front of the room. The shelf and the documents themselves showed far more use than the rest of the library, more wear and less dust. Hopefully this meant there was some useful information here. Pulling out the most prominently placed scroll, and unrolling it on a nearby table, he found a large map of what must be Westeros. The map showed main thoroughfares, rivers, towns and castles. This was exactly what they needed. It wasn't overly detailed, but it would give them a direction at least. Continuing to browse through the documents, he also found an extremely old, highly detailed map of the northern regions dubbed Kingdoms of the North, the Vale, and the Narrow Seas. It was curious that the vastly more detailed map was by far the most ancient document in the set, but now was not the time to question this discovery. Sirius copied both maps and strengthened the copies with a reparo and some preservation spells to make them hardier and more suitable for the road. Sirius then finished by picking up and copying a number of other books that showed signs of being more commonly used. He had no idea what most of them would contain, but figured it was a good bet there would be something useful in there when they finally got around to sorting their loot. Done with his task, Sirius looked around to see Harry shrinking one last pile of copied books into and packing them away in an expanded pouch with a satisfied sigh. Dobby, too, had just finished polishing the brass candle holders on the wall which now sparkled in the moonlight. The candle holders had been so dirty when they first arrived, that Sirius had thought they were made of iron. Come to think of it, they might have been made of iron when they walked in. Sirius wasn't entirely sure how house elf magic worked, but Dobby seemed happy with a job well done, which is all that mattered. Getting the attention of the other two, Sirius whispered, "I've got the maps. We'd better get a move on, before anyone notices we're no longer in the dungeons. Have you got everything you need?" "Yep, got everything that looked even mildly interesting, should be some interesting reads," Harry replied, patting the pouch on his belt. "Let's get out of here." As quietly as possible they retraced their steps through the dark, cold, and silent castle, taking care to recast their disillusionment and sound-dampening spells to avoid detection. With their spells in place and maps securely tucked away, Harry, Sirius, and Dobby saw little reason to return to their cell. All were impatient to resume their journey south after their surprisingly comfortable relaxation day in the dungeons. With that in mind, they moved cautiously through the shadows, eventually reaching the staircase they used to get up from the dungeons. Looking back at his companions and motioning up the stairs, Harry whispered, "If we head to the top of this tower, we should be able to fly out. That way they won't be able to track our path." "Great idea. I wouldn't mind one last look at the wall from the air either. I always thought you Potters were a bit dramatic, but seeing what your ancestor built, now I know it to be a fact," Sirius replied, earning a snort from Harry as they made their way forward. Climbing the creaky, wooden stairs, they found themselves on top of what seemed to be the tallest tower in the castle. Though it was dwarfed by the monolithic wall of ice behind them. A panoramic view of the surrounding landscape unfolded before them, lit by the brightly glowing moon. The distant trees to the south were nothing more than silhouettes against the night sky. Harry pulled his firebolt from his pack, and the three of them squeezed onto the broom, each recasting warming spells with extra strength to deal with the inevitable frigid air of broom flight this far north. "I'm not sure I'd call it a daring escape," Harry said to the others after some distance was covered. "But it was a nice bit of fun regardless." Harry paused. "It's got nothing on stealing from Gringotts though," he finished. Sirius resolved to ask about this apparent Gringotts episode at some point. Now that he thought about it, Harry had mentioned Gringotts when he spoke about searching for Horcruxes, but he'd clearly not heard the full story. On that matter Sirius still hadn't got the story on how Harry ended up, accidentally, riding a dragon. Just what on earth did his godson get up to over the last few years? As they flew southward, the landscape below them slowly transformed from icy wilderness to a more hospitable-looking terrain dotted with lighter snow-covered forests and hills. Spotting a small clearing surrounded by tall trees, Harry steered the firebolt downward, the trio landing as gracefully as possible. Quickly, they set to work establishing their campsite. Harry and Sirius began casting a series of protective wards around the perimeter, while Dobby set up the magical tent. Another week had passed, and the luster of rugged adventure seemed to have worn off with the never-ending hiking and flying. The constant cold and harsh landscape had taken its toll on their spirits. However, Harry eagerly anticipated the warmer weather that would soon arrive both as they made it further south, and as the winter faded further into spring. The warmer weather would allow them to fly for longer periods without worrying about their warming spells losing their effect. Bringing up his idle thoughts on the weather while they lounged by a small stream one afternoon, elicited a surprising response from Sirius. The man couldn't help but chuckle as he recalled and related a conversation he overheard in Castle Black. "So, Harry," Sirius began, a mischievous twinkle in his eye, "apparently, a raven told the folks at Castle Black that winter was coming to an end. Can you believe that?" Harry snorted, raising an incredulous eyebrow at the comment. "A raven? How on earth did a bird manage to tell them anything? And what would a raven know about predicting the weather anyway? I've spoken to plenty of snakes in the past and the most complex thought they've ever shared on the weather is that it's too hot, or too cold. Never spoken to a raven though. Maybe it's a thing around here." Sirius waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, you know how it is with muggles. They have their peculiar ways." Harry's eyebrow raised further, still skeptical. "But, Sirius, we're in a world with at least squib-level magic users. We've seen it ourselves. How can you be so sure it's just a muggle thing?" Sirius shrugged, not seeming particularly concerned with these muggles. "I suppose we can't be certain. But it doesn't matter, does it? Though maybe we should be on the lookout for talking ravens in the next town, just in case." Harry shook his head, chuckling. "You're right. It's just so odd, but if there are talking ravens around here, I'd love to meet one." Dobby, who had been listening quietly, was pretty sure that he saw a raven carrying a message on paper for the castle, but chose not to mention it, because the only thing less likely than a talking raven was a raven that could write. But Dobby did commit to himself that he'd make sure to capture any talking ravens as a gift for his master, if he did ever encounter one. Instead, he jumped in with their hypothetical, "Dobby isn't sure, but Dobby thinks talking ravens would make good friends. he said with such seriousness that he had Harry and Sirius laughing, as they imagined Dobby with a small army of talking raven friends. Dobby went back to boiling the tea, pleased with his foray into joking with equals. The trio joked together, their spirits momentarily lifted by the absurdity of the conversation. The prospect of talking ravens and the promise of warmer weather gave them a renewed sense of adventure as they continued their journey, heading vaguely south and towards the coast. Chapter 8 Teaser. There is no food to spare for the town, Lord Bolton almost growled in a menacing whisper, causing the older man to step back slightly. My larders are almost entirely bare as it is, and I'll not starve myself for the small folk. They should be thankful to have a roof over their heads, and that is enough. Dobby blinked in confusion, his brow furrowing as he tried to make sense of the situation. Had Lord Bolton simply misplaced or forgotten about this vast castle larder? It seemed like such an odd oversight for a man in his position. Nonetheless, Dobby resolved to help the clearly dotty but well-meaning lord by relocating the food to the larder he had spotted in the center of the town earlier today, where it could more easily be rediscovered and distributed among the small folk. The lord would surely be happy that someone stumbled upon this clearly forgotten extra food and saved him the effort of transporting it into town. 0 comments 0 vote. Don't panic ch8. Just passing through. Chapter Synopsis. Our trio encounters their first proper settlement south of the wall. Too bad it's a Bolton village. Don't be surprised if Lord Bolton ends up worse off as our party passes through. The next town looks much more promising, and offers the trio a chance to try their hand at playing the wandering merchant. Last time, climbing the creaky, wooden stairs, they found themselves on top of what seemed to be the tallest tower in the castle. Though it was dwarfed by the monolithic wall of ice behind them. A panoramic view of the surrounding landscape unfolded below, lit by the brightly glowing moon. The distant trees to the south were nothing more than silhouettes against the night sky. Harry pulled his firebolt from his pack, and the three of them squeezed onto the broom, each recasting warming spells with extra strength to deal with the inevitable frigid air of broom flight this far north. I'm not sure I'd call it a daring escape, Harry said to the others after some distance was covered. But it was a nice bit of fun regardless. Harry paused. It's got nothing on stealing from Gringotts though, he finished. Sirius resolved to ask about this apparent Gringotts episode at some point. Chapter 8. Just passing through. The lands had been mostly unpopulated along their route so far, with only the occasional small gathering of huts in the distance. None of those tiny hamlets could hold more than a single family, and every single one of them appeared deserted. Harry suspected the distributed populace probably gathered together in villages during the winter, since the land would definitely not sustain crops through the bitter cold. After several days wandering in a nodal-together straight line, Harry was relieved to finally spot a largish settlement. Or at least more established, with village walls and clear signs of habitation. Though the town itself wasn't altogether inviting. Looking drab and worn down. The buildings were old and weathered, and the people they encountered seemed wary and unfriendly. The two guards by the gate looked somewhat surprised as they approached, though even in their surprise, Harry noted that they had a rough and hardened look about them. They definitely didn't give off a welcoming vibe. Their eyes narrowed with suspicion as they scrutinized the trio of newcomers. To Harry's surprise, despite the suspicious looks, no attempt was made to stop them entering. He was honestly a bit disappointed at that, having wanted to try the Star Wars-style compulsion wave he'd once seen on TV, but it was unneeded. The guards simply grunted and waved them through. We should be cautious, Sirius whispered to Harry and Dobby as they made their way through the narrow streets. This town doesn't seem to be the friendliest place for strangers. Sirius nodded in agreement, his eyes scanning the faces of a few townspeople going about their days, some giving them curious glances and scarpering off to who knows where. Let's gather what information we can and leave as soon as possible. We don't want to cause any trouble in the first village we enter. He added, conveniently ignoring all the trouble he and Marge had caused then, and their recent escapade with the Night's Watch. With that, the trio split up, each venturing into different parts of the town to gather information. The atmosphere was tense, and Harry was all for Sirius's suggestion that they not stay for long. There would likely be far more interesting towns and cities further south. Coming back together after a short exploration of the town, it was clear none of them were particularly impressed. This is not what I was hoping we'd find, Harry began with a frown. The townsfolk don't seem very happy here. No one wanted to talk with me about the town, so I resorted to brushing their minds with legilimency to gather surface thoughts, and things are not good. Apparently the local lord, some Bolton fellow, has been keeping himself and his corrupt guards fed through winter with the food the townsfolk stored. Anyone not in his inner circle has been rationed hard over latter part of the winter. Somehow I'm not surprised, Sirius replied with a grimace. It has all the hallmarks of a corrupt society like we had in the wizarding world. The strong rule, and take what they want. The rest do what they're told. I don't like it, Harry agreed readily. The people here have it tough enough with the long winters. They shouldn't have to suffer because of a corrupt local lord as well. But there's not much we can do about it right now. Let's just move on before we gain the attention of anyone better off avoided. It just didn't seem like a worthwhile place to spend their time, and Harry honestly had the rather unsettling feeling they were being watched. I overheard one of the guards speaking about a more prosperous town farther down the trail, Sirius offered. It definitely sounds like a better place to find answers and allies. Harry and Sirius exchanged a glance, and after barely a moment's consideration, they agreed. Let's get a move on then. The sooner we leave this town behind the better, Harry said. Tonight we'll camp well outside the town in the shelter of the forest, and continue our journey tomorrow. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they set up camp in a secluded spot hidden amongst the trees. The trio kept a watchful eye on their surroundings, their wards ensuring the campsite would remain undetected by any patrolling guards. Preparing dinner, Harry and Sirius reflected on the disappointing, but very much expected corruption of the feudal lord in charge of the first town they'd encountered down here. They were sure they'd find those who cared for their people, but it seemed more and more likely that the average man would be living a hard life of poverty and subsistence even south of the wall. Harry honestly wasn't sure how they thought themselves so much better than the then down here. At least with the Thens, those who weren't fit to rule never made it onto the Elder Council. Harry had to resist the pull of his saving people thing, and reminded himself that he's on holiday, and it's not always up to him to right wrongs. Nonetheless, he'll be keeping an eye out for ways to help people. Sadly, the approach of this Bolton lord and his guards might not even be considered corruption, but just the accepted attitude of the nobles that left their small folk in dire straits. Harry sighed, a matter for another day. He'd try to enjoy the adventure for now. As Harry had insisted on preparing dinner, it gave Dobby some free time to explore the castle standing over the town. If what they'd heard in the town was correct, the imposing structure was apparently called the Dread Fort, or something like that. Dobby had to agree it fit the name. The building was drafty, and the stone was so dark it would barely show up any dirt. Certainly a dreadful place to live in Dobby's opinion. On the plus side, Dobby was sure he could find some small pieces of work to do in such a large building. Dobby had already decided he didn't much like the dark and damp castle after the first few rooms he had visited and subtly cleaned. Dobby was just about to pop back to the campsite when he overheard a conversation between what must have been Lord Bolton and an older man in a grey outfit wearing a chain of metal around his neck. "There is no food to spare for the town," the lord almost growled in a menacing whisper, causing the older man to step back slightly. "My larders are almost entirely bare as it is, and I'll not starve myself for the small folk. They should be thankful to have a roof over their heads, and that is enough." Dobby's heart went out to the people in the town, who were clearly struggling to make ends meet, and he decided this was a much better use of his free time. With a determined look in his eyes, Dobby set out to help. He knew that their food trunk was full of supplies, and they could certainly spare some for the hungry people of this town. Silently and discreetly, Dobby reached out with his magic to locate the lord's larder and grain stores. He easily popped to the location he sensed, ready to fill it to the brim with some of their spare food, so the lord would have enough to share. To his surprise, he found the stores already practically filled with carefully stored foodstuffs. Dobby blinked in confusion, his brow furrowing as he tried to make sense of the situation. Had Lord Bolton simply misplaced or forgotten about this vast castle larder? It seemed like such an odd oversight for a man in his position. Nonetheless, Dobby resolved to help the clearly dotty but well-meaning lord by relocating the food to the larder he had spotted in the center of the town earlier today, where it could more easily be rediscovered and distributed among the small folk. The lord would surely be happy that someone stumbled upon this clearly forgotten extra food and saved him the effort of transporting it into town. Using his magic, Dobby discreetly transported the food with several directed clicks of his fingers. Moving such a large volume by himself was a tad tiring, but he was quite happy to have found such a good use for his time. By the end of the afternoon, Dobby was filled with joy at a successful job done, and happy to return to the campsite for his own dinner with Sirius and Harry. As they moved back through the town towards the western road in the morning, Harry and Sirius observed the mood seemed to have turned up since the day before. They heard enough to know the small folk were apparently overjoyed at their lord sharing enough food to last them through to the first harvest. They could see Lord Bolton standing on a platform to the side of the town square, with a look that seemed to flit oddly between surprise and rage. In the distance, they managed to catch a few snippets of his speech, supplied by my own benevolence of course, they heard Lord Bolton say. Perhaps this lord wasn't as bad as they had initially thought. Still, they didn't want to dally in the town when they already had their next destination. The morning sun rose, casting a warm golden light over the campsite as the trio prepared to set off on the next leg of their journey. As they packed up their belongings and doused the remnants of their campfire, Harry and Sirius found themselves deep in conversation. After their somewhat lackluster first foray into civilization south of the Wall, Harry had started to really consider the need for a sense of purpose to guide their wanderings. I know we're supposed to be on vacation, Sirius, but we need a goal, some sort of reason to our exploration, Harry mused, his brow furrowed in thought, otherwise, we'll just be wandering aimlessly and getting lost. Or we'll end up bogged down in towns like this one and never get anywhere at all. Sirius nodded, a thoughtful expression on his face. Nothing wrong with getting a bit lost of course, but you're right. We need something to keep us focused and give us direction. What if we treat this journey as a traditional coming-of-age world tour, like the ones wizards of old used to embark on? Harry's eyes widened with interest. That actually sounds like a great idea. We could visit all the major cities, learn from different cultures, and experience everything this world has to offer. A mischievous grin spread across Sirius's face. And have a bit of fun while we're at it. I'm sure there'll be a few feudal lords who need to be put in their place if they're anything like the Black Lords of old. Harry laughed, the idea appealing to him. That sounds like a plan. We'll explore, learn, and keep an eye out for a place to settle later on, like we promised the Thens. But most importantly, let's enjoy ourselves and leave our old responsibilities behind for a while. Dobby, who had been listening to their conversation, gave them a long look, then continued packing. He was pretty sure that's exactly what they'd already planned to do. He guessed Harry just needed to put it in words to release some of the tension from seeing the rough living of small folk, as they seem to be called. To keep the mood high, Dobby added, Dobby thinks this is a wonderful plan. It will be a grand adventure. People always seemed to brighten when he added a little excitement to the conversation. He had been having a good time of it so far. After all, he'd managed to find at least some work to do at all of their stops. Resuming their journey, the trio trod the somewhat dilapidated dirt road towards the next town. Once they were far enough away from prying eyes, they mounted the firebolt and took to the skies, enjoying the faster travel and the lesser wind chill as they headed vaguely southwest. The increased speed felt freeing, despite the fact they would never be able to push the broom to its limit with 3 people on board. With the wind whipping through his hair, Harry felt some of the disappointment from their venture into Bolton lands melt away. Below them, the landscape changed gradually from rocky and unwelcoming to more lush and inviting. The dirt track roads stretched out before them, very occasionally branching off to small settlements of huts or to a safe river crossing. The track kept tracing onwards, meandering on its haphazard route between the hills and forests, connecting the scattered peoples of the barely populated countryside. Small farms and cottages occasionally dotted the landscape, but the distance between notable towns was truly astonishing. Harry marveled at the vast size of the continent, largely unmarred by civilization. The sun was just reaching its midday peak in the sky as when the trio finally reached the outskirts of their destination. Excited to hopefully find a friendlier sign of civilization, Harry quickly guided the broom to a secluded spot a short walk from the town, and came into land. Finally, I thought we'd be flying all day at this rate. Sirius groaned as he shook his legs, getting feeling back into them. Let's head on in and look around, shall we? I have the sudden urge to stretch my legs. Hold on a minute, Sirius. We need a plan first. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched the entire time we were wandering around the Bolton town. Let's at least put some effort into not standing out so much this time around. Seeing no one was going to object, Harry put forward the bare bones of a plan he concocted during the flight. It's unlikely we'll be able to pass as locals until we get a much better grasp of the culture around here. So we should play it up, continue the act of being foreign merchants that we tried at Castle Black. Though this time maybe with some merchandise to go along with it. Well, I'm game, Sirius shrugged. Hopefully we won't be thrown into a cell this time, but it's as good an idea as any. We'll need to pull out some merchandise to trade if we want to make a show of it. But that shouldn't be an issue with all the excess we brought in our trunks. With a wave of his wand, Sirius transfigured some fallen logs into a rudimentary cart, while Harry fetched some cloth to cover the top. An excited Dobby scurried about, pulling fresh food and steel tools from the trunks to serve as their trade goods, as they seemed to be in short supply in this area. Stepping back to take in the slightly wonky and dilapidated-looking wagon stacked high with merchandise, Dobby couldn't help but voice a concern. "Master Harry, sir, what about the horse?" This brought Harry and Sirius to a stop as they looked at each other with nonplussed faces, both having missed this point. "Ah," Harry demurred, "I could transfigure a horse out of a stone or something else lying around here, but since it's a lot more complex than a wagon, it would only be temporary. I'm still not confident with the effect the wilder nature of magic in this world might have on a transfiguration like that. We wouldn't want to take the risk that it transforms back into a rock in front of some poor unsuspecting stable hand." It was something he would test eventually, but for now they would have to make do. It wouldn't do to give away the secret of their magic so early. Harry was already quite chuffed with himself for managing to keep their magic entirely under the radar until now. Sirius shrugged. "We can just push the wagon in and say our horses were stolen by bandits." Deciding that was as good an excuse as any, the trio pushed their wagon onto the dirt path and started making their way towards the town. A small featherweight charm from Harry made it easy work despite the roots and stones encroaching on the uneven track. As they approached the wooden palisade gate, a soldier gave them a once-over before nodding them through and signaling to a nearby lad who ran off, presumably carrying a message to the town leader. This was a good sign. It seemed they'd get a far friendlier greeting here, and Harry wondered how much of that came down to the openness of those in charge, or was it simply luck of the guard roster. The trio entered the town, pushing their cart amidst the curious gazes of the townspeople. Judging by their gazes, Harry got the impression that merchants might be a rare sight in these parts, at least in winter. A few children started to follow them with the usual sense of innocent curiosity, some pretending to help push the wagon, as a bit of a game. Harry threw the children a few freshly ripened apples, which were quickly snatched out of the air and immediately eaten. As Harry pushed the cart through the town, he took in the various sights around him. The town was constructed primarily of wood, giving it a somewhat haphazard and worn appearance, but there was a sturdiness to the buildings that spoke of careful craftsmanship. It was clear that the town had weathered many long winters and had been forced to make do with the limited resources at hand. The structures were not run down, but maintained in a rather haphazard way, a testament to the resilience and ingenuity of the inhabitants in the face of a harsh land. The townspeople going about their daily tasks had faces etched with lines of hardship and a quiet determination. Even then, they were gracing the trio with friendly and slightly inquisitive looks. Harry spotted a blacksmith's forge off the main road, the clang of hammer on metal ringing through the air, while smoke billowed from the chimney. Nearby stood a stable, the faint sounds of horses snorting and shuffling reaching his ears. Further on, Harry noticed a pottery workshop, the potter's wheel spinning smoothly as the artisan shaped a lump of clay into a sturdy-looking pot. A small, welcoming inn or tavern of some sort beckoned to travelers, with the sound of laughter, and the light from a flickering hearth fire visible through the door, promising a warm respite from the chilly air. Spotting no sign of a dedicated market, Harry pointed Sirius and Dobby towards what appeared to be the town square. Here Harry began setting up a small stall displaying their goods, while Sirius and Dobby ventured off in search of lodgings they could use in their stay. The town square bustled with activity as people washed clothes in a water trough to the side, gathered jars of water from the central fountain, watered their horses, and exchanged news with neighbors. Children dashed about, their laughter a bright contrast to the austere surroundings. Despite what appeared to be a scarcity of resources and wealth, there was definitely a sense of community which was nice to see. A clear contrast to the more downtrodden people they had encountered back in the Bolden town. It was a promising sign. As Harry arranged some of the items on his makeshift stall, he noticed the sound of hooves approaching. Looking up, he saw a small group of soldiers accompanying an elderly man, whom Harry assumed to be the town leader, or perhaps even a minor lord. His understanding of early medieval feudal systems led him to believe that this man held some degree of authority in the area. It was a relatively small town though, so maybe a landed knight or similar retainer. To Harry's relief, the elderly man appeared jovial and interested in his merchant cart, rather than hostile. Harry still subscribed to moods, constant vigilance, mantra, so he wasn't averse to making use of legilimency when encountering unknown people. Harry suspected this skill would be invaluable in his first meeting with a member of this world's ruling class. While he couldn't dive deep without a lot more effort, Harry had no difficulty reading the surface thoughts of the approaching group and was happy that they seemed eager to greet him. As the Lord approached, he called out a cheerful greeting. "Ho there, be welcome, you're the first merchant since winter began, and many moons earlier than we thought to see any arrive. I am Lord Corman, pray tell me your name and what brought you to our neck of the woods." "My lord, thank you for the greeting." Harry addressed the newcomer cordially. Deciding to dive deep into his merchant persona, hoping it helped them blend in, he continued, "I am Hadrian Peverell, a humble merchant as you have deduced. My companions and I are just passing through on our way towards Winterfell, hoping to set up some new trade routes. I hope I've not overstepped any boundaries by setting up my stall in your town square." The elderly lord smiled warmly. "Not at all, my young friend. The people will be most pleased with your arrival. I, too, am interested in what you have to offer. Most importantly, we are in need of any food you might have to trade. The winter has been harsh, and our larders are barely holding on. Even as the season comes to an end, we face difficult times before the first harvest." Harry sensed an opportunity to gather information, acquire samples of the local currency, and perhaps even make some friends and allies in for the first time south of the Wall. This encounter seemed far more promising than the previous town they had visited. He gestured toward the various foods on display, noting that they had brought a selection of preserved meats, fresh fruits, and vegetables, as well as a surprisingly large pile of sacks containing various crucial grains. All the food was either fresh or of the highest quality. His elves prided themselves on producing only the best food after all. "My lord, we have a modest selection of foodstuffs that might help sustain your people until the harvest. We would be more than happy to trade with you and your townsfolk." Lord Corman's eyebrow raised at the ludicrous humility in that statement, given he'd rarely seen a merchant with so much grain, let alone fresh goods in winter. Nonetheless, his eyes twinkled with gratitude and interest as he perused the goods on offer. As they began to haggle over prices for the foods, Harry was more than willing to be generous and cut his prices deeper than the Lord expected. He could tell from a quick scan of surface thoughts, that Lord Corman was relieved at Harry's generosity and that he was digging into the last of his own coffers just to purchase this much for his people. It was good to know that Harry had more preserved food stored away in his trunks, not enough to gift it freely everywhere he traveled, but enough to be generous where the needs of the people called for it. Lord Corman was astonished at the freshness of the foods, and had his men immediately pack it away to store in the larders, in the hope they could stretch it for a few moons or more. Harry surreptitiously cast long-lasting preservation charms on the meats and vegetables to give them a bit more of a boost, hoping it would be enough. Sensing Lord Corman's elation through passive legilimency, Harry decided to capitalize on their friendly rapport, inquiring about the possibility of viewing any more detailed maps the Lord might have. Using the excuse that as a trader, he sought better routes to Winterfell and surrounding towns to improve the efficiency of his journeys. For most men this would be fruitless, as they'd have to memorize the map, knowing that such documents were rare and far too valuable to trade. Harry, however, had the gift of magic, and a simple duplication charm would allow him to leave with map in hand. Harry would also look to quietly copy any books he could find, knowing that such things were rare, even amongst nobles in the Middle Ages. Something he would do at every opportunity, with the hope that his collection of local tomes would eventually be large enough to start making more knowledge available to the masses. Or at least that's what he told himself. He quietly acknowledged to himself, in the privacy of his own mind, that he might have a bit of a hoarding problem when it comes to books, but that wouldn't stop him. Harry was equally interested in any accounts of tax revenue and everyday journals covering the production and imports of this lord's lands, purely for the purpose of learning how a minor lord of this so-called northern kingdom runs their lands. He wouldn't ask for the information, of course, but he'd take the opportunity if it arose. This might later allow Harry to introduce better practices. He won't know what modern knowledge might be useful until he understands what normal looks like today. Lord Corman, pleased by Harry's generosity, and thinking that Harry must have cleared out his full stock of fresh foods just for his own town, was more than happy to invite Harry to join him in the castle keep. The Lord explained to Harry that his keep had a resident scholar, apparently called Maester Elwyn. Lord Corman would instruct the Maester to show Harry their collection of maps in the records room. Corman also mentioned that he had messages for Lord Stark of Winterfell, offering to pay Harry to deliver them since his travels were taking him in that direction. Grateful for the opportunity to learn more about this world and its people, Harry accepted the offer. Leaving the cart and stall to Sirius, who had wandered back by then, and reluctantly accepting a spare horse from the Lord. Not that Harry had an issue riding, he had leaned on the back of hippogriffs and thestrals after all, he just found the lack of wings a bit disconcerting. Looking at the group around him, Harry observed the soldiers had rather haphazard uniforms and armor. They appeared to lack access to quality castle-forged steel, but their thick-boiled leathers and layers of furs seemed more than adequate for withstanding the harsh winter conditions. Yet more evidence that this town might be less prosperous than he'd expect of this era. Likely thanks to the deep winters. As Harry rode alongside Lord Corman passing back through the palisade gates toward the castle a little further along and atop a small hill, he couldn't help but marvel at the immersive medieval experience he found himself in. It was as if he had stepped into one of those fake medieval LARPing fairs he read about back in his old Muggle world. A world of lords and peasants, or small folk, as they were apparently known around here, complete with mounted knights and archers guarding the gates. Now that he had encountered friendlier people, Harry found the whole adventure to be rather enjoyable. Also reflecting on their decision to pose as traveling merchants, Harry realized that although it might not afford them the same esteem as nobles, it seemed to open doors nonetheless. As evidenced by his current escort to the Lord's Keep. The trio's chosen identities appeared to be well suited to their needs and would likely serve them well in the future. Though Harry was contemplating claiming their wizarding lordships over the houses of Black and Peverell, and introducing themselves as foreign nobles traveling the world as merchants. It might open slightly more doors that way. Something to contemplate. Upon their arrival at the keep, which featured a moat, a tall wooden wall, and a stone keep in the center, Lord Corman led Harry through the somewhat humble structure. It gave the sense of practicality over frivolity, with some faded banners adorning the wall with heraldic crests emblazoned over them, but a primary focus on firewood and other necessary goods stored around the edges of the courtyard. Handing the reins to a stable boy, Harry followed Lord Corman inside. They made their way to a chamber in the main keep, the only stone structure here, where the elderly-looking maester awaited them. He was clad in grey robes and wore a chain of multiple metals, looped together around his neck and clearly denoting something, likely his education and status. The maester greeted Harry warmly, introducing himself as Maester Elwyn, and at the instruction from Lord Corman, he proceeded to unfurl several maps and scrolls, detailing the geography and population centers of the region. Harry politely reviewed the maps, pointing out a few possible improvements to his route, and waiting for them to get bored of watching him study. Not long after Harry was left to continue his study of the map and, while the maester was running some errand, Harry got to his task of copying the small library and records, pleased with how easy this was. All was stored in an expanded pouch he carried, to be later transferred to a new section of his tent library. Chapter 9 Teaser. Town healer Alan was having the strangest day. She was a simple woman, happy in her small part of the world, and strange things rarely happened to her, so this made for quite the change. It started well with those merchants bringing some desperately needed fresh food to the square, much to the surprise of her fellow townsfolk. Alan brushed quickly over her rounds, noting that Dancy seemed to be doing much better today, only to do a double take. Alan was quite sure Dancy only had one leg yesterday. She was too wary to ask, as it might look a bit strange to mistake the volume of appendages on a patient, and maybe it was someone else who'd been missing their leg. The evening continued to grow stranger for Alan as she retraced her steps along the surprisingly neat road to the healing house. It seemed as though every time she turned around, something had been repaired, cleaned, or improved in some way. She was starting to feel as though she was losing her grip on reality. She also wondered if maybe all her fellow townsfolk were just too dumb to notice. Seriously, how did Egan not notice his cat seemed to have regrown its tail? To be fair, when she told him that cat tails didn't just grow back, he did point out he had reasonable evidence to the contrary. Note: Chapter 15 is now up for free members on Patreon PanGalacticBard. If you would like to make comments or suggestions on the next draft chapter before it's published, you can head over there and have a look. If you would like to read even further ahead, or simply appreciate the story, I would welcome your donations. 0 comments 0 vote. Don't panic ch9, totally normal. Chapter synopsis. The townsfolk are pretty sure Sirius shouldn't have been left alone with the money box. Sirius is sick of squeezing onto the firebolt, thankfully he's confident he can build one for himself. And who thought it was a good idea to leave Dobby to his own devices? That was never going to end well. Last time, I hope I've not overstepped any boundaries by setting up my stall in your town square. Harry asked. The elderly lord smiled warmly. Not at all, my young friend. The people will be most pleased with your arrival. I, too, am interested in what you have to offer. Most importantly, we are in need of any food you might have to trade. The winter has been harsh, and our larders are barely holding on. Even as the season comes to an end, we face difficult times before the first harvest. As they began to haggle over prices for the foods, Harry was more than willing to be generous and cut his prices deeper than the Lord expected. He could tell from a quick scan of surface thoughts that Lord Corman was relieved at Harry's generosity and that he was digging into the last of his own coffers just to purchase this much for his people. Lord Corman was astonished at the freshness of the foods, and had his men immediately pack it away to store in the larders, in the hope they could stretch it for a few moons or more. Harry surreptitiously cast long-lasting preservation charms on the meats and vegetables to give them a bit more of a boost, hoping it would be enough. Chapter 9. Totally normal. Shannon made her way to the town square at a clipped pace, keen to get there before the gossip spread through the rest of the town. Apparently, a merchant wagon had braved the snowdrifts and mud tracks to trade in their small town. Shannon absolutely refused to miss out on this rare chance to go shopping. Gorm, her rather less enthusiastic husband, trailed behind, probably hoping to get out of spending their coin. Fat chance. They were out of just about everything perishable, and had been reliant exclusively on the good Lord for nearly a year now. To be fair, that's exactly what good upstanding small folk like herself paid taxes for, but it would still be nice to get something other than rations. Reaching the square, she noted they were not the first customers, but there wasn't yet a line, so she'd take her wins where she got them. The stall itself stood in front of a large wagon and was quite generously stacked with both food and other goods. This was pleasing, as she'd heard Lord Corman had already acquired much of the food. She honestly didn't recognize a few of these foods. The apple-sized orange-looking fruit was apparently called an orange. How very original. Beside the oranges were sacks filled with a hard white substance that was allegedly edible and long-lasting. Thankfully, it wasn't lice, as she'd first heard and been appalled by, but rather, something apparently called rice. She'd taken a whole sack of that just to try. It was an easy choice after learning that a whole sack cost less than a single stew at the tavern. Honestly, she wasn't entirely sure this merchant knew how money worked. This was further reinforced by his curious examination of the various coins she produced for him. At this point, Gorm did his usual thing and started asking questions. Shannon knew he was a good man, but he was always a bit suspicious of foreigners. Ah, so you're from the far south then, are you? Gorm queried, while testing an apple for firmness. More east, or west, or something. Sirius, the kind but somewhat hapless merchant, replied vaguely. That's. Gorm pondered how to handle that entirely unhelpful response. That's, spotting a clue in the form of the bark the man had told them was cinnamon. Gorm challenged the man. But cinnamon only grows in tropical lands. My nan once got some from a trader all the way from the Summer Islands. Gorm knew he had the man on this point. He was a southerner forcer. It's winter cinnamon, Sirius replied, completely unbothered but what must surely be a blatant lie. Responding to the deadpan look Gorm gave him, he simply added, no really. I'm serious, then chuckled for some reason. Gorm was highly skeptical, but decided to drop it. Instead poking the now suspicious bark. Shannon rolled her eyes. Gorm was such a stubborn ass. Who cares if it was this mythical cinnamon spice his nan had once bought, or some completely inedible bark from a tree just outside the gates. She always thought Gorm got too much of his intelligence from his nan's side of the family. Or was it too little? Honestly, buying tree bark from merchants thinking it's a valuable foreign spice. He was missing the bigger picture here. The alleged cinnamon was being sold as one lot, inside a beautifully carved wooden box with what looked like silver inlay. The box was vastly more valuable than the unidentifiable bark, and further confirmed the man was, in the nicest possible way, a terrible merchant. "We'll take it," Shannon declared, shutting up her overzealous husband, and likely preventing a rant. Sirius smiled at that, taking the 3 half-groat coins graciously, and pushing the stunning box towards her. He even dug out a recipe book that apparently had some good suggestions for use of cinnamon. Shannon didn't have the heart to tell the simple man that she couldn't read. She'd just sell the book later. This was an excellent day, she decided, as she pulled her grumbling conspiracy theorist of a spouse away to let other townsfolk access the stall. Quite a line had formed behind them while they made their purchases. Looking back, she saw the kind but hapless man was now inundated with people and money. Though vastly less money than he should have been taking. Having cleared out a suitable amount of merchandise, Sirius packed up the stall and rested in the chair he'd transfigured under the cover of a Notice Me Not charm. That was fun, and definitely felt rewarding. These people had clearly not seen a merchant for what sounded like nearly 2 years by standard time on Earth. Winters here were ridiculously long. Of course, with the sheer volume of goods stored in their trunks and pouches, they'd have no trouble being just as generous in other towns. Harry would probably ask him to bump up the prices a bit, but Sirius felt that could be done when summer was finally in place and the proper regional economies resumed. Until then he'd play the hapless merchant with far too much merchandise and not an ounce of money sense. Lots of small folk would doubtless be getting an unexpected relief as the trio passed through the various towns spread out from here to Winterfell. Of course, those other towns would require travel, and Sirius was sick of squeezing onto Harry's firebolt just to pick up speed. With that thought, Sirius let out a satisfied sigh, and hopped up from the chair, vanishing it in the process. There was time to spare, and Sirius suddenly had the inspiration to spend his afternoon cobbling together a new broom. Sure, it would be a bit rough, but he was pretty sure he'd be able to get it to fly. He'd just need to find the local carpenter to gather materials. Harry would likely be up in the castle keep dealing with the local overlord and his brainy people or something for quite a while. So there was no reason he couldn't get this done with a little hustle, and a whole lot of magic. Sirius left the now empty cart where it was and strode off confidently further into the town. Before remembering the carpenter was by the gates they'd entered through, and confidently turned around, striding off in the opposite direction. Gorm, what's the traitor fella up to?" Alec queried his friend as they stood atop the town wall taking in an afternoon ale and shooting the breeze. Alec was looking skeptically at the well-dressed but mud-covered man, who was running up and down outside the walls yelling, "Up, up," with a stick between his legs. Actually, looking closer, it looked more like a crudely built broom. Best not to ask Alec, Gorm concluded, after watching these antics for a bit. "I reckon the fellow's not all there in the head." Alec looked at Gorm with raised eyebrow, seeking some clarification on that point. Gorm continued, "Look at the facts, Alec. He and his partners trekked through the worst weather, over tracks that are more mud than anything now the snow's melting. Apparently without even a horse to take some of the load. And after all that, he cleared out his entire wagon of goods in just one town, and sold it all for well below what we would have happily paid." Alec contemplated that, taking a gulp of ale. "Well, you're not far wrong. They're not the brightest lot, and this one," they watched as Sirius jumped out of the lower branches of a tree, still holding a long stick between his legs. "I don't rightly know what's wrong with him, but at least they're a nice bunch. Definitely nicer than any of the usual southern traders we get around here, and I'll definitely not complain about lower prices." Mulling this over, Gorm couldn't help but agree, "You're right at that, they're the nicest merchants I think I've ever met. Maybe we can stay in their good books with a little gift. Encourage them to come back through here in future. The man's clearly interested in brooms. Let's have Warren whip together a nicer one, and gift it to them for their troubles." Alec watched the man fall face first into the mud, his broom snapping in the process. "Sure, why not? And maybe we'll get Shannon to give him lessons in how to use a broom properly," he chuckled, finishing off his ale. While Harry was schmoozing with the Lord and Sirius was off somewhere, having simply mumbled that he was seriously sick of having just one broom, Dobby was quietly observing the people of this small wooden town. House elves, by nature, were skilled at remaining unobtrusive and unseen, and Dobby was no exception. As he wandered through the winding streets in his younger merchant disguise, he couldn't help but notice the disarray that seemed to be everywhere. Dirt and debris littered the ground, and many of the buildings further back from the main street were in dire need of repair. The townspeople were clearly doing the best they could to maintain their homes, but resources were scarce. Dobby's innate desire for cleanliness and order compelled him to take action. Conscious of remaining as subtle as possible, Dobby began to discreetly clean and mend the town. Armed with a combination of his natural house elf magic and spells he had learned from Harry, he embarked on his new self-assigned mission of cleaning this medieval world. Starting with the dirt paths, Dobby carefully vanished the debris and smoothed the ground, making sure the townspeople would have an easier time traversing their streets. He expertly avoided drawing attention to himself, always staying just out of sight of the curious gazes of passers-by. For any villagers he couldn't avoid, it was easy enough to hit them with a mild confundus charm to ignore their surroundings for a short time while he cleaned. Next, Dobby focused on the buildings, drawing on the knowledge of magical construction and building repairs he learned when he and Harry restored Grimmauld Place after the war. He clandestinely mended broken shutters, patched leaky roofs, fixed doors and reinforced sagging structures. He even took the time to clean and polish the few windows he found, spelling the cloudy glass clear as he went, allowing more light to stream into the dimly lit interiors. Dobby was particularly pleased with the small healing house he stumbled upon behind the village square, which had so many things to fix he almost hyperventilated at the sight. He was literally vibrating with excitement at the task, and dove in, almost in a trance, as he set to mending what he could. Dobby did admit to himself later that he might not have been quite as subtle as he originally intended. But he was very quiet, and had carefully hidden himself under disillusionment before he entered, so he was sure no one would notice. Even Harry probably wouldn't miss the materials and potions Dobby had borrowed when he was mending some of the more stubborn issues. Looking over his work for the day, Dobby felt a sense of satisfaction in knowing he had made a small difference in the lives of these people. Dobby was also satisfied that he'd had a chance to really exercise his magic for the first time in a long while. All house elves knew nothing good ever came from refusing the natural urge to clean and mend. If he could expect to find more opportunities like this on their adventure, then Dobby would be a happy elf indeed. Happy with his work, Dobby decided to join Sirius where he knew he was holed up in the local tavern. Probably seeking information and local gossip. With Harry at the Lord's Keep and Sirius at the tavern, they would soon have a wealth of knowledge and more towns to visit. Towns that would probably be just as dirty as this one, he thought with glee. Town healer Alan was having the strangest day. She was a simple woman, happy in her small part of the world, and strange things rarely happened to her, so this made for quite the change. It started well with those merchants bringing some desperately needed fresh food to the square, much to the surprise of her fellow townsfolk. They had all carefully rationed what remained of the town's food up to this point, and knew they'd need to lean on Lord Corman to last the remaining few moons before the harvest. Now, however, she could see them having satisfied stomachs for the foreseeable future. It left her in a great mood. Alan's mood was slightly dampened as she failed to notice a few changes in the town healing hall and convalescent house. Specifically, she failed to notice the door, when she walked straight into it, expecting only the temporary cloth hanging over the entrance to the small building, as the door had broken long ago. Alan rubbed her head, trying to comprehend who installed the door, and grumbling that a little warning would have been nice. In her now slightly miffed state, she brushed quickly over her rounds, noting that Dancy seemed to be doing much better today, only to do a double take. Alan was quite sure Dancy only had one leg yesterday. She was too wary to ask, as it might look a bit strange to mistake the volume of appendages on a patient, and maybe it was someone else who'd been missing their leg. Feeling that it'd be best to retire to the tavern for lunch, and to contemplate her apparent lack of grasp on appendage counting, she ran across her brother Hagen coming out of the forge. Hagen seemed to have a gleam in his eye as he carted some 24 shining halberds and a few breastplates towards the castle keep. Calling for him, Hagen quickly explained that he must have been in some sort of a working daze this afternoon. He was sure he'd only started on the repair of one halberd. But upon exiting the strange fuzzy daze and realizing it was time to clock off, he'd found all the halberds repaired and sparkling like new, along with the armor, and even some of the pieces in his scrap pile that he was pretty sure were rusted right through with big holes. It seemed he was finally getting the hang of this blacksmithing thing. This, of course, drew a rather skeptical look from Alan as she watched her brother bound off towards the keep. Knowing her brother was, at best, a very enthusiastic blacksmith, and usually well into his cups by the afternoon. Alan wondered whether she'd been through a similar experience and had accidentally returned Dancy's missing leg whilst in some sort of a haze. She looked at her hands wondering if they'd worked magic or some kind of blessing without her knowing. Shaking off that silly thought, Alan resolved to have a serious conversation with her younger brothers about those new hallucinogenic mushrooms they'd found. With food as short as it was, you never knew what people put in the stews to pad them out, but she was sure she's warned them to stay away from those mushrooms. Well, this was definitely the last time she let either of her brothers cook. As she entered the tavern for possibly a larger drink than originally intended, she passed the strangest man, wearing a large amulet and more hats than could possibly be necessary. She also thought it unnecessary to have socks darned to one's jacket. Alan decided maybe she needed to see a healer herself and turned back to the healing house in deep contemplation of her sanity. The evening continued to grow stranger for Alan as she retraced her steps along the surprisingly neat road to the healing house. It seemed as though every time she turned around, something had been repaired, cleaned, or improved in some way. She was starting to feel as though she was losing her grip on reality. She also wondered if maybe all her fellow townsfolk were just too dumb to notice. Seriously, how did Egan not notice his cat seemed to have regrown its tail? To be fair, when she told him that cat tails didn't just grow back, he did point out he had reasonable evidence to the contrary. Determined to get to the bottom of the situation, Alan decided to make a list of all the odd things she'd noticed throughout the day. At first, she thought it would be a short list, but as she recalled each event, she couldn't help but feel as though the list was growing far too long to be a mere coincidence. As she sat in the healing house, trying to scribble down her list, she noticed that even the quill she was using seemed to be in better condition. The ink flowed smoothly and the nib was perfectly sharpened. Had she done that herself and simply forgotten about it? She couldn't be sure. Growing increasingly perplexed by their strange good fortune, Alan decided to take a walk around town to clear her head. As she strolled through the streets, she noticed that the changes weren't limited to just the small area around the healing house and tavern. The entire town seemed to have undergone a subtle transformation. Buildings had been repaired, streets were cleaner, and even the animals seemed better off. Was it possible that some sort of magic was at work here? Alan had heard tales of children of the forest that could bring good fortune to worshippers of the old gods on a whim, but she'd never believed in such things before. Could it be that one of these creatures had taken a liking to their little town? Alan decided to spend more time by the weirwood tree in coming days, just in case she should be thanking it for this sudden bout of good fortune. Having left Lord Corman's little town behind and back on the road, or track, or mud trail if they were being generous, Sirius had the chance to share his utter failure at broom construction with Harry. It did clear up the confusion Harry had over the unusual gift of a beautifully built, but completely unexplained broom that the townspeople had presented to Sirius upon their departure. Harry had originally chalked it up to a local custom and wasn't going to offend them by asking. Initially thinking that Dobby might appreciate the mundane cleaning implement. Though now knowing the full story, it did occur to Harry that Sirius had clearly been spotted by the villagers in his attempts to make a flying broom. He'd have to remind Sirius they were trying to be subtle and not disclose their magic. At least the broom hadn't actually worked. Harry was fairly certain they'd managed not to give away any hints of magic in their travels south of the wall so far, and he was happy this broom escapade hadn't blown their cover. The villagers probably just thought Sirius was a bit strange, not that they were too far off the mark with that one. Sirius spent their first evening back in the tent working on the broom he had been gifted. Somewhat confident that the better build would make the necessary difference. He also had a few runic books and Quidditch manuals scattered around as he carved. Harry even gifted him a few hippogriff feathers to lay inside the handle. Requiring the somewhat delicate process of splitting the broom handle down the middle, then perfectly merging the wood back together with magic, leaving no seam in the process. The feathers should give more stability in the air, but both the charms and the runic work would need to be right for it to fly in the first place. Harry chuckled as he strode along beside Sirius, who was proudly, and somewhat stubbornly sitting atop his newly operating broom. Of course, the thing only flew 4 feet off the ground, and had a maximum speed just faster than a light jog, but Sirius was inordinately proud. That being said, Sirius was still a bit put out that he would still have to squeeze onto the firebolt if they wanted to achieve any sort of real speed, and to fly over the harder terrain. Nonetheless, when they weren't on the firebolt, he refused to walk for the next few days, just to prove how successful he'd been in his endeavor. Harry agreed to help improve the broom over time, though he felt he'd need to find some focusing materials, and find a way to refine the raw magic of this world to get it to work at any sort of height or speed beyond its current limitations. The trio continued their progress through a number of similar small towns over the next few weeks, slowly making their way towards Winterfell, all the while gaining a sense of satisfaction in the simple task of selling their spare foods to people who so desperately needed it. A few towns had lords overseeing them, though most seemed to be in the domain of smaller masterly houses or yeomen, vassals to the lords, as was standard in most feudal systems Harry was familiar with. He thought some might be landed knightly houses, but there seemed to be no knights in this region from what he'd heard in the taverns. They had become quite adept at setting up their market cart to push into the villages, and hawking their goods in whatever passed as a main square. Not that they tried very hard to haggle. Harry was sure many of the villagers thought they were a bit dim actually, with how they often, accidentally, managed to haggle the villagers down to lower prices. In many of these towns they were greeted with relief and gratitude by the minor lord or yeoman that ruled over the township. Some might not even be called towns, they were so worn down, but their gratitude was a balm for the soul, and the smiles they received were most welcome. The only minor problem came in the fact that the local lords were clearly so pleased with the merchant trio, that they insisted on gifting them with horses when they left. It seemed their ruse of claiming to have lost their horses to various misadventures along the way caused far greater concern than they had initially expected. To the down-to-earth northerners, a man without a horse was almost an affront to their hospitality. The local lords all seemed dutifully horrified at their lack of four-legged preambulatory locomotion, as Harry took to calling it. This had originally caused a brief bout of consternation for the trio when Lord Corman presented them with a set of 3 small horses as they left the first village, alongside the broom that the townsfolk had insisted on gifting to Sirius. The horses certainly weren't best of breed, just humble working horses that had seen their best days already, but it was a nice gesture from the grateful lord. Having traveled far enough from the village to stop out of sight of any prying eyes, the trio had set about scratching their collective heads, trying to figure out what to do with the horses. Their tent, while roomy, wasn't set up to host animals, and they couldn't very well carry the horses with them on the broom. Though Sirius did confirm a broom could handle a pig suspended from several ropes. This, he said, was an experiment he and Harry's dad undertook one summer that got them both grounded and very nearly in trouble with the ministry for breaching the statute of secrecy. Apparently disillusioning themselves and the broom hadn't carried through to the pig tied to the broom, and caused much confusion in the local village near Potter Manor. It was Dobby who eventually proposed the simple solution of sending the horse back to the then village via Portkey, so the elves could care for them along with the other animals in the farm trunk. Happy with the solution, Harry waved his hand over the saddle, turning it into a temporary portkey and sent it on its way. Chuckling slightly as he imagined the reactions of the poor then villagers when a slightly traumatized horse arrived out of thin air in front of their village hall. Harry had grown to enjoy the roller coaster-like effect of a portkey, but he wasn't sure their 3 new horses would feel the same. Oh well, it was only a one-way journey and they would surely enjoy the farm trunk once they arrived. Regardless of the somewhat inconvenient 4-legged way of showing gratitude these northerners had, Harry was happy they were able to help so many of the fine folk they encountered on their journey. Knowing as they did, that the winters and summer here lasted for many years. Selling a bit of fresh food and some steel tools was no hassle for them and there was plenty more where that came from. Harry made a note to return next winter, no matter how many years passed, to help these people last through the worst of the cold. Or better yet, he should look into introducing proper glass making, and help them build glass houses for use in this weather. He noted these thoughts down in a small journal of ideas and learnings he'd started to keep on his travels. Harry's library of local maps and books was also growing steadily, one small collection at a time. He was surprised at how inconsistent their mapping was, with some maps marking down resources in another lord's lands that the lord in question didn't seem to have on their own maps. It felt like they were underutilizing their resources purely through lack of awareness. Unbeknownst to the trio, they also left behind varied levels of confusion at the miraculous repairs found throughout the townships. Thankfully, with communication so stilted in the region, no one made the connection with the traveling merchants, and with a lack of further explanation, much interest was renewed in the old gods. Finally, After a few more weeks of travel, the trio landed on the outskirts of Winterfell. The imposing castle perched on a hill, with Wintertown sprawling out below. Harry was pleased to note that the town was much larger than any other they'd encountered, and gave him confidence that the large population centers he'd seen on the map would be similar, or even proper medieval cities. This town stood entirely within the protection of large stone walls, which was also a first on their travels. A definite step up from wooden palisade walls more commonly used by the smaller towns. With well-practiced ease, they quickly arranged the usual transfigured cart, and filled it with trade goods in preparation for their arrival. Hoping the ruse would facilitate another warm welcome like the ones they had received in the towns on the route. Harry noted that the cart was a little less wonky every time they transfigured it. Clearly practice makes perfect. They had no invite to the main castle, but Harry did have many documents to deliver to Lord Stark or, at least, his maester. So they agreed to make their way to the castle proper first, and visit the town later, slightly regretting that they'd now have to push the laden cart up such large hill. A featherlight charm would take care of most of the load, but it was still a hassle they could do without. As the three of them made their way up the hill, the massive grey castle loomed before them, a testament to the history and power of the Stark family who had ruled over the North for thousands of years. Harry was quite sure that castles were never this large in their old world, which just increased his excitement to explore this new land. The sheer size of the castle suggested a strange level of advanced construction and engineering, despite the lack of any signs of real technology. Frankly, their tech was a bit behind even for the medieval era, which left Harry a bit confused by the massive castle, but equally impressed with what they'd achieved with so little. As they made their way closer to the walls, all three of them began to pick up on the distinct feel of wards over the town and castle. They'd felt weak wards covering farms in the surrounding area, but here the feel was almost like a weak static charge. Harry in particular, was quite interested in finally meeting his distant kin, having only learned about them after arriving in this world. As the then had explained, the Starks were descendants of Ignotus Peverell. The connection was fairly tenuous, but Harry never had much in the way of extended family outside of the Blacks, so he was excited nonetheless. He was certainly hopeful he'd like the Starks, but he wouldn't hold his breath. After all, most of his relations had been rather lackluster, Blacks and Dursleys alike. Either way, he'd already decided it would be best to keep his history and their connection under wraps until he could gauge the attitude of the Starks towards magic. Who knows what history they still recalled from the time of Ignotus, and what they might be able to infer from his connection to the man. There was also much to achieve in their stay here. Harry hoped to raid what was likely to be the largest repository of books and records in the North, with a library stretching back millennia. Hopefully one that was slightly better maintained than the small one at Castle Black. Sirius would be running their market stall, for the first time in an actual market, small though it was, here in the capital of the North. Dobby in the meantime was tasked with finding the wardstone, or whatever it was that acted as the source of the magic they felt around the castle. This was an important mission. Harry had read enough books copied from the small castle libraries on their travels, and was quite sure this world didn't have any of the ancient runic languages he was familiar with. Harry had, however, seen hints of First Men runes and was keen to find a working wardstone leveraging such runes. Much like the magic of this world, the First Men magics he read mentions of in the books seemed raw. Far less refined than his own. Their runes, therefore, would likely add far greater power to Harry's own wards and runic chains, if he could find a way to combine them with his homeworld runic languages. The library would hopefully contain such knowledge as well. Harry admitted to himself that he was a knowledge hoarder, but that self-diagnosis wouldn't stop him from both copying and reading the likely large and ancient library of this castle. Chapter 10 Teaser. Lord Edwyle Stark sat back in his chair, taking a moment to warm his hands by the fire that crackled in the hearth. Winter was always a trying time for the North, and as the Lord of Winterfell, it was his duty to ensure the well-being of his people. With a great sigh and a creaking of bones, he leant forward to continue working through the endless paperwork that came with his position. He eyed the small pile of missives speculatively, thinking back to the strange collection of messages he had received over the last moon or so. The first was from the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, and had left Edwyle scratching his head. How on earth did three nobles get lost so badly they didn't even realize they were north of the wall? Not just any wall, but a great big 700-foot ice wall. Not for the first time, Edwyle wished a raven could carry longer messages. Note: The next chapter is now up for free members on Patreon PanGalacticBard. If you would like to make comments or suggestions on the next draft chapter before it's published, you can head over there and have a look. If you would like to read even further ahead, or simply appreciate the story, I would welcome your donations. 1 comments 0 vote. Don't panic ch10. Lord Stark. Chapter 10 Synopsis. Poor Lord Stark has been receiving strange missives about wandering merchants for a number of moons now, from Castle Black all the way down to his closest neighbors. What will he make of our trio when they finally arrive in the heart of the North and meet its warden? Will Harry get a chance to engage with his distant relatives? And, more importantly, will he get his hands on the Winterfell library? Last time, as they made their way closer to the walls, all three of them began to pick up on the distinct feel of wards over the town and castle. They'd felt weak wards covering farms in the surrounding area, but here the feel was almost like a weak static charge. Harry in particular, was quite interested in finally meeting his distant kin, having only learned about them after arriving in this world. As the then had explained, the Starks were descendants of Ignotus Peverell. The connection was fairly tenuous, but Harry never had much in the way of extended family outside of the Blacks, so he was excited nonetheless. He was certainly hopeful he'd like the Starks, but he wouldn't hold his breath. After all, most of his relations had been rather lackluster, Blacks and Dursleys alike. Either way, he'd already decided it would be best to keep his history and their connection under wraps until he could gauge the attitude of the Starks towards magic. Who knows what history they still recalled from the time of Ignotus, and what they might be able to infer from his connection to the man. Chapter 10. Lord Stark. Lord Edwyle Stark sat back in his chair, taking a moment to warm his hands by the fire that crackled in the hearth. Winter was always a trying time for the North, and as the Lord of Winterfell, it was his duty to ensure the well-being of his people. With a great sigh and a creaking of bones he leant forward to continue working through the endless paperwork that came with his position. He eyed the small pile of missives speculatively, thinking back to the strange collection of messages he had received over the last moon or so. The first was from the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, and had left Edwyle scratching his head. How on earth did 3 nobles get lost so badly they didn't even realize they were north of the wall? Not just any wall, but a great big 700-foot ice wall. Not for the first time, Edwyle wished a raven could carry longer messages. The message from Lord Commander Corgyle was cryptic and short, and he had yet to receive a follow-up message. He had questions, though it sounded like the Night's Watch might be even more confused than himself. Either way, he was left to wonder the fate of the 3 lordlings and what further misadventures 3 such unfortunately foolish lords could get up to in his lands. Probably Reacher nobles, Edwyle mumbled to himself, rehashing a thought he'd had many times already. They aren't known to be particularly smart. Regardless, it wasn't anything important enough to consider wasting a raven on a return journey to the wall, so he was left to wonder. The next surprising message had come from the Maester to Lord Bolton, who proclaimed happily that the Lord had finally acquiesced to his suggestion to open his larders to the people under his care. Lord Stark had to admit to himself that he never did think Lord Bolton had it in him to be so altruistic. Even more surprising that he apparently emptied his entire larder of his own goodwill. Lord Stark was skeptical of the message, but had heard nothing to contradict it. Bolton always seemed to be wound tight after all, so maybe the last frost had finally gotten to the Lord and wound him up tight enough to snap. It was as likely a reason as any Edwyle could think of. He decided it would be best to steer clear of Lord Bolton for the time being anyway, on the off chance that he had finally lost it. Crazy lords tend to be unpredictable at the best of times. He picked up the next missive in the pile, which came by raven from Lord Corman, one of his smaller vassals to the east. Whatever Lord Corman had to say, it must be notable to have warranted a raven from such a small house. Particularly as he was expecting letters to arrive via messenger from all his lords near the end of winter anyway. Edwyle's dark, usually stony expression rose in surprise as he read through the short missive. Apparently 3 young merchants had braved the last of the winter snow to start the season's trade early. They brought with them great loads of fruit, vegetables and meat. Quite an intelligent move for any merchant at this time of year, but according to the message they were very generous with their pricing and quantities, which was unlike any merchant from the south he'd met. He couldn't help but feel a sense gratitude towards these mysterious merchants who had gone above and beyond to help his people in their time of need. Maybe they were from the north themselves, and had ventured south to alleviate the burdens of winter on their own people. He could only theorize with such little information. Nonetheless, this was great news. He had one more lord and township capable of riding out the last of winter without taxing the backup food stores at Winterfell. This would allow Edwyle to be more generous in the portions doled out to those lords still in need. He glanced at the question appended to the end of the message, intended to be passed on to his maester. For the life of him, he couldn't figure out what would possess Lord Corman to ask whether the beginning of spring was likely to cause tails and legs to grow back like the leaves on trees and the grain in the field. Some things are best left to more learned men. Lord Edwyle was no healer after all. As the days passed, Edwyle received more ravens from various towns, all in a fairly straight line between Lord Corman and Winterfell. In each case, surprisingly fresh food had been sold at generous prices, along with some much-needed steel tools. Edwyle was slightly surprised at the speed of these merchants, and the sheer volume of food they were carrying in a three-man trade caravan, but felt he wasn't getting the full picture from these short raven messages. He did note that on almost every report they arrived pushing their cart, with a tale of woe about having either lost their horses, had them go lame, or even stolen. The rate at which his grateful vassals were apparently gifting the trio horses only to have them lost again was frankly astonishing. He was quite concerned about their competence, to be honest. How does one lose so many horses? He breathed to himself. It was frankly ridiculous. Edwyle was sure he'd get a good laugh out of it when he shared the tales of horse-related woe with his son Rickard. Though that would have to wait, as Rickard had just set out on a tour of the worst-hit houses now that the snow was starting to thaw. As more days passed, the reports continued to trickle in, each one painting a more vivid picture of the benevolent traveling merchant trio. They were not only skilled merchants but also had a knack for helping the townsfolk with various problems. In one village, they had helped repair a crumbling wall, while in another, they had assisted with the construction of a much-needed well. These were not the typical actions of merchants, and Lord Stark found himself increasingly intrigued by the trio. As the time of their arrival at Winterfell drew nearer, which was easy to gauge given their apparent straight-line route, Lord Edwyle Stark couldn't help but feel a mix of curiosity and apprehension. The North had seen its fair share of outsiders, some with good intentions, others with more nefarious motives. He hoped that these merchants would prove to be genuine allies. If they seemed the right sort, he'd look into convincing them to settle their business here in Wintertown. But he knew he must remain cautious and vigilant, for the safety of his people and his family. Finally, the day arrived when the merchants were expected at Winterfell. Lord Stark stood at the castle gates, flanked by his loyal guards and advisors, waiting to greet the travelers. He was astonished and frankly a little appalled to see them yet again pushing their wagon by hand. Had they lost their horses, again? He glanced across at the stables and determined that he'd have a conversation with the stable master later. He couldn't let them buy any of the better horses. It would be such a waste to see good breeding stock lost by possibly the most unreliable horse handlers he's ever likely to meet. As the small group approached, he couldn't help but notice their light clothing, certainly not suitable for the weather, though they seemed unbothered. Their clothing was also of very fine make, almost that of a noble's, though very plain by comparison. They were a curious trio. A tall, dark-haired man with an air of confidence and mischief about him, a much younger man with bright green eyes and an unusual scar on his forehead, and what must be a younger brother of the second man, as the last of the trio had the same dark bird's nest quality hair and vivid green eyes on a slightly more youthful face. The younger boy was however the strangest of the three, with a big feather sticking out of his hat, which sat, for no discernible reason, on top of another hat. Lord Stark looked to his castellan, Sir Joss, who knew the drill. The knight stepped forward to act as herald and introduce the two parties. "Ho there, travelers," he called, getting their attention. After recovering their breath from pushing such a large trade cart, the trio approached, deferential to their greeting party, which seemed only right. "Welcome to Winterfell," Sir Joss continued once the trio were closer. "Your names, if you will." The older of the two green-eyed young men responded, "Hadrian, and my companions Sirius and Dobby. At your service, my lord," the man offered by way of response, gesturing at each in turn. Sirius and Dobby held in chuckles at the human name they'd come up with for Dobby. "Well met," Sir Joss added, "we offer you guest rights, be welcome in these walls, and leave any troubles outside," he finished, while waving the servants with bread and salt forward. "And while you partake, may I introduce you to our esteemed Warden of the North, Lord Edwyle Stark. he gestured, and then finished by looking at Lord Stark to guide the conversation from there. "My lord." With the appropriate introductions completed, and the trio partaking in bread and salt, Lord Stark nodded and stepped forward to take the lead in this conversation. He was quite curious to learn more about this trio after all. Yes, welcome gentlemen. I'm glad you've finally arrived. I've heard much from the Ravens telling of your journey through the north. This seemed to surprise them. Did they not expect him to receive news of noteworthy travelers in his lands? I am grateful for the aid you've provided my people. With such generous amounts of well-priced and fresh foodstuffs, my people will last the winter thaw well. He nodded to his waiting party before continuing, "We're all naturally eager to hear your stories and learn more about you. You've been quite an interesting cause for gossip in recent weeks." He looked expectantly at the trio. "Thank you, my lord," Harry replied, with a slight nod of the head. "We're just humble traders, making our way through the north, doing good where we can, as any other might." That didn't quite ring true in Edwyle's mind. Most traders would keep a much tighter rein on their horses for one, and most would not be so generous with their pricing and wares. They were also suspiciously well dressed for simple traders. Though I have been a bit remiss in my introductions. If I may introduce myself fully, Harry gestured to himself, "I am Lord Hadrian Black Peverell. Though I am the lord of a foreign house, of little consequence here in Westeros," Harry introduced himself. Edwyle's eyes widened slightly at that statement. He knew the Peverell name of course, as any Stark should, but it had been a long time since anyone had claimed that name in the lands of the north. He would have to ask some careful questions on this topic later. He owed it to his house. Not noticing he had piqued Lord Stark's interest quite so much, Harry continued with the introductions. "My partner here is Lord Sirius Black, of a similarly foreign noble house, and last we have Dobby Black Peverell." Sirius and Dobby each nodded in turn, and Edwyle noted that their names were all passably northern, along with their looks. In fact, he wondered if the alleged Blacks were in any way related to his mother's house, the Blackwoods. Nodding at the introduction, Edwyle signaled to his escort to start moving back inside the gates. "You're definitely an intriguing lot. Though we should retire inside to properly speak. I also understand you've been given messages for me by several of my vassals." He strode ahead, guiding them to the keep. "I've had Sir Joss arrange lodging for you in the town inn already, but for now leave your cart with my men, and let us head inside to discuss your purpose in these lands." The trio exchanged glances, each aware that this introduction marked an interesting step change in their journey. After all, they'd only been in small towns so far, whereas this new acquaintance was by far the most powerful man in the north, practically a king in his own right. Certainly one of the most powerful men in all of the Seven Kingdoms, if their research so far was anything to go by. A Lord Paramount was not to be trifled with, but as a friendly ally they could open many doors. The exchange seemed to be starting on the right foot, so Harry followed in Lord Stark's footsteps, pleased with this first foray into medieval politics. As Harry followed Lord Edwyle Stark and his maester through Winterfell, he was struck by the sheer scale and majesty of the castle. The ancient stronghold was both a testament to the resilience of the North and a symbol of the power of House Stark, leaving none in doubt over who ruled these lands. It was clearly meant as a statement and a center of politics, but more so it was an impenetrable bastion, a last line of defense. And it looked like it could hold against any siege. Especially with the mysterious wards Harry still sensed. The bustling servants and soldiers went about their tasks as they passed, giving short bows to Lord Edwyle as would be expected. The castle was a complex network of buildings, connected by enclosed walkways to enable access to all areas even in deep winter. The whole effect of these complexes came together to create a layered fortress, with multiple layers of inner walls before the inner courtyard and training yard. The training yard buzzed with the sounds of clashing steel and grunts of exertion as soldiers honed their skills in preparation for any future battle. As they made their way across the courtyard, Harry noticed a ruined tower, standing like a solemn reminder of the harsh realities of this land. Its crumbling stone walls were a testament to the relentless assault of the elements, and a reminder that these were a frugal and practical people. Despite the huge size of the castle, the Starks were clearly spending only on things that mattered. Harry wouldn't be surprised to hear they held back much of their tax revenue for lean winters. The reputation of the Starks for their stalwart guidance through even the worst winters was well represented in their tavern conversations throughout the many towns they visited. Upon entering the grand white granite entrance hall, Harry was immediately struck by the large black and white banners that adorned the walls, their dire wolf sigils a fierce symbol of the Starks' indomitable spirit. The statues of the ancient kings of the North seemed to watch over the hall with grim expressions, their powerful visages a constant reminder of the Starks' long and storied lineage. To the right of the entrance hall Harry caught a glimpse of an immense feasting hall, its long tables and benches ready to accommodate the many inhabitants of the castle or noble guests he presumed. He could almost hear the raucous laughter and spirited conversation that would fill the space during a medieval feast. In fact, he was secretly hoping to be invited to such a feast. None of the minor lords they'd visited so far had the food or coin for such an affair, and it felt like a core medieval tradition he just had to experience. They continued through the corridors towards Edwyle's study, or solar, as the maester had called it. Finally, they ascended a narrow staircase and entered a large but warm and welcoming space that seemed to be at the very heart of Winterfell. The solar was filled with the soft glow of a roaring fire, and its walls were lined with bookshelves containing countless scrolls and tomes. A large wooden desk dominated the center of the room, covered in maps, letters, and other documents that spoke to the many responsibilities of a Lord Paramount. As Harry took in the details of the solar, was somewhat in awe of the weight of history that surrounded him. Here, in the heart of Winterfell, the Starks had ruled the North for thousands of years, ever since his ancestor, Ignotus Peverell had married his daughter, Iolanthe, to the first Stark, Brandon the Builder. The history of this family was the stuff of legend. And now, as a guest in this ancient and storied stronghold of his distant kin, Harry hoped to find a way to contribute to that legacy and help the Starks grow. Harry imagined he'd find some magics or modern world knowledge that could help them in the short term, and maybe he'd be able to continue that help and guidance in years to come, who knows where his travels would take him. He could certainly see himself coming back here occasionally to help and to visit family, even if they didn't know of the connection. Leaning back in his chair, Edwyle considered where to begin the conversation, when his thoughts stuttered to a halt as the strange young one with too many hats took the initiative. "You have talking ravens?" Dobby asked with wide excited eyes. The elder two merchants turned to look at Dobby, then surprisingly turned back to Edwyle with a look of curiosity in their eyes. Taken off guard by the direction of the conversation, Edwyle took a moment to process the question. He supposed he had said something earlier along the lines of ravens bringing him tales of the merchants, but surely the use of ravens was common knowledge. What sort of cave had these merchant lords crawled out from that they had never heard of raven messages? Clearing his throat awkwardly, he formed the only response his poor mind could come up with in the moment: not as such, no. Dobby's face fell in a way that made Edwyle feel like he had just kicked a small puppy, despite how reasonable he was sure his response had been. "Well, if you do see any talking ravens, please let me know," Dobby said, with returning confidence. "I've been keeping an eye out, but they seem elusive. If people didn't keep mentioning them in the towns we visited, I would think they didn't exist at all." Lord Stark looked at Dobby and then at the serious faces of Harry and Sirius still staring at him, causing him to pause and think. He tried to rack his brain for any recollection of people mentioning actual talking ravens, but nothing came to mind. There were apparently birds in the Summer Isles that could mimic speech to an extent, but he'd never heard of talking ravens. Maybe these merchants were from the Isles, but they certainly looked more like Northerners. Edwyle decided it was best just to deflect at this stage so he could get on with the conversation he originally intended. "I shall ask Maester Jarek to keep an eye out for you," he said to Dobby, glancing over to the maester in question, who was staring at Dobby with an impressively blank face. After all, Edwyle thought to himself, he wasn't actually an expert on ravens, and he'd heard stranger things in the last few moons. Happy with the response, Dobby gave a confident nod and a smile in Lord Stark's direction. Deciding to get things back on track, Edwyle called over a waiting servant to pour drinks. "The finest arbor gold," he commented, and offered a toast to the trio, "a rare treat in honor of the good you've done for my people, and a future friendship, might we say." Raising his glass, Harry noted the tin drinking vessels. It seemed that even in a wealthy lord's study, glass was scarce. Not for the first time, Harry wondered if he should introduce proper glassmaking to Westeros. It would certainly be a high-demand trade item. Harry observed the wine to be surprisingly average. He could make much better. In fact, he, Ron, and Seamus had made better-tasting alcohol in a jerry-rigged still they'd hidden behind the cupboard in their dorm room back in 5th year. He'd surely be able to do even better now he had a whole library at his fingertips, full of readily available information on how to make things like wine. Perhaps consulting the library for a task for a later time perhaps. How would the people of Westeros respond to fire whiskey, he wondered, jotting a quick note in his journal for later consideration. Edwyle, curiously watching Harry jot down a note in a foreign-looking language, decided it was time to get down to brass tacks. It is interesting, he said, to find 3 merchants so comfortable in a Warden Lord Solar, even those claiming foreign lordships, gazing at them to emphasize his unspoken question. Harry and Sirius were unfazed, having had their own titles in the wizarding world, and being from an era where such class divides were of little note. We thank you for the warm welcome, and meant no disrespect if we seem a bit casual about it all, Harry demurred. Sirius and I have our own titles in our homeland, and are well familiar with such environs as a Lord Solar. Feeling a need to clarify with some background, and preempt many of Lord Edwyle and Maester Jarrick's questions, Harry decided to give a bit of a sanitized backstory. We travel to see the world, not necessarily through any effort to turn profit. Money is not so much of a concern for us, Harry said, hinting at the hidden wealth of gold galleons hidden safely stored away in their trunks. It's merely through convenience, and an interest in helping the small folk we encounter, that we carry goods with us for trade. If this were true, Edwyle thought, it would connect quite a few dots. Especially with regard to their generosity and the surprisingly high-quality goods they carried. He also concluded that if they were legitimately hobbyist traders, and what a strange concept that was to consider, it would also explain their occasional incompetence with their horse and cart. He could well imagine how hard it might be to handle such travel if you were used to the usual retinue of sworn swords and servants of a proper travel caravan. These allegedly wealthy nobles from foreign shores were traveling light, for reasons unclear at this time. This, Lord Edwyle paused, then continued, yes, this would clear up a few questions, on your presence and noted activities in the lands you've passed through, Lord Edwyle concluded with a nod. The Maester broke in at this moment, wanting to satisfy some of his own curiosity. Forgive me, my lords, but I have not seen any sigils I recognize on your gear. Just how far away are your lands? Sirius and Harry looked at each other briefly, trying to decide how best to answer. In the end, Harry decided to keep things vague. The lands we hail from are certainly a long way from here. They are unlikely to be found on any maps you own. Lord Stark smiled inwardly at the befuddled expression on his maester's face, but decided it hardly mattered where they were from, especially since one of these men was lord of the house that helped found House Stark itself. If the Starks were ancient, the Peverells were even older as noble houses went. Though much of the history has been lost. Regardless, they were here now, and they seemed like good men. That's all that mattered to Edwyle. Tell me, now that we know a little more of each other, what are your plans going forward? You've been traveling the north, and been generous in your trades so far, but it's unclear what you seek to achieve here. Since you seem to have taken up the role of merchants, are you perhaps looking to set up a business here in the north? Lord Edwyle asked, exchanging a quick glance with Maester Jarrick, who would organize any trader registrations for the town if it was needed. Not as such, Harry responded, we'll sell our wares in the market while we're here, but I'd hope that during our stay you might be gracious enough to allow me access to your library. I have a deep interest in the histories and cultures of the lands we travel through, and I can't think of any better source than the records of a Lord Paramount. This got Edwyle's attention. He preened slightly at the appreciation of the histories retained in his stronghold, knowing most of them would address the history of Starks of old. Edwyle contemplated Harry's request a moment, knowing what a boon it would be to grant Harry access the great library at Winterfell. He may not be as wily as his southern counterparts, but Lord Stark knew how to seize an opportunity when he saw it. If they could gain some foreign knowledge or craft from these, likely educated, men who had apparently traveled from distant lands, it could be of great benefit to the north. It seems that you are both well-traveled and well-read, he said, drawing out his response as he thought things over. So few men travel for the purpose of learning, and those that do, he carefully didn't look at the Maester as he said this, the knowledge is rarely ever shared. He paused, taking a moment to form his next words carefully, knowing that most Westerosi nobles would never agree to his next suggestion, notoriously holding valuable knowledge and specialist skills close to their chests for the benefit of their own houses. Hopefully these foreign nobles would be more agreeable. I can perhaps see my way to sharing the great repository that is our Winterfell library, in exchange for some of the more practical learnings and observations you might be able to bring to our attention. We are a simple people, as you have seen, but I know that our land has great opportunity if it can be harnessed with the right practices. Lord Edwyle was unsure if anything would come of this gamble at knowledge sharing, but so few traveled to learn, it was a privilege reserved for the truly wealthy. A man like this was worth their weight in gold, and this trio's generosity in their travels so far showed a willingness to help. Harry and Sirius were nodding along, both having a strange gleam in their eyes. Either he was being swindled, or they had much more to share than he'd expected and the excitement was shining through. Dobby, or Dobby as he'd had Harry refer to the young man, was nodding like his head was aggressively bobbling on his shoulders, which couldn't be healthy, so he quickly continued, hoping the boy would restrain himself before sustaining an injury. Just to ensure he got the best out of this exchange, he added a stipulation: we will also insist that you exchange whatever foods you had intended to sell in Wintertown at half the already discounted price for my small folk. I recognize you're already generous in your pricing, but there is real value in the knowledge our library holds, and we wish to see compensation for access realized in worldly goods for our small folk as well as knowledge. It seemed Lord Stark needn't have worried too much, as Harry didn't even blink at the stipulation or the offer. You have yourself a deal, Harry replied, with a broad smile and a nod. Sharing a rare smile, the usually stoic Lord Stark stood offering his arm, and grasping Harry's in conclusion of the trade. With a successful trade arranged, and a convenient excuse in place to offer some of his modern-day knowledge to his Stark kin, Harry decided to make a polite exit. He wanted to deal with the family connection at some point, but that would probably be best done after a few days of working alongside the Maester and completing this arrangement to some extent. Well, with that done, I think it's time we take our leave. We've yet to set up our stall in the market, and it's clear you're a busy man, he said, glancing at the papers scattered over Lord Edwyle's desk. I'll leave you to it, and follow your maester to the library to get a start. I'm sure Sirius and Dobby here would rather get a start on setting up our stall in the market. He finished, sparing an amused glance at Sirius, who had grimaced at the mention of vising the library. This received an agreeable nod from Edwyle. That's a good idea, the sooner you start selling, the better. While you won't find any starving mouths in Winterfell, the town has been on rations for months now. I'm sure the people will be more than happy to take their fill of any fresh food you have on offer. A stable boy will show you to the market, and you can set up wherever you like. Oh, and before I leave, I do in fact have messages and documents to deliver from some of your lords, as I'm sure you know, Harry recalled as he fetched the packets of documents, seals intact, out of his satchel. He handed these to the maester as Lord Edwyle led them out towards the entry hall. A good first meeting, Harry thought to himself. He liked a man who valued knowledge, and knew the value in what he had. Chapter 11 Teaser. Quote, it will be 10 dragons for the moon, 15 if you want this prime spot by the hot spring in the center of the square. Even with his rudimentary grasp of the currency, Sirius knew that was more than should be necessary to rent a stall. Patrick's grin turned predatory at the look from Sirius, and the glint in his eye got brighter. It's that or you push that cart of yours to the next town over, he said, holding his hand out for the coin. Sirius made an act of sighing but put his hand in his pocket and drew out a reasonable amount of gold coins and handed them over. He wasn't sure why the house elves had packed leprechaun gold in the trunks for Harry, but he made a point of keeping some with him for occasions just like this. A marauder knew to always be prepared, and Sirius had known it would only be a matter of time before they met someone like Patrick on their travels. He'd have to make sure Harry was prepared as well. Not everyone would be as nice as the lords and townsfolk they'd met in the last few weeks, and the heir to the marauders couldn't be seen as an easy target. Note: the next chapter is now up for free members on Patreon PanGalacticBard. If you would like to make comments or suggestions on the next draft chapter before it's published, you can head over there and have a look. If you would like to read even further ahead, or simply appreciate the story, I would welcome your donations. Next chapter. Enjoy this book so far. Sign in to find out more. Sign in later. Don't panic. A Wizard's Guide to Westeros HP times ASOIAF, Chapter 10 Don't Panic ch10, Lord Stark web novel.